Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what is essentially the last day of the group stage for CCT. My name is DK Truman, and I am happy to be able to bring you at least a finalized day here for the groups to see who's going to make it through. Because, of course, there are a couple of teams that still have a shot to travel towards the next stage. Because it's currently the elimination moment of the tournament. We have ourselves the first one that's going to go through that run, and it will be Passion UA versus Winter Bear. Here we have the situation with the group stage. Of course, in the playoffs, we have two teams joining the playoffs, which will be OG and Navi, respectively. Both going to be competing with the rest of the teams that have already qualified and will qualify at the end of the day. And two teams of each group will be eliminated. On one side, Quantum has already been eliminated. The other side, Asakura. But Winter Bear still has a shot. The only downside for Winter Bear is they have to beat Passion UA, who hasn't even lost just yet. Here we have the prize pool distribution. First place gets $30,000. Second place, 10 grand. Third place, 7.5, and fourth gets 2.5K, which ain't bad. It's a $50,000 prize pool, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm quickly gonna check. Yeah, there's currently that other tournament going on. That's only a $70K prize pool, and CCT, this is Series 8. All of them been 50K. So consistently bringing those high value tournaments the entire year through. Here we have Group B, the group that we are going to be handling right now. As we see, Passion UA has already made it through currently. They only need one more series against Winter Bear, and Winter Bear need this win. If Winter Bear wins this, then they have, I think, a shot. Yeah, they need to win this 2-0. But if they lose one game, I think they're eliminated because of the head-to-head. So yeah, Winter Bear, a lot on the line. Elimination, very likely, but not guaranteed just yet. Speaking, of course, of Winter Bear, here we have the lineup. Reality, Pastil Kachal, Delight, and Jonu Pro. We have 3 Iranians, 2 Ukrainians. And the name that I would definitely say that you have to keep your eyes on is most of the time Kachal. I think he is an absolutely fantastic offlaner and is a danger for every team that faces them. But they are going to be playing up against one of the scariest teams right now for the Eastern European region, because they're not necessarily, I would say, the highest rated team, but they are a team that can take down honestly anyone in a game or two, and that is Passion UA. Obviously, we recognize the main name in that team, that is Crystallize. Man's been around quite a long time, has always been years ago. He spent like 3-4 years in Navi, and then afterwards always different stacks, but still a top tier safe laner. And added to his ranks are Niche, B-Body, Fernans, and Kraker. Full Ukrainian lineup, full scary lineup to deal with. And yeah, they did have a previous roster like at the beginning of the year, but I think this one is looking super good right now. The players are currently getting ready. They're still missing one player in the lobby, so we'll go towards a short little break until the last one has joined. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Draft is starting right now, and let's see any interesting bans coming through. Well, the PA, but obviously other heroes that most teams tend to remove quickly are Tinker. What did we see yesterday? A bunch of TB. So far, no weird bans in the first phase. Darkseer also tends to be banned a lot. Yeah, there's the Tinker removal. For obvious reasons, Tinker is just hell to deal with. And I mean, what are their most played heroes as of late? Seems that Winterbear loves playing Magnus and Phoenix are their most picked heroes. And both teams have Tiny as well, close to their most picked choices. Tiny's still left in the pool. Obviously, Tiny in this case. I mean, I do think that it can still be played as a safe lane, but a lot of the time, I think he's just on too much of a timer. Where you do have a really, like, between 15 minutes and 35 minutes, or like super strong. But it also really depends on what you're up against, because if the enemy has a life stealer, you're done for. Winterbear, last ban. Terrorblade and PA are both removed. Darkseer is still available currently. I would probably expect them to pick Tiny, just so that you can flex him. You don't really want to play Tiny Darkseer against Tiny. Oh, they banned the Darkseer. And then pick Tiny. Warlock is also pretty solid right now. Templar Assassin. Completely forget about that hero every single time. After the buffs, most teams like playing TA, but I keep forgetting that the hero exists. What to do with TA? I would say Phoenix is always a nice choice to get against TA. Big AoE burn. A lot of damage. Hard to kill the egg. Shakiro is also a lot of burn. Pretty tanky +5. and does a lot more damage these days with the dual breath into, well, the ice breath, whatever it's called, the Chuck Hero. What is it called? It is called Liquid Frost into dual breath combination. Brewmaster Band? I know that, like, playing Brewmaster, I just don't see too many Brewmasters. I've seen maybe one in my last 50 games of casting. I'm really getting rid of anything that summons dots against the TA. I mean, you could still go tiny, as Avalanche gets rid of refraction charges pretty nicely, but most of the time you don't want to have the situation of it being a mid TA against tiny, as TA has a pretty good time against an armorless target. And if they have a guarantee, if the TA is mid or something, you could always just put a Viper there if you really want to specifically counter the hero. Or Quap. But then you're going to have to level Shadow Strike again, which really hampers your farming speed. They banned the Phoenix themselves, okay? And are going to go for the Monkey. So if this is a mid TA, it would lose heavily against the mid Monkey. Or normally would be the case. Then you're probably looking to make this a safe lane TA and then get a different mid laner to deal with the Monkey. But then again, same story with the Monkey, right? Monkey can also just easily go safely. I like that choice from Pasha UA. It already puts pressure on the TA as much as you can. TA is still one of the few heroes that if you get destroyed in lane, you just go, you hit level 6, and then you clear a quad ancient stack and you're back to top network. Whereas Monkey does have okay-ish farm speed if he has max level Primal Spring, but for the most part, it's the TA just farms so much faster, even if you get destroyed in lane. The Winter Bear are running out of their reserve time pretty quickly. 25 seconds left of their reserve. Pick the Klings. Wow, okay, that's very early to pick your 2 main cores. Unless we're going to get to see any Klings +4s like Xinkyu used to do. But this is very likely the safe laner for Winter Bear. And their mid laner also chosen. And their off laner. What? All 3 cores, the first 3 picks. And now they only need 2 supports. Unless they're going to go for, as I said, Klings +4 with the Mars off lane. And then you just get something else. Which... actually don't know, does Klings have anything useful that you can use as support, or is it just going to be like a bounty hunter hunting people? I mean, there's no longer the useful Dota 2 Pro tracker that I can just use to see, oh, is anyone actually playing that hero as anything else. Links. I mean, there are still a couple of matches that they share. Oh, it actually has quite a decent amount of support picks as +4. It has terrible win rate though. Other side, pick up the Muerta. You're up against the Klings and a TA, so you get a hero that gets physical damage immunity. Always really good to have, plus the silence is just great. And with how skilled players have become with the dead shot placements, Muerta is such a top tier +4. Even has the potential to scale into late game and be a right click core. And Muerta is a Rod of Atos builder, so they have more control to catch out the Klings when he's trying to run away. Sand King, a lot of magic damage already in the Passion UA side. Jakiro, Muerta, Sand King, super heavy magic damage. Then you add in the physical of the Monkey King, plus Passion UA's probably save laner that they still need to pick up. Considering it's up against a TA Clinks. You need a very elusive hero. As Clinks will be invis, TA will be possibly invis. And they can blow up any core in a couple of seconds. Or kite a core very easily. I'm wondering if Ursa would be a good choice. Probably not, right? There we have one of the supports looking to be probably Tusk 5, I would say. So that it lanes with the Clinks. I mean, not that Sand King really cares that much. Marta does. Could also be a Sand King mid. Very good against TA. And then that Passion UA still needs a different off laner. Yeah, I probably would like Sand King mid more than I would like Sand King off lane in this game. Just so that you put the Sandstorm in mid and TA can't get close. Without losing the refraction charges. Shaker Storm both banned out. So, Passion UA thinks that this is a support Clinks. Okay, if that's the case, this would be post 4 Clinks, Tusk 5, TA safe? That's the case, then you'd rather have Sand King off lane. The plus side of 4 Passion UA is they can adjust accordingly. They have last pick. Okay, Kunkka removed. Reserve time on both sides is pretty much gone. Well, if you're expecting mid laners on both sides, what do you even have left? Queen of Pain would beat the Monkey King in mid, so it is Clinks 4. And against Queen of Pain, I mean, do you really care? We saw yesterday a difference on the Monkey King destroy a quad mid. With the monkey. And Passion UA are going to go for the Pangolier. So it is going to be monkey safe lane. Sand King in the off. And Pangolier mid to deal with the Queen of Pain. Yeah, it's an interesting choice from Winterbear. With the Clinks pickup. Do I think it? Wow, one of the players of Winterbear is called Malfurion Stormrage. Do I think it's enough to beat Passion UA? I think, yeah, Passion UA have a very balanced lineup. Really good team fight, AoE magic damage. Also, very solid physical damage with the Pangolier and the Monkey King. I think they have too much damage on the side of Passion UA to deal with. It's also very hard for Quap to get a quick kill this game, as Jakiro is a fairly tanky support. Muerta might be able to get blown up, but tends to build into Rod of Aetos, so will be a little bit tankier. So for the Queen of Pain, normally you want a lot more squish heroes on the other side. And with the Sand King, Pangolier, Monkey King is doable. They don't really have that. Same with the killing situation. As a +4. So, I mean, I gotta say, Passion UA has a much higher chance to win because it's just the better team. I mean, they haven't lost a series yet in the group stage, and they're up against Winterberry, who hasn't won a series yet in the group stage. So that's a bit of a disparity there. The only one that they had was from the team that forfeited the tournament. No invasion so far.
Seconds to battle.
So no big catches. To get any surprises. They do smoke late. And they might actually have a bit of a brawl here. Fernand's walking up. Smoke gets broken. Kachal spots out Fernand. Luckily enough, cuts down the tree, but the ice just block misses. Oh. Mars also went for God's Rebuke. If he went Spear of Mars, might have been able to get the catch. They're going to go in for a fight for the rune. But there's 5 heroes in the area. Batyuk needs to get himself back. They have an Ice Shards in 3 seconds. Batyuk still has a Burrow Strike, but they're not going to chase for more. So will be 2 bounties picked up by Crystallize and 2 for Winter Bear. Chikiro actually went Liquid Fire level 1. Interestingly enough. And here we have top lane. Yay plus Tusk versus a Sand King plus Muerta, and Sand King is just gonna be chilling in his little sandstorm area to make sure that PA has a not perfect time. A bottom lane, that oh, that's probably the reason why he went Liquid Fire, because he is playing against a Clink, so you want to have the attack speed reduction. Which, I say that, but the attack slow on Liquid Fire is only 5 more than on Dual Breath. The cooldown's also, I think, worse. Batyuk taking a lot of damage in the top lane. Malfurion Storm Rage gets feared right back. Kill gets secured by Fernand. And first blood secured onto Johnny Pro. Batyuk needs to be careful. There is still a sentry ward. He does get just out of range though. And Fernand's Ice Shards block, that should be a counter kill. Throws out a silence. It's actually doing quite a decent amount. Fernand stays alive because Malfurion Storm Rage doesn't want to stay too long in that area. And Batyuk going all the way back to base as he is lacking the HP regen. Didn't send out a healing salve or the kind. And mid lane, not really that surprising. I guess a rotation is going to be really needed to make that happen. Pastil, 2 points in Shadow Strike, 1 in Scream of Pain, primarily focused around trying to hamper the Pangolier and farming. Not really working so far, just yet. Upside there and bottom, both areas, they're fighting a lot. But Kachal will at least get himself the Healing Lotus. Or his little Tickle Fest. And mid, they're dropping a bit low, but mid is really oriented around one support. Either one person goes too aggressive or support has to rotate to get a kill. Because on both sides, especially the Radiant side, it's easier to kill off the Quap because you have that Muerta who can just dead shot from long range. And then send the Quap in a tough position to take him down. Speaking of Fernand's looking to stack and probably, yeah, he's giving Batyuk free farm time top because that creeps under the tower. He's going to stack the triangle, and with a Sanking on their side, that should be very easily cleared up. That Sanking can get pretty big this game. Get his items fast. Jump in onto Kachal. He doesn't have any mana left. The light can't do anything to keep Kachal alive. And Crystallize will stay just fine. The light forced out of there, and a nice kill there for the monkey. As the side lanes so far are definitely favoring Passion UA a decent amount. Malfurion and Storm lane's not really being hampered whatsoever, but in the bottom lane, Crystallize got a kill onto Kachal. Kachal, I think, sent out a bit too much regen as well to try and stay alive in the lane. And it's already a 1k net worth advantage for Passion UA.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
All three cores of Passion UA at the top of the board, and the two supports are out farming the two Winter Bear supports as well. Which is interesting. Fernand's of course got a kill, but Kraker's got 8 last hits, 4 denies on the Jakiro. The Jakiro has a really terrible thing with the fact that he auto attacks twice to get last hits and denies. I mean, depends on who you ask, but I just despise it. Towards mid, both mids almost level 6, but still will have his Sonic Wave, and Niche will have his Rolling Thunder, but still throws out the Sonic Wave immediately. Pangolier dies, and Ice Path, can they send him back? The fear is there, but still will die as a counter kill, and Niche just the moment Quap hits level 6 gets blown to smithereens. Pure damage, baby. Nothing he could do there to keep it going. Bottom, Crystallize, he needs help, and he doesn't have it. He's just going to get taken down with the rotation from the Tusk. They find a couple of very impactful kills here on Winter Bear with some of their moves. And should also secure the 6-minute experience rune. They're going to give it to the Tusk, so he has Walrus Punch. I would like Skeleton Walk, though, probably a bit more. As both supports get their Shrines of Wisdom picked up. Malfurion Storm Rage. One of the great things about TA safe lane is exactly this. At the top lane and the bottom lane, you now have an Ancient Sack that you can just stack yourself and clear up pretty easily. Obviously, when there's sacking involved, you always have to be a little bit careful that he doesn't just steal it, but... Oh, bottom. Spear not going to connect onto the Jakiro. There is still the Tusk nearby looking for any catches he can make. They have an Observer Ward as well, spotting out Crystallize walking forward, but gotta be careful not to get spooked. Towards mid, rotation from the Tusk. And the Jakiro on the other side. All supports are in mid. It's a shield room from the Tusk. Rolling Thunder being pumped. Fake Niche wants to go for the Rolling Thunder play onto the Tusk, and Tusk needs a lot of help. He's not going to get any of it. Fernand's is now on a killing spree. on the Muerta, as Batyuk is taking that very
Radiant's
juicy
turret
giant
has been
stack
killed.
in the triangle. It's taking a little bit longer than he would like, but that's because he had his sandstorm in a different area. Now he can just sit back, relax, and watch them all slowly but surely die. Bottom lane, they're going to go in onto Kachal. The Mars is going to get jumped. No spear available, but Pastil TP's in. They spot it out. And they get back before the Queen of Pain can even make a
Dire's
move.
middle tower is under attack.
So Pastil's TP forced out. While Batyuk is now top net worth because of some juicy ancient stacks. Is almost done with the Blink Dagger as well. Oh, Niche finds 3 bounty runes. As the arena gets dropped in bottom. Sonic Wave as well. Kachal's dropping low. Taken down. Pastil. Can he get Jingu Mastery on Crystallize? No, he cannot. They find the kill onto Crystallize. Batyuk dies in the top lane as well to Malfurion Storm Rage, and 2 very impactful kills get secured. The
Radiant's top tower is under
Monkey
attack.
bottom and the Sand King top. Sand King dying is a bit surprising there. I was looking obviously in a different area.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Crystallize wants Radiance first item on Monkey. Okay, that's new. Don't forget to sign up on Stake. Use code CCT 2024 for a nice deposit bonus. Not gonna lie, time to update that code, considering it's 2025, but semantics.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And top lane, they are continuously pushing bottom. They are going for the Jakiro. Throws out the Ice Path, but they are very much going to kill off the Jakiro, who is lurking about behind. You can get some counter warding going.
Dire's top tower
Winter Bear doing a good job at least keeping this game. I mean, they're actually ahead in their presence this game. They have a very scary line. Massive TP's bottom though. Rolling Thunder comes out. Lockdown on Kachal. Epicenter. Burrow in. Mars gonna get dead shotted back. Sonic Wave even used by Pastil to try and help out his Mars, but they find a kill on the Mars. Fernand's almost gets one shot there by the Queen of Pain, but
Radiant are scanning.
didn't have just enough damage to blow up the Muerta. Needs to be careful a little bit. Actually, Johnny Pro needs to be very careful. Swashbuckle, shield crash, snowball, dodge, just delay it, and dies to Batyuk. As Malfurion Storm Rage is top net worth of the game. Batyuk is very close by though. The Sand King incredibly solid at his farming frenzy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm curious to see what Delight's going to build on the Klings. Okay, he's going Orchid first item. Very solid. It's also decently far ahead of getting it secured. Needs a lot of
Dire's
mana
middle
regen.
tower is under attack.
As he is struggling, being out of mana the entire time. I mean, that's what I love about this patch as a +5 player. The neutral items right now are so incredibly nice to have as a support, just because you get so much mana regen from them. I always feel like I have enough
Is
mana
under attack.
on after I get my first neutral item. Okay, on this side, Johnny Pro does get quickly caught out. Niche has the Fusel Blade done. Sand King has Blink.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kachal on the Mars is closing in on his Blink, and that would be a moment where they could maybe make a play, but he is still quite a bit. He's about a creep wave and a half away from it. And with that level 2 liquid fire, they take the tier 1 tower in mid. As their Securo, Delight, lurking about, top lane, but you cutting the creep wave. PA is building into Deso. It's not even that far away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Green shrines are up. As Delight was just now walking in the sentry ward range, but he didn't even know. So now walking into it again, but you outer. Oh no, Delight. He's within 3 different sentry wards. Do they have dust? Yes, they do. Delight is dusted. It is madness that Deadshot follows him when he does the death back jump. That is actually madness.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, taking the gateway. And they're looking to take that Torment the moment it spawns on the Dire side. I love this
Radiant's
when
middle
teams
tower
do
is
this.
under attack.
But there's a move in. And Batyuk, nice dodge there, coming through. A Macropire, Ice Path in. Batyuk with the epicenter onto Johnny Pro. Kachal's in trouble. He used his blink earlier, so it's going to be on cooldown. And Batyuk stays alive. Kachal's going to be next. They were in such a good position, and it did not go as they'd like. Batyuk does eventually get taken out, but still Sonic Wave needs to get the blink away. Dagon heal. Niche is he dropping dead. The shield crashing is going to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but the shield crash not going to keep him alive forever. So now it's only Malfurion Storm Rage up against Monkey Muerta. Trying to get the Muerta kill is not going to be enough to get the Muerta. The Crystallize actually needs to be careful because this TA does tons of damage. Has the Deso now flying in for the TA, and they're still looking to clear up that Tormentor, which was not picked up by anyone. So in the end, it was a 4-for-3 trade, but if he manages to pick up the Tormentor, that would be a win, big win for them. Actually, what does Clink's... Oh, he gets Burning Barrage. As yeah, with the double meld hit, all that armor reduction on the Tormentor, it is easily cleared. And yeah, it's gonna be a Clinks with Barrage. Burning Barrage. I guess it does make his farming speed faster, which is in a sense a good way to catch back up in terms of, I mean, he is not that far behind his own Queen of Pain in terms of farm. But it is pretty neat.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, they want to grab the monkey. Crystallize is almost done with the Radiance. Very close right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Also, Delight has the money for his Orchid, so an Orchid finished up on a support of the Dire side. As Passion Yue is constantly looking for a fight here, they do find Vichal, who is left behind in bottom. Niche rolling thunder onto Johnny Pro. Snowball gets the mini stun. But the Tusk is dead. Burrow in from the side, but you came from a different direction. Malfurion Storm Rage on the high ground, but they are going to go in. Sonic Wave is thrown out. Niche gets blown to smithereens. The Yules, at least from the Sand King, will keep him going and not take too much damage, but that Niche got absolutely rinsed. Meld Strike from one side, Sonic Wave from the other, and nothing that a Pangolier could do. TA also has the shard now, so he's got the silence. Arena catch onto Fernandes. Silenced up. Snowball chase. Kill secured. 4 kill streak picked up there for the TA. And Malfurion Stormrage is really doing some heavy lifting this game. Hasn't died just yet. Top net worth by quite a margin. About 2k ahead. Straight up damage onto Delight, but the death pack keeps him going. Epicenter Burrow not going to be used. He actually silenced up, has the Yule Scepter to stay alive. Speared to the tree and blown to nothingness. So they lose 2 supports on the dire side, but they do manage to take down the Sand King. Malfurion Stormrage trying to get away. Chase by the Pangolier. The Rolling Thunder does connect. The rest of the team is on the hunt. With Crystallized with the Wukongs down, and this should be the first kill onto TA finally secured. Oh, Kachel spots a random Jakiro lurking about, but doesn't have Arena and no one else nearby to help out. So has to let him go. Bachuk. Taking a little bit of damage, uses himself up. Trying to get away, Sonic Wave. And the last tickle is enough. Walrus Punch, Johnny Pro needs help. Crystallize, Jingu Mastery gain. Doesn't have the Boundless Strike actually. But should have it in a couple of seconds so he can heal back up. Oh, what a snipe from Fernandes. That dead shot. And immediately pops the ulti. No, he would otherwise probably get taken out. Malfurion Stormrage in the meantime in the Roche pit. I don't know if it was spotted out because of course there is an observer ward right behind it, but he might have blinked over it. I think they don't know. Because I think they just dodged that observer ward perfectly. That's pretty cool. Huerta is close to his Ags though. That's going to be a big one. The huge ass dead shot upgrade. Going for the BKB. And I'm wondering what Delight on the Clinks is going to be going for. Okay, it's just going to go for Bloodthorn. There is evasion, of course, from the... or mischance because of the Radiance from the Monkey King. So it's not the weirdest idea. Ango actually has bots. So he was... Okay, that's weird. The Pangolier did buy bots. He has Blink, Diffusal, had two grand for the Ags, and then decided to go for bots. Ooh, Malfurion Stormrage just blinks into the Ice Path. Rolling Thunder connects. That's the TA's first life that's going to be taken care of. They will not have any cooldown. Oh no, the Wukong's command is going to be there though. That's the one cooldown that they do need as Malfurion Stormrage is gone. They find Johnny Pro second. And a complete whiff there from TA. The worst part is that Ice Path was already there, so he just blinked into a Ice Path that was on the floor for like a second. And Pastil on the Quap going for the BKB. Very close to finishing up the BKB. Mars Kachal has the money for BKB now. And I would assume TA is going to do exactly the same. BKB is on their minds. Oh, Batyuk spotted out. He's going for the Bloodstone, it seems. On the Sand King. There's a courier there for Delight to kill. In case he wants to go for it. But Batyuk is going to be the main target. As he gets orchided. Delight gets caught by the Ancient Priest though. But they will find Batyuk taken care of. TP's in. Niche is nearby, so is Crystallized. Kachal does spot out the Pangolier getting out. Jump in onto Fernandes. BKB used by Pastille, chasing deeper. They have a chase. Do they kill off the Muerta? One more blast spear. Ticks down to the dots, and Fernandes is gonna die to Pastille. That's another 3-kill streak. How many? He's 7, 2, and 10 on the Muerta, and he's 700 gold away from his Ags. They do spot out the Monkey King. Manta style is done, but the spear lands on the monkey. Can he get the Wukong's off? No, he's going to get taken before he can even respond. Jakiro is going to be the next target. Second one down. Niche has to jump to the high ground. Illidan is trying to get the damage in on the high ground. But they find a couple of very big kills, starting with Batyuk, looking for the tier 2 tower in mid. And with those 2 BKBs done on both the Mars and the Queen of Pain, they really feel a lot more confident in their approach. TA's is not even that far away. Mars going for a Lotus Orb this game. Really? I guess Rod of Atos is annoying. That's it. I don't really know why you'd go Lotus this game. There's like nothing to Lotus. Monkey has nothing to Lotus. Sand King's Burrow Strike, I don't think it works weird these days. But also, Yule Scepter, he only uses it on himself. Pangolier has Defusal. Hero, aggressive four staff, I guess. And Muerta, Rod of Atos. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like you get... I would rather see a Yule's on him. Or Refresher, or what he's queued up right now, Scythe of Ice, feels like a much stronger choice. Tormentor is going to spawn soon in the bottom side of the map, and it looks very much like Passion UA is ready to clear it up. Shell aggressive TP towards the enemy's triangle as well. Yeah, he's just he TP'd in towards the Radiance triangle because they still had the outpost. And now Delight can just push the tower because there's a catapult wave there, and he is still a Clinks. Even though you might not think it, it's still a Clinks. They are going to go in for the TA, pops the BKB, they will get the control in onto the Tusk. Malfurion Stormrage gets back, but they lose the tier 2 tower for it. And they're pushing in mid, and in a second they're going to be pushing in top. So if no one TP's back, they're going to lose a lot of HP on their tier 3 towers. Oh, Delight, Diffusal Blade, very nasty. They will catch out Delight. Yeah, he didn't have mana for anything, really. But he does have Bloodthorn now done. As Malfurion Stormrage is going to go for the Daedalus as his next item. Pastille. Burrowed. Used. Pops the BKB. Is going to go for the TP out. Is very close to his Ags. And Queen of Pain Ags is normally... Oh, Niche just lost his career. That was pretty much his full Ags. He has to wait 2.5 minutes for 3 pieces of his Aghanim Scepter on the Pango. Ouch. Tormentor is gonna get taken. They do take a lot of damage for it though. But Tormentor Radiant side, it's gonna be Muerto with the shard. With the extra magic spell amp. Things with a full-on Bloodthorn. Damn. Johnny Pro's got the Blink Dagger as well on the Tusk. They're gonna need that Aegis before they attempt anything on the high ground on Passion UA. The other side, very likely same story. Well, Klink's backdoor is still a thing. Johnny Pro needs to be careful. Delight as well, walks out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Delight tries to get rid of it, but he's gonna instantly get jumped. Snowball from the Tusk, puts him in a rough spot. Johnny Pro, second one dead. Oh, the spear misses onto the Sand King, gets the burrow out of there. Wukong's as well, forces the rest of Winter Bear back. Pastil does have Ag, so he really wants to have extended long duration fights with that Shadow Strike spam. They're going to jump in aggressively onto Crystallize. Sonic Wave gets thrown. Now Crystallize jumps to the side and he is gone. Buyback from Johnny Pro as well. Going in for Niche. Snowball chase onto the Pangolier. Tries to get the punch in, but he dies. Dieback comes into play, but they continuously deal damage. Pastil is just happy with the Shadow Strike spam constantly. Chasing in after Fernand. Silence comes out. Pastil's very tanky as well. Gets to jump away. Fernand's Spears to Fill has just ended. Loses his life. Batyuk is going to be the last one standing. Blinks back. No debuff on him from the Queen of Pain. So he gets back to base. But they have a Klinks right next to the Radiant's base. And they're not going to push? Oh, they're going to go Roche. I mean, still, they're not going to push. You could at least get rid of the tier 3 tower, or at least force the fortification. And into the pit they go with the Bloodthorn. It does die pretty quickly. Disarm, delay. Are they going to rush it to try and steal? Monkey King is nearby. No, they're not going to go for it. So it is going to be AJ. Oh, they are close to it. They're actually taking longer than they would have definitely liked. There's a Mars with the blink. Arena catch, possibly. Batyuk on the side, gets spotted. Walrus punch. Spear comes out. Sonic Wave. Batyuk is dead. Great fear as a response. Roche is almost dead. Jumping from Crystallize in the pit. He grabs, he steals the Aegis away. Jungla needs to get out of there as they will pop the first life of this Monkey King. And Crystallize is going to get debuffed, but of course has the Manta style. Gets a little bit of a weird jump up the high ground. Silenced up as well. They still have Crystallize stuck in the trees. Queen of Pain going in aggressively. Gives away Chingu Mastery. But they need to kill him before he gets the Boundless Strike off, and they do. Malfurion Storm Rage is now surrounded by enemies. Fernand is going to get taken down. The Pangolier gets speared to the back end. Malfurion Storm Rage is still going. There's a Swashbuckle, gets the kill. Niche goes for the TP out and will lose his life in the end because Pastil is wicked sick on the Queen of Pain. Yes, they lost the Aegis, but they did manage to wipe Passion UA from the server.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Monkey also got the Roshan's banner. So they have the Roshan's banner and the Aegis in that engagement. And it was pretty big that Bajuk got taken down first. The light nearby has the Bloodthorn. Doesn't want to go for it. Has no BKB yet. Knows he's very likely just going to get mowed down if he tries to. Sneaky beaky. Sneaky beaky. And this is the downside of dealing with the Klinks. He's going to be everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Fernand has the Glypnir now. So bigger AoE on all of his spells. And obviously AoE root. Gonna be solid.
Are scanning.
I'll take your treatment.
Hiding behind the tree is Niche. Yeah, they're baiting them hard. Or attempting to bait them hard. Ooh, Kachal. Smoke didn't break, so that's actually pretty important. Bajuk? That's the Yules. Aggressive Yules. That means he has no way out of this. He's going to get jumped back, and he's taken down. Rolling Thunder from Niche. He's actually in a lot of trouble as well. They will find the Clinks on the side, but there's about one thing you can't... Oh, Johnny Pro loses his life as the second support is gone. But yeah, one thing you just can't do in this game is use aggressive Yules as Sanking without a BKB. Because they have a lot of silences. With obviously the trap of TA and the Queen of Pain. It does help a little bit that he's got the Bloodstone, so he has a second thing that he can use. But that just straight up Sonic Wave plus 2 hits from TA and he gets blown to smithereens. But they, with those 2 support kills, they at least keep the game going. Queen of Pain is closing in on level 5, which should be probably the 2-second blink cooldown reduction.
My just reward.
Dire are scanning.
Niche, spotted, is hexed. And do they have the damage to take him down in one fell swoop or a sponge? He's there. Niche has fallen, and he can't get up. Pango dead for 80. Bot Malfurion Storm Rage walking about towards mid, completely alone. But with a BKB, it might be too risky to attempt it. I mean, they're looking like they want to attempt the kill onto the TA. Epicenter being pumped, but from behind comes the Mars with the spear catch. Huge kill catch from Kachel. Can they have the damage in for the fight? The Wukongs is problematic though. Malfurion Storm Mage with the BKB. Man fighting up against Niche, but still jumping in. Sonic Wave thrown out. Misses the chance there with the Sonic Wave, but Pastil is chasing in for blood, and the spam of Shadow Strike is doing too much work. Does manage to get out in the end on the Monkey King back to base. But that's a dieback onto the Pangolier. No buyback available on the Sand King, and it's all on to Crystallize without Wukong's command up against 2 supports. Has a BKB 9-second duration available, but they mow down buildings like nobody's business with that TA right-click damage. But what a jump from Kachal. They were so ready to get the kill onto the TA, and he gets that big fat arena onto 4 enemy heroes. The only saving grace they had on patching UA was that they had the Wukong's command from the monkey down. But TA now has 4 extra refraction charges. Queen of Pain has the blink cooldown reduction. So it's even more elusive and obnoxious in these fights. And the constant Shadow Strike AoE spam is harming them too much. Tier 2 tower is still standing bottom. They might actually be able to backdoor it, but they're gonna... they could attempt to just backdoor the Tier 2 tower pretty easily. They have a Klings, they have a TA with the Deso. But they're looking to try and catch the monkey who's lurking about. Full 2 sets of racks in favor of Winter Bear so far. Don't forget, if I'm not mistaken, Winter Bear need to win this series 2-0 if they want to continue in the CCT tournament. I think that's the case. I'm not 100% sure.
Radiant are scanning.
But I think if they win 2-0, they go on. But I couldn't find the rules on tiebreakers. Oh wait, click here for tiebreakers. Head-to-head map difference. Okay, no. Wait, then they should still be eliminated. Because it's about head-to-head. Are they playing for nothing? If number 1 is head-to-head and they lost a Robojagi, they should already be eliminated. Okay, then never mind. Then it's just for shits and love.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pangolier, X'd up. They get the catch in onto knee Sonic Wave. Pango is dead. 80 seconds, no buyback available for another 4 minutes. Batuk gets hit by the Orchid, gets silenced once again after using the Bloodstone. There's going to be in response to Tusk. Can't even get the Walrus Punch off. They got grouped up pretty nicely. As Malfurion Storm Rage on the side tucks in a little bit of extra damage, but still not going to go for any wild Blink Shadow Strike spams. But they need to get back on the high ground and heal up on that Sand King. Roche is up and they're going to head in towards the pit. Arcane Blink on TA for the extra mobility. And honestly, the mana regen's probably pretty important as well, because he is spamming a lot of spells. It is interesting to see not having a Swift Blink, for instance, on TA. We're getting that 100 mana on every blink you use. Actually does really help the hero a lot, plus 9-second cooldown on blink instead of 15 seconds is important on a hero with big fat refraction charges.
Radiant are scary.
Well, that's a great moment for a pause. I quickly asked if Winterbear were already eliminated, just to make sure. But nonetheless, they are putting up quite a performance in this series. Oh, they are not eliminated yet. Okay, then I stand corrected. And going in, but Duke gets taken care of.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they're just gonna go continuously push.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Jump in, TA gets stunned up on the side. They have the damage to take him down. Actually, on the Sand King, just bought back. Needs to be very careful now. Bloodstone and everything else is on cooldown. Rolling Thunder onto Johnny Bro. Tusk goes a little bit too deep every once in a while, as he is right next to the Radiance Fountain. Is gonna buy back. They still have an Aegis. They still have a Cheese. They still have a Refresher Orb on Mars. Refresher Shard on Quap.
Radiant's Ancient is under attack.
I'm confused on who's gonna, like, if they still have a shot. Jump in onto Kachal. He doesn't actually have a chance to get any costs off, and that is a big kill. Chasing in after the light next, he pops the PKB, but that's not going to keep him alive. He's dodging and weaving with the death pact. Actually, Pastel comes in from behind with a huge Sonic Wave, pushing them away. They finally lose the light, but there is going to be buybacks aplenty from the dire side. DPS from Niche is going to get caught by Malfurion Storm Rage. So that big silence AoE is beautiful from the Muerta. Sand King will just barely get himself back to base. There's a gem on the floor. Malfurion Stormrage is trying to get Mega secured. The double dead shot delays it a little bit. Johnny Pro needs to be careful. He doesn't actually have a buyback. Honestly, let's see who on the dire side even has a buyback. Radiant. Pango has a buyback again. So Niche could rejoin. If Winterbear goes too deep, Kachal, Blink, Arena, catch on to Crystallize. Monkey King is going to get blown up. No buyback available on the Monkey. Rolling Thunder from Niche trying to get the control on the back end. Batyuk still didn't have the epicenter. Second Arena comes out from Kachal. Can he get the spear? No, it's on cooldown. Batyuk burrow to the side. But still there's man fighting up against two. Everyone is trying to stay alive, but Malfurion Stormrage is still full HP. Still has the Aegis at the ready. And the side blade hits connect. Everyone gets pushed back to the base, and that is going to be game one in favor of Winterbear. Even a fountain dive there from Pastille on the Queen of Pain. Absolutely superb performance from the Queen of Pain in that game. I would say, obviously, that arena catch from Kachal was really solid. That got them to this position, but the Queen of Pain of Pastille, the entire game through 16-2 and 14 has been outstanding. Just splitting the team fights apart, sonic waves to push everyone out of position, and the constant early Shadow Strike spam from the Aghanim Scepter has really kept them going and alive. So Winterbear, they win game number one in quite a flashy fashion. But of course, that does conclude the first in this series. We still have one, maybe even two more games. We'll be going towards a break, and we'll be right back for game number two. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what will hopefully be another exhilarating match between Winterbear and Passion UA. My name is DK Truman for the CCT Series 8, last day of the group stages. Winterbear, Passion UA, two teams take on the duel this time around. Passion UA first ban TA. After that previous game, I would definitely think it admirable to remove it. And Winterbear, they stick with their guns on the other bans coming forward. So far, PA and Terrorblade have not been banned just yet. Those are two heroes to look for. Beastmaster, same story, also hasn't been removed. That was banned previously. And now that the AA is also banned, I would assume that they have to be very careful of the Beastmaster. If you're Passion UA, because AA is so good against Beastmaster. Otherwise, Beastmaster really has a free game most of the time. Will they ban TB? Or will they ban Beastmaster? I think that's the only one that's different from the last time bans, is that TA so far has been chosen, and then one of those two heroes, TB, gets banned, and maybe they pick up the Beastmaster themselves. There we go. Beastmaster does get secured for Passion UA, so they have very likely their off laner, potentially their safe laner. Potentially their mid. Hell, potentially their safe laner with the way things are working these days. I've even seen plenty of teams play the Beastmaster, even top tier teams play Beastmaster safe lane when the game is good enough for it. And Winterbear, what do you even pick to counter Beastmaster? That's the big issue with the hero, as he's got that BKB piercing roar, so he counters a bunch of heroes in the laning stage, like Monkey King, for instance. And they pick up big boy Magnus, off lane, mid lane, safe lane, wherever you need him lane. Wouldn't be surprising if Kachal picks it up. His Mars catches were very solid. I mean, most of them were very solid. But if you got a Magnus on your side, I really do think the Passion UA should probably ban out the Warlock, because Magnus plus Warlock means you've lost the fight. Blink RP into Fatal Bonds Golem drop. Normally it's over at that stage. Gyrocopter removal. Okay. I mean, I guess they want to protect the Beastmaster's boars. What else? What do you fear? I mean, Magnus doesn't like playing against immunity heroes on the other side, so Ringmaster... I mean, Shadow Demon doesn't really get played, but Ringmaster still gets plenty of play. The Dusk we saw last game. The snowball save against the RP play. Really good. Muerta ban I find surprising. I would have expected them to try and get the Muerta again, because Fernandes was absolutely ridiculously good on it with those dead shot hits. But I guess they're going to go a different route this time around. As the Magnus is I mean, you should also be a little bit careful if you're Passion UA to play against that Quap again, because last game still was on freaking point with it. Phoenix! Beastmaster does have an attack speed aura, which is always nice, but Passion UA, they can always get some heroes to specifically counter the Phoenix, and one that springs to mind is obviously Snapfire. But there are plenty of choices. You could go a Morphling just for the attack speed's sake to deal with the egg. As one of the most annoying heroes to deal with, Phoenix with the mischance, but also the percentage-based healing and damage is incredibly important in this current patch with a lot of strength heroes being picked. I mean, there are lots of lineups where they have 3 strength cores. Ringmaster. Yep. I mean, that's the save I was talking about against the Magnus, right? He gets the Blink RP on someone, and you just save him as a Ringmaster. In this case, probably gonna try and do that for the Beastmaster to keep the Beastmaster alive while his Drums of Slump keep on ticking, healing him back up. And adding Global Silence to counter a possible play. I mean, it has, obviously, it's great against Phoenix because of the Phoenix Egg not being able to get used, but also if Magnus Blink RPs and then you hit the Silence, he won't get the Skewer back. And that puts Magnus in a very tight spot most of the time. Because then they get out of the RP stun and then they just maul him down. I am thinking Life Stealer for Passion UA so far. Yeah, you have Magnus, which of course has the RP, but Rage is very solid against Phoenix Magnus. You can jump into the Beastmaster's Boar or Hawk or whatever in case things go awry. Well, obviously also one of his allies. And Winter Bear, they're going to need a little bit more control, I think, on their next support, because they have a Phoenix, which doesn't bring any control, or really the best gank potential. So something along the lines of Clock to make sure that you can keep the Phoenix Egg alive would be very nice. And also has tons of stuns and good catches. Sniper? And there's the Clockwork. The Clockwork I kind of expected because it's one of the heroes that Winter Bear likes playing. Sniper, not so much. I mean, it's understandable because they have a Phoenix Egg, so once everyone's focusing on the Phoenix Egg, Sniper can go pop some headshots. It's just, I don't know. It's the snipers that go for the Hurricane Pike Mjolnir build and then still do absolutely 0 damage that I don't like to see. I don't know what you need to change in the build. I'm not a sniper player. I find the hero very boring to play. But having the sniper just... Yeah. Hurricane Pike Mjolnir just puts him in a position where he just does no damage. I guess the Hurricane Pike's always needed because you need to be able to get out of dodge. You get the shard as well, so you dive, jump to get out of range. But it just feels most of the time lackluster. Passion UA, both sides dropping pretty low in their reserve time. And they're gonna have to show their hand probably here. They have essentially 3 BKB piercing tools on the side of Winter Bear with Hookshot, with Phoenix Egg, and with RP. Storm Spirits for the sniper matchup in mid. And then Passion UA still needs a safe laner. Winter Bear probably needs a safe laner, but obviously you could technically put the Magnus safe, even the sniper safe. I wouldn't do that, but you could. I mean, it's not actually that bad if you put sniper safe and you make Clockwork 5. I think. Yeah, they ban out the Morphling. I think that would have been a pretty good one for Winter Bear, as they don't have the best damage to kill a Morphling. Wraith King ban. I've seen some Wraith Kings. I haven't seen them be that successful. Skeleton army thing's pretty obnoxious always to deal with for heroes like Clockwork, for instance. I do hope to see one, like a last big surprise. Slark. Okay, the Slark ban. At the moment, I'd still say Ursa is not too bad for Passion UA. It can get a little bit of an annoyance against Clockwork, but that's to be expected. They banned the Bristle back. Then you definitely don't want to ban Ursa. I mean, what other heroes are left? No one plays Jug. CK is out of the question. I completely lost track of what the heroes are actually. There's no time left for Passion UA. Gotta choose now. And they're gonna go for the Ursa. Okay, then it's kind of surprising they banned the Bristle, considering Ursa is very solid against Bristle. And also, if this would be a Bristle off lane, you'd have Silencer against Bristle, which is so good in lane. Winter Bear. Against the Ursa, normally you want to get a kiting hero. You could also just go Viper off lane and destroy Ursa if you want. Razor. Or Tiny. And that should be a mid-Tiny with a safe lane sniper it is. Okay, so Clockwork 5, sniper safe, Tiny mid. Okay, I kind of like it. T'Challa on the offlane Magnus with the Phoenix. Can definitely deal with a Ursa in lane. One bad move and Ursa gets dragged back towards the tower, for instance, if you have the lane position. Sniper should be fine in the top lane against the Beastmaster, Ringmaster. If Clockwork is on his tippy toes, and mid, yeah, it should be okay between a Tiny and a Storm Spirit. That tends to be definitely a kill lane with a couple of levels on both these heroes and some rotations coming in from the side. Though the supports are definitely not the best gankers this game until Ringmaster gets the Rod of Atos. I do think that this is, on one hand, going to be a more active game, but more active for Winter Bear. But Bastion UA look to be trying to extend this game a bit more than last game. Also, Sniper is technically really good against Ursa because you have the quack knockbacks against Ursa, but it's not like that. It's actually pretty good. You get like Hurricane Pike plus the Shard, and then you're way out of reach for the Ursa most of the time. But they have, that's the thing, they have two supports on Bastion UA. Silencer can just AFK in base, really. Ringmaster stays somewhere nearby. And then you have Ursa, Blink, Beastmaster, Blink, Storm, Zip against a Sniper safe lane. That gets super scary. They have the counterplay, obviously, because they have the Tiny and Magnus and even Clockwork, so they have ways of protecting and keeping the Sniper alive. It does just get very dicey because of the heavy dive and catch on Passion UA. Well, Malfurion Storm Rage with pause. Radiant side, Winter Bear smoke up. Do they have a... Well, they have Clockwork, so they always have a decent level 1. They also have Sniper with Shrapnel. And the Gillisu Facet. I always forget that take aim gives you 20 armor. Wow. That's a lot of armor. And yeah, Butyuk queued up that he wants to go for the Ags this game. That means you're probably going to have Fernan stacking Ancients quickly. On the other side, they can also do exactly that. Sniper's not the greatest for it. No, well, he's decent with clearing it if he goes for max level shrapnel, but it depends on the build. And obviously, you have the Empower buff from Magnus, so he can clear it himself. If he's going to go for the Empower Magnus, it's likelier that he's going to go for Playmake Magnus with like Blink and stuff. But he did go for the Eternal Empowerment facet, so the Battle Fury like Empower buff on him the entire time. Smoke on smoke action. Last game they spotted each other top side. This time it's going to be a bottom side sneaky beaky. And this could be a little bit of a nice duel. But it's only... Oh, smoke breaks. Johnny gets the catch onto the Ringmaster. And that... Is it going to be first blood? He's slowed down. Shrapnel, tree, Fernan staying alive. But another shrapnel walks the separate direction. They do manage to get ahead with all 4 bounty runes picked up by the side of Passion UA. Fernan's doesn't die. Draker's going to be just fine as well. And Johnny Pro is being blocked by a boar. Okay, so nothing gained at the start there for Winterbear. Ouch.
Stop me if you've heard this one.
Clockwork bottom lane. Trying to get those cogs to bounce off of enemies, but they're going to be primarily just fine. You know, they ping out that the Phoenix is pretty far away. Actually, Delight needs to be careful because he's taking quite a lot of damage from the creeps and the Arcane Curse now. Well, Fury and Storm Rage. 3 last hits on the safe lane sniper. It has amazing attack animations and attack speed. It just has absolutely horrendous attack damage. And against the Beastmaster, who has the board to help him with last hits, it's always a bit tougher. Crystallize, trying to push Kachal out of the lane. But he doesn't have Earthshock yet on the Ursa, so he actually can't really do that much. The Phoenix is completely pushed out. Towards mid, but still versus Niche. Tiny versus Storm. Not surprising enough. Storm is very solid in harass spam against Tiny, but Tiny's got the big old tree grab that they secure most of the last hits. But there's no real aggressive move so far this game. Both sides just relaxing. I would say that I don't actually know who has the advantage if this would go late game. Because on one hand you have... Oh, Tiny, nice toss back onto Storm. Body block attempts. Niche takes a decent amount of damage, but not enough taken from the tower to warrant his life forfeit. Bottom lane, Batyuk dropping low. Johnny Pro can't really do much more. The headshots, are they there? Fernandes gets slowed down, but too far away. And Johnny Pro actually, first blood does get secured top lane. Johnny Pro still needs to be careful because of the boar spam. But Phoenix does get first blood on the silencer. Well, there is a rotation towards mid to secure the water rune. Top side, Phoenix is going to be able to grab it and make sure Storm does not get a bottle refill. That's very important. So Storm will struggle in spamming.
Radiant structures are fortified.
God, they're so low bottom lane. Niche in mid. But still with the toss back play onto the Storm Spirit rotation from Delight. But there's Fernandes coming in from the opposite direction. Throws out the whip. A still tiny drop in low. Does have the infused raindrops keeping him alive for now. But the tick isn't going to be enough with the Impalement Arch. Throws out the toss. Is going to get taken down. We'll find Fernandes as a response. But Niche is still alive in that mid position. And that's pretty impactful. But is very likely going to have to walk back to base. Wants to get his 6, I think, before he does it. But no, he's just going to walk back to base at this stage. All the creeps are dead. Has no HP, has no mana, has no chance to continue. Oh, Pastil rotates bottom. They give the mid lane a little bit to the Phoenix while they try to go for the Beastmaster. Johnny almost gets taken down. The boar is still chasing, but a rotation from the Tiny fails. As he is heading back towards mid. It is good farm time, or experience time at least for the Phoenix. And Niche is going to be the target. He's almost level 6. He just got level 6. Gets the zip out of there. Even Kachal rotates towards mid to secure the rune. Wow. They really don't want this Storm to have a game. Not that Kachal can do that much in the top lane against a level 5 Ursa. Johnny Pro needs to be a bit careful. He is very low. Ursa comes in from the side with Cracker as well. There's the jump onto the sniper. The cogs are actually keeping Malfurion out of range of his own tower. Delight, Icarus dive forward onto Batyuk. Will be able to find the kill. Does he find more, actually? The Phoenix finds himself too much with the shrapnel still ticking on. And the egg dropped out. Big, fat, juicy rotation from Delight, turning it into a dub for Winter Bear. Level 7 now on the Phoenix. Has his urn ready to be delivered, but what a play. They were all still stuck in the shrapnel trying to kill off the sniper. In comes the light. Hits everyone with the fire spirit, so they couldn't kill him off in time. Gets enough experience from those 3 kills to be able to get the supernova cast off. 204 Phoenix. He's a level 30 Phoenix player for a reason. Okay, that was a remarkable counterplay. Obviously, they did lose the sniper, but he still is a top net worth at the moment. Closing in on towards the mills. It's gonna be the Millstorm Dragonlance Hurricane Pike Mjolnir build, right? Isn't it? Johnny Pro, level 5.5, needs to get his level 6. Delight, diving forward, going for Fernandes, who's trying to stay alive. Pasil's on the other side. And toss up onto the Ringmaster, blows him up. Pasil gets a kill. As the Phoenix is involved with one more. Another one. ML Fury and Storm Rage. Aspa still nearby. They're looking for Batyuk, but Batyuk is going to spot it out. There's actually Fernan's TPing in. Cancels the TP. And the boards just get blown out with a random toss. But yeah, they won't be able to catch up Batyuk. Tiny is still a long way away from his blink, as he is the poorest of all the cores. The Charles also going blink. So both mid lane and off lane are looking to get blink first item on the side of Winter Bear for that fast initiation and catch. But still spotted out by Fernan's. Silencer is also in the area. He's almost level 6. But the big one is Johnny Pro is level 6. There's Avatar, Phoenix Egg as well. Batyuk taken care of. Johnny Pro hook shot in onto Fernan's. Catch the Ringmaster in position. Zip in from Niche. Can he keep himself alive? Onto Fernan's. Nope. They find the second kill and a massive rotation was made, but no one dies in response. It was a 4v5 fight. Storm was out of mana. Silencer was out of HP, and the Ursa even TP'd to help out, but nothing gained for their little skerfuffle. And again, the Phoenix got another kill. Damn, Delight. Crystallize. There's a hook shot in 10 seconds. Ava toss upwards. Crystallize drop in low. Has the rage hook shots available in 5 seconds. For if it was only there a little bit sooner. Fernan's came in from the side, so no longer going for that deeper chase on the Ursa. And Crystallize needs to just farm in safer territories at this stage. Illidan's got mills. Yeah, he's going Dragonlance. Resident Sleeper build. I mean, I don't know what necessarily is the other build on Sniper. I would assume this is the only one, because literally everyone plays it. I'm gonna check. Sniper, safe lane. I know Dota Pro Tracker is not really to be... Yeah, it's all the same builds. Oh, Tiny on the run, but still will get caught. And is dead once more. Had the Soul Ring flying in. He's now just starting to build his Blink Dagger. Oh, if they went the Scatter Shot, the other facet on safe lane, they did go from Mask of Madness first. Into Maelstrom, into Dragonlance. From the 30 games that are recorded. Johnny Pro, Zip comes in, Wheel of Wonder as well. Taken up, but still on the side. Niche actually doesn't have any mana left, so they find a quick counter kill onto the enemy mid. They lose Cracker. The Malfurion Storm Rage. The Giant Deer Man. And they're gonna steal the Ancient Stacks, which I think is a triple. Yeah, nice little triple stack Ancients picked up for Winter Bear.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Jump in, RP onto the Silencer, get that kill. There's the toss up on the Storm as well, needs to get himself out there. TP's in, immediately loses half his mana.
Dire's middle tower is under
and yeah, they're just shredding them right now. Malfurion is about 2k net worth ahead of the Ursa. Of course, the Ursa will have his farm speed increase significantly once the Battle Fury is done.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom
The
tower
Sniper's almost done with the full on Mjolnir. There's an Ava toss up. Amplified damage is going to be enough. Dive away from Niche. Assassinate. Sidestep. Nice. Ball lightning in aggressively. Hook shot in onto the Beastmaster. Throws out the roar. Blows up the power card. with the help of the tower and walks it off. So they're aggressively hunting. They don't get the catches. This is actually pretty good for Passion UA as they are delaying any
Is under attack.
deaths at the very least for the time being.
Dire's bottom tower.
Experience Shrine is almost up. Aggressive Icarus Dive. Shrine of Experience is going to get picked up by Pastil. I mean, the Phoenix is ahead of the Tiny, so it's not surprising the Tiny gets the Shrine of Wisdom. Level 10 Phoenix, by the way. Higher than his mid. Higher than the enemy's mid as well, because Storm is just about to reach level 10. Damn, Delight.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As Kachal has his Blink Dagger. Hasn't really joined any of the fights, but Yuk, Avalanche is going to get taken care of. Phoenix Egg will go off. Still doesn't have his Blink yet. Kachal does, and he is trying to catch up to the Storm, but Storm has way too much mana still left. He'll be able to disengage, crystallize, take the gateway, go the other direction. Tormentor is up. They're going to go for it. This is actually a very sneaky beaky steal. Storm needs to zip out or he dies. And they steal the Tormentor, which Kraker gets a nice shard. So he gets the 3 brain drain intelligence steal. One other thing that I don't like to see is Silencer is queued up that... Well, yeah, no, I don't like to see it. He's queued up that he wants to go hand to Midas. Your pulse, 5, Silencer. Hook shot in, Silencer dead, once more. I mean, it does show exactly the game plan. If you're going for a hand of Midas on your pulse 5 Silencer, you're looking to play a very long game. The downside is, there's on the enemy side, you have a Tiny and a Sniper. 2 heroes that are really content at blowing up your high ground. Sniper doesn't have to get close. Tiny blows it up in 3 hits, especially if he gets the Empower buff from the Magnus added on top. And their high ground defense on Passion UA is not that great until Beastmaster gets Blink and Ursa gets Blink. Blink is close on the Ursa, that's a big plus. Beastmaster has the Ags now done. Should also open an avenue towards Roche, as they have an Ursa and a Beastmaster, but it's lies. What is Niche doing? Why is he over there? I completely lost track of the fact that he was ever anywhere towards the Radiance tier 3 tower. Big TP's coming in though. Kachal needs to be careful. Roy gets thrown out onto the Magnus. They're going to go for the Snipers. Global Silence gets used. Sniper's in trouble. Kachal is dead. They lose 2 cores, and that net worth advantage they previously had, completely gone. The light TPing back makes it very rough to honestly continue making a play. And with the Ags done on the Beastmaster, he's also a very scary hero at this stage. Blink Dagger Ursa. Not going to take too long until Beastmaster has his Blink. Clockwork. Get the Crimson Guard cast off in time. Pastil needs more to be able to get the counter jump for a kill. But they are going to go in for the Ursa. Toss back, drop in low, does heal up a little bit. The light, Phoenix Egg gets thrown in the mix. RP onto 2, chase in for Niche. Niche gets the zip away. And they do again off the back of that Phoenix. Get themselves 2 important kills. Malfurion Storm Rage gets both of them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As he is going for that Hurricane Pike. Into Shard, into Lincoln's. Into Roche. Trying to get that first age of the game. Deny it from specifically that Beastmaster. Impa still, okay, so he's going Echo Saber on the Tiny, which looks more in line with extra core Tiny with the right clicks. I'm baffled at the fact that, oh, Silencer got a free shard, that's why. I was... Oh, Fernand's will get caught. Has a Rod of Atos. Tries to dodge everything, but eventually will still lose his life. But yeah, I was surprised by the fact that Fernand's and Kraker are so close to Delight in terms of net worth. Considering he's 4-0 and 13 on the Phoenix with 43 last hits.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Crystallize staying a little bit hidden top side. Walks past them.
Dire's top
As they
tower has
have
fallen.
only the tier 2 tower bottom lane left standing on the side of Passion UA for their outer towers. Rune is top regen for Tiny. Oh, he's actually decided to go for more support Tiny. He's building up a Yules. This is actually a very heads up choice. Because I was thinking, you know, extra core Tiny is great. But they have a Magnus with Yules. Speaking of which, he's about to die bottom lane. I think he might have been able to cast the Yules there. They actually canceled 2 TPs because of it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Taking the gateway, Delight. Oof. They were right on the other side. But they're coming in from behind. Niche is the target. Smoke is going to break. He finds 2 targets. Gets the Avatos in. Hook shot from Johnny Pro, but he needs a little bit more backup in the area. Delight has a Phoenix egg to throw out. Global Silence gets used. Yules himself has the egg for round number 2 if it's even needed. They will lose Batyuk. Niche gets the TP out of there just in the nick of time and not even using the Phoenix egg. But there's a Yules on Phoenix. There is a Yules on Magnus. There is a Yules soon to be done on Tiny. And those are all just every single time Ursa would enrage, you just Yules him in the fight. Opa still. Zip in. He's going to get jumped. And he tried to go for the Shrine of Wisdom, but is going to get caught out. The rest of his team was too far away. Help. And now he just finished up his Yule Scepter, so... I mean, it's interesting to see. He's also going Octarine Core, so he's just there to try and control the Ursa and keep him away from the Sniper. But Sniper's next items are Ag Shard plus Lincoln, so that, yeah, like... It's going to take a while until Sniper actually pops up the big damage.
Over here now.
Ooh, Yules himself. Spike Chull goes back. Gotta be careful of the Wheel of Wonder. Hook shot in onto Niche, but they're going all over the place right now with no solid catches, especially because Tiny just respawned.
Coin for me.
Storm is going Kaya Sanj. Ursa has... He's almost done with the BKB. He wants to go Nullifier next.
Dire structures are fortified.
And... Okay, they fortify the creeps immediately at the tier 3 tower. But this is the beauty of Sniper with this ghillie suit facet. You can just shrapnel the high ground for a very long time and just keep spamming edge shot, edge shot. Well, not really, because you can't really shoot the head of a tower. But it's dropping.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And he's just there. Creep waves are being cut in the meantime. Yules onto Storm. RP. The root lands. Oh, Global Silence keeps him alive. And Niche. Does he get away? There's a hook shot available. And they will catch out Fernand's instead, but Storm gets out of there. Oh, Fernand's is still alive. Very elusive little bugger on the Ringmaster.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ava attempt, wanted to go for the toss back. Does get the toss back onto Silencer. Heal's going to be needed here.
Is under attack.
As Bastille is back to full HP. The tier 3 tower is almost gone. Doesn't look like they're going to stay around to finish it off.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Phoenix has bought out a shard, so now you've got the Sunray and Phoenix in Supernova. Available. Magnus is also going for Lincoln's, but still, as I mentioned, Octarine on the other side. But Yuk, he's got the BKB, Blink, and Roar available. Smoke gets broken, but there's no Sentry available. They actually don't have any. Oh, Silencer has it. Speaking of Silencer, Breaker has the Hand of Midas now done, and he is going for the Ags. He's got 2 pieces of the Aghanim Scepter finished. And because he has the Shard, if he gets Ags, he can steal so much int in the game.
Dire are scanning.
Jump in. On to Silencer. Kraker does get caught out. But bottom side, they know that Tormentor's up and they're going to head there quickly. Passion UA trying to clear it in time. They're going to be pretty low in HP. Rocket Flare spots it out. They need to get away. Storm Spirit gets a free shard. Kachal from the side. But Crystallize gets the TP out of there. Batyuk. Ooh, Fernand's RP. Batyuk, can he get away? Hook shot. In onto the Beastmaster. He pops the BKB. Throws out the Roar onto the Clockwork. And Johnny Pro needs help right now, otherwise he is gone. He's going to lose his life. The Phoenix Egg is going to be forced to be popped.
Radiant structures.
They do find themselves Batyuk and Furnace. They did lose the Clockwork in response, and of course another Tormentor. So no free shards for the Radiant side just yet. Passion UA sneaky with them steals.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Towards mid, Kachal. Ooh, Pastillo almost gets the Ava catch. Wanted to go for the tossback play, but now the Tiny is in trouble. Skewer, nice attempt by Kachal. Pops the BKB, needs to be careful as they are chasing him for more. Crystallized, BKB used, and his Enrage also on cooldown. They get the catch onto the Storm. He has no mana, gets the... Okay, it looked like he had no mana. Still gets a pretty big zip out of there. Damn. A lot bigger of a zip than I would have expected. And they lose the Tiny once more. Malfurion Storm Rage got Lincoln's done. Next item's going to be the Daedalus to finally build up some damage. But Roche number 2 is up, and that should get them the banner to help push high ground. Will anyone go for an attempted steal? No, no one even in the vicinity. Beastmaster Shivas. Ursa Nullifier is getting close. And Parasma finished up on the Storm Spirit. Also level 18 now, so he's got the big ball of lightning speed. Very close for the Octarine Core on the Tiny. Octarine Core, E-Blade. Like, he's doing everything just to counter the Ursa. I like it. Breaker is 500 gold away from Ags.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And on the side, Bachuk gets Aurorian onto the Magnus, zip in as well. Wheel of Wonder on top. The taunt is there. They lose 2 immediately, looking for a continuation of the fight. But Sniper is very deep on behind enemy lines. The Lights Phoenix Egg just ended. And can they get the Sniper completely out of there? They're still chasing, but a huge catch there from Passion UA. As they delayed usage of that Aegis and found, I mean, the perfect target with that Roar used on the RP carrying Kachal. And that should give enough time for Kraker with that Animitis to be able to get his... yeah. He's going to have the Aghanim Scepter now delivered. That's pretty rough to deal with. Global Silence applies Arcane Curse to heroes for the duration of Global Silence. Well, the moment he pops Global Silence, they also cannot blink. Which is kind of important against a hero like Tiny and Magnus. So they can't, like... I mean, they can still get rid of it with the debuff removers. They just don't have any. Except for BKBs, I guess, and Yulz's. They have plenty of Yulz's.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Vernon's. He threw out one impalement out to mid. Oh! Kachal misses the skewer completely. We're still trying to catch up. Still had the illusion rune. Chasing in after Fernan's. He does find him, and they do manage to get the kill. The neutrals get the kill onto Fernan's. They don't even secure it themselves. Ow. Winterbear having a couple of mistakes now in a row. But they are going to start pushing up that high ground. Range racks are the target first, and then the melee racks to get the full set. From behind, a smoke gank attempt. They have that global, the global from Silencer with the Ags. So close at blowing up the melee racks, but from behind, Ursa's nearby. They're looking to get the catch. Johnny Pro knows something funky's up. There's the Silencer. Global Silence gets used. Yules is immediately interrupted thanks to the Nullifier reveal. Phoenix buys back. They lose the Silencer's first life on the side. They're going in for round number 2. He doesn't have any way out. RP comes in a little bit too late by Kachal, and now they need to run away. BKB enraged from the Ursa. He's untouchable at this stage, but still is just standing there, trying to get the TP away. Gets the TP to safety. No Basher on the Ursa, so no way to interrupt the TP. Delight needs to get out. Chased by the Storm Spirit. Has no dive available. Can they catch back up? Storm is very close. But yeah, Crystallite, that's the... Okay, he's not going to go for the aggressive, more aggressive jump. And right now, Passion UA in a very comfortable spot. The Sniper just got instantly rinsed. Aegis got popped, and then a half a second later he was dead.
Radiant are scanning.
And without the Sniper, they have no damage. I mean, except for the Phoenix, I guess. But Phoenix has the Yules. And because of the Yules, because of the Nullifier, Yules didn't really do anything. Couldn't get that Phoenix egg going. So you're probably going to need to get another way to dispel, aka Lotus Orb, I guess. I mean, Lotus Orb this game... Last game I found it kind of weird if they would go for it. This game, it's such a good Lotus Orb game. They have a bunch of dots. They have a Rod of Aethos on Ringmaster. They have Roar on Beastmaster. They have Storm Spirit with, of course, the... well, he actually has Ags now. I don't know if Ags also has that change that it still counts as single target with Lotus.
Radiant are scanning.
They have Silencer with Global, obviously. And eventually there will be Ursa with the Abyssal. But same with Nullifier, it's well reflected. Which in Ursa's case would mean that he loses overpower if if Nullifier gets spell reflected, which is actually kind of fun. but they don't have a Lotus or anytime soon. Ava toss onto the Storm. He gets away. Kachal not going to be so lucky. The global silence comes in. Wheel of Wonder. They can't look that direction. In a lot of trouble. But still tries to stay alive. Actually, the Storm Spirit is going to be the one taking down the Phoenix. Can they kill it off in time? It seems so. But still's roared up. He's dead. Sniper popping up as much. Hurt by Crystallize. He's not even taking that much damage in the process. And there was a buyback coming out. Crystallize finally does get controlled up and popped into oblivion. So they do manage to take down the two main cores of Passion UA. Kachal wants more though. He bought back for this. Gets the Yule's catch on the silencer. Pesky little Kraker will be found and finished. And they do find a couple of kills, but it is still very scary. Beastmaster's just going to cut the creep wave in mid as well to make sure they can't go for any more high ground pushes. Not that they were in any position to make a high ground push on the side of Winter Bear. Not with the Tiny Dead and Kachal's buyback used. Oh, Roar comes in, trying to go for the sniper. BKB used. Sniper has no way out, no TP, no nothing. Throws everything he has, but the Beastmaster solos the sniper and just walks it off. Yeah, no Satanic on the sniper. He also bought a 4-staff on Beastmaster just to pop the Lincolns, so he could get the Roar. Well, now, 15k net with lead for Passion UA. And the next Roche is going to have that refresher. That's going to be pretty juicy. Niche with the zip in. Has that ag, so you got to be careful with the AoE Electric Vortex. Counterward shenanigans come in. Johnny Pro gets taken care of. Skewer onto the low ground. Silencer actually gets put in a position where he is currently safe. Kachal tries to TP out, but instantly gets bashed up by the Ursa. And Kachal is kind of skewered to the side. Niche wants to pump out damage. They have a sniper available. Niche actually needs to be a little bit careful with his HP pool. Johnny Pro bought back. Can they get any catches? No, they've got 4 staffs and blink daggers on everyone. And they get out. Could have been a lot worse. Wasn't great, but could have been a lot worse. Because if Kachal dies right there, that's a dieback, and then... I mean, even then, pushing high ground onto Winterbear's lineup is very hard. They have, you know, Blink RP, they have Tiny Tossback, they have Hook Shot. Sniper is an amazing high ground defender as well. Crystallize, gonna get dragged back. Still has BKB and Rage. But they're tossing him... Okay, this time he just tossed him up instead of back. Oh no, he got bounced by the power cog. Okay. And they're going into Roche? Wow. Okay, this is ballsy. The entirety of Passion UA smoked up. Roar comes out. That's why it's ballsy, because they know they're coming. In from behind. But still knows where they're at. Zip comes out. There's going to be a big catch. Wheel of Wonder inside the pit. They already lost 2. And they steal Roshan. Phoenix Egg on the back end. Doesn't do quite a lot. Niche is dropping low. Almost taken down on that Storm Spirit. But almost is not enough. Now Delight with the Icarus dive back. Malfurion and Storm Rage. Same story. But they've got the Aegis. Oh, Delight doesn't have a TP. Delight doesn't have a buyback either. Delight doesn't have a life. Storm survives through all of that, and yeah, I mean, that was a really good catch. AoE Electric Vortex with Wheel of Wonder is just too much of a lockdown. Wrecker staying alive. Crystallized chasing. Spot out the sniper. He is under ward vision. Jump in onto sniper, and he is dead without any response. Can only throw out a concussion grenade. And now they don't have sniper for 80 seconds when the enemy is pushing high ground. That's a big ouch. That's a huge ouch. Abyssal Blade's also almost done on the Ursa. All outer towers are going to be gone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They don't know that he doesn't have a buyback though. So they still have to be a little bit wary of possible tossback, RP, catch play, but Age is on the Ursa. Storm has the cheese. Refresher orb on silences, so you got double global silence. Hook shot in, global silence gets used. Phoenix doesn't even have the egg available. Second silence comes out, is dead. Their attention is towards Bastille. Can they heal him up enough? Oh, in the fountain, he stays alive.
Top tower has fallen.
Sniper's up in 20,
Are fortified.
and it only cost a Phoenix buyback.
Are under attack.
As they're still alive, RP onto 2, gets the drag back, Phoenix Egg underneath, a lot of damage comes out, Aegis is popped, Storm Spirit gets the cheese eaten. Can they go for more? Delight heals himself up, gets the dive back, gets roared up, they know that he's a dieback if he falters. Delight is still alive, ticking down, eventually does get taken out of commission, Sniper is back, and Hookshot gets tagged! Crystallize cannot TP out, he tried to go for the BKB TP. Still TP's through. Do they keep the Ursa going? He is tossed up. He is dead. And they did not get the racks. Case in for more. We'll find Fernance for an added extra kill. But Ursa is dead for 90 seconds. Bought out the Abyssal Blade. They still did not get rid of any racks in the process. But it is a 24k net worth lead for the Dire side. Nice RP catch from Kachal there. Onto the Phoenix Egg. A little bit too literally on the Phoenix Egg. As he went right through it. Oh, Storm. No BKB on Niche, so that's going to force silences global. Both the Tiny and Magnus have Lincolns, but no one has freaking Lotus in this game. I don't know why. Clockwork has Ags. Phoenix is still building up the Shivas, which he's been trying to build up for the last 20 minutes. He's actually now bottom of all the heroes in terms of net worth on the Phoenix. But this is such a good Lotus game. Especially now that the Abyssal is also done. So you got Abyssal, Nullifier that you can Lotus, Spell Reflect. You got the Roar, obviously. Get rid of the Global Silence. The Ringmaster, Pesky Dots, and Rod of Atos. Ringmaster is also going for the Aghanim Scepter, so you're going to have double Escape Act. As they are struggling against that Escape Act. They need a Nullifier themselves to be able to just pop it onto anyone and kill him before the Escape Act pops through. Because I think that's the biggest issue here, is if they have a Nullifier on Winterbear, throw it onto, let's say, Storm Spirit, then Storm Spirit cannot, like, Escape Act gets dispelled at that stage. Beastmaster wants Aghanim Blessing plus Refresher Orb. And he's not too far off. He's level 20 freaking 7. Storm just got 25, so he has the overload attack bounce facet. Talent, which is super good. Kachal, Link got popped. Global Silence used as well. He has a BKB, but can he even get out of there? They have the second Global Silence in case it's needed. Chasing after the Beastmaster, and now he's the one in trouble. Tossed up, but you gets taken down. 4-kill streak. That's over 2k gold going in favor of Winter Bear. Has a buyback available. And they do still have a Global Silence with the refresher. Sniper is closing in on level 25. I guess max headshot knockback distance? Okay, Storm is just spotted on the high ground with the rocket flare spam. So that has to be a little bit careful. Magnus is also close to his level 25. I guess RP stun duration. And now it's Winter Bear knocking on Passion UA's high ground, but they really shouldn't attempt to go, as we saw how fast Sniper dies. I mean, he's got Satanic now, but even then he just gets... he doesn't have BKB on Sniper, so he straight up just gets nullified and then can't do anything. Now level 25, RP stun duration increase. Now it's a 4.3 second stun. Still going Wind Waker. Nullifies. Oh, Urn of Shadows just dropped. Oh, I guess he's selling it. So you can buy the Shiva's recipe, maybe. Yep. Sold it, buying out the Shiva's recipe. Roche can spawn in the next couple of minutes.
Dire are scanning.
Dire smoke up. They scanned the Roche pit and saw someone was in the pit, so they... But someone left the pit. So now they don't know. Also, in the meantime, Pastil, okay, he TPs towards mid to join his team. Beastmaster has bots level 2, so he can easily join the fight quickly with the global TP. Pastil gets jumped. RP onto 2 global silences get used. Pastil, Yule Scepter. Can he get himself out of there? Global Silence comes out number 2. They're on the run. Buyback comes out from the tiny big Phoenix Egg, but is it going to be enough? Johnny Pro is spamming everything he has and then some. They're going for the Beastmaster, but they lost the Sniper without a buyback. Beastmaster gets dragged back, but you're taken down. But there is... Okay, Sniper just got enough gold for the buyback available. It's double buyback on the Radiant side used. They only lost the Beastmaster on the Dire, but also Global Silence was used twice in that. Dire doesn't have much more to work with currently. Are they going to attempt to defend? But Roche is still not up just yet. Yeah, there's a Magnus right behind Crystallize. Oh, they're just right next to each other. Hello? Wow! That was the slowest response I've seen in a long time. Okay, they both just walk past each other and then, oh! It's an enemy! Refresher available on Magnus now. So he does have another RP in case it's needed, but could also go for the... Oh, Kachal. If he dies, it's a dieback, and you're up against a Storm Spirit. Roche is up. Both teams know it's up. And the Dire is going to go for Roche. We're still TPing in. But this, the ward vision here from Passion UA is so important. The 2 wards in mid, they spot almost everything. They know exactly where Winter Bear are playing from. Yeah, would he be invis? Slice? Kachal would be such a good catch. I mean, both Kachal and Pastil would be really good catches. Ava, RP, Global Silence gets used. Kachal, can he get away? He's trying to disengage, Yules himself up in trouble. Has a refresher in case he can get it off, but he can't even get the cost going. Phoenix Egg is in the mix. They're not going to go for the Phoenix Egg right now. It's going to go Bluey, but Jug burns to the Phoenix Egg. Dive from the light, going deeper, holds the Ursa in place. But the problem is they're going to go in for Melchior, Storm Mage, and Sniper is dead. Buyback is available on both the Phoenix and the Sniper, but they lost again the Magnus. This time available, no buyback available for him. He doesn't have the money for buyback. Actually, he didn't buy back in the previous engagement. And that's problematic because, yeah, he does have a refresher, but couldn't get the second RP off thanks to the power of Global Silence. And of course, Ursa with big, fat, juicy Abyssal Blade bashes. Now Beastmaster, who of course bought back, has the Aegis, is almost level 30. Then he'll have no Wild Axe cooldown. Huh, cool. Ursa is level 15. Level 28. Storm 27. So they're getting all their secondary talents. One more fight, it seems, for Winter Bear is all they have. They lose it in their base. This is over, said and done. This will take us to a game number 3, which is very likely at this stage. 2 sets of racks gone. They have only 1 RP because before Kachal died, he did pop his refresher orb. So he doesn't actually have a refresher orb available right now.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
The rocket flare spam is doing quite a lot of harass damage. But Passion UA playing it safe. Storm also has the refresher shard, so he's got the double electric vortex. Has Octarine core. And an extra 6k gold. Ursa could go for the... I think it's a big surplus. He can't actually buy the Aghanim's Blessing, I think. Oh no, he's close, but he can't buy the full Aghanim's Blessing. Kachal, gotta be careful. Has the secondary RP available in 10 seconds. And Bachuk is looking for a catch. Oh, Tiny in trouble. Global Silence gets used, and Tiny is dead. Backline jump onto 3! AoE Electric Vortex catches everyone. Buyback comes out from the Sniper immediately. Magnus gets shot. Can he get himself back towards the base? RP gets thrown out, but it's not going to connect. He loses his life, and they will not have the Magnus. Slowly but surely, Niche walking right in. Illidan Storm Rage. There's going to be another Electric Vortex. He eats the cheese onto the Storm. He's man-fighting him on the backline. Hookshot comes in, but he's just the distraction while they go for Megas. As Niche zips back out to safer territories, and we'll even go for the TP back to base. Oh, what a catch from Niche. Almost all the damage in that fight was from the Storm Spirit with the Shard and Overload attack bounce.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks.
Zip in from the Storm. Dive forward. The light doesn't have the egg for another 45. But that is going to be Megas secured. They have a lineup that is pretty okay against Megas. I mean, the worst part, at this stage, you're so far into the game. The thought process for me would be, wouldn't it be better if Tiny went for right-click build? But yeah, I would have expected a 54-minute game. Finally, the first load storm is being finally done up on the side of Winter Bear. It's such a value item, this game. And they only just got the first. I mean, it's nice that they all have Yule Scepters, but if there's a Nullifier on the other side, all those Yule Scepters feel like doo-doo.
Goodness.
And the Aegis just got reclaimed on the side of Passion UA. Alfurion Storm Rage is top of the Radiant cores, but bottom of all of the Dyers. As this Batyux Beastmaster has almost 41k net worth. Seems legit. Niche. Scythe of Ice now done on the Storm Spirit as well. Crystallized God, he's going Swift Blink. I mean, the Silencer is about to overtake the Magnus in terms of farm. The Hand of Midas pick. It was a godsend, as he also stole 58 int this game. So he has 175 int on the Silencer. Queued up the Overwhelming Blink. I don't know about that, but... has had probably the most impact this game of anyone with those global silences. And now it's just waiting until one of the Winter Bear players gets jumped again. Like, that's just it. Winter Bear is waiting to get jumped the entire game.
Scanning.
Smoke breaks, but still, there he's gonna get jumped. Roar comes out. Phoenix Egg is not gonna be able to keep him alive, and Silencer refreshes. They have a buyback available onto Brazil. But yeah, it's just waiting to get jumped. And the worst part is just not having anything, not being able to save him. Like, you see, currently Johnny Pro is just standing, like, he's got the Lotus. He's standing in the fountain spamming rocket flares. A tiny mid with a Blink, Wind Waker, Octarine Lincolns. Feels very sadness. And all these Radiant heroes are getting dumber by the minute.
Oh, what'd I miss?
What does Fernand's actually have? Okay, he's close to the site. Vice has the Aghanim Scepter. The double escape act. Sniper, what's he even going for? Oh, he's got the magnifying monocle. We are almost at tier 5. I don't think I've casted a single game.
Over here now.
No, I've casted one. Have I casted a series? I think I've... No, I don't think I've casted a series yet with the new neutral items.
I'm over here.
So I am pretty curious to see what combinations people make. Beastmaster is level 30. Wild Axis with no cooldown. One more minute. They're just gonna get Roche tier 5 items and then one last hurrah. 60k net worth advantage. 60,000 gold ahead in 59 minutes. So actually more than 1,000 gold net worth advantage per minute at this stage. Oh, on the side, Johnny Pro tried to get the experience. Well, he is invis. Glimmer keeps him alive for now. And he gets out. Oh, no, he doesn't get out. There's Niche. But still, secondary silence comes out. Has the Wind Waker. Can he get away? Yes, he can. Well, Kachal loses his life bottom side. Oh, that is sad. Entire Winter Bears focus on one angle, and then Kachal's like, okay, I can get a little bit of extra farm. In comes Batyuk. Beastmaster Extraordinaire. Swift Link. Refresher, Shivas, BKB, Bots 2. Added Force Staff. Has a Whisper of the Dread for the extra 10% spell damage increase. Well, let's see. Ursa has got Fallen Sky with status resistance and base attack damage. They're gonna head into the Roche pit. Let's see what else they're building. Ooh, Storm Spirit with Minotaur Horn and debuff duration increase and spell amplification. Book of the Dead on Silence with debuff duration increase and spell amplification. Oh, that one's filthy. Spider Legs with attack range and cast range. 350 cast range on Beastmaster. Finds Pastille on the side. Has the mules, but can't even get the Wind Waker cast off. Sunlock is too long. Ringmaster even has a Fallen Sky.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
With Fleet-footed, 115 movement speed increase. Yeah, he doesn't have boots. And oh, zip in from Niche, gets a 2-man catch. They lose. Phoenix just like that. Storm just absolutely rinses them, as the Minotaur Horn as well. I mean, the Minotaur Horn is just that mini BKB on a 30-second cooldown, 2 seconds of immunity. Crystallize using Fallen Sky for pushing purpose. Dive forward. There's going to be the Wheel of Wonder. They're going to get taunted up as well, and Crystallize jumps right back in. The buybacks are going to need to be all used to try and defend it, as their tier 4s have dropped.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Tiny still has a buyback available. Global Silence number 2 comes out. Kachal, can he get away? There's going to be a dive in onto the Phoenix. No egg to be popped. Score comes in. RP onto Kachal. Gets bashed up though by Crystallized. Kachal dive back. And now it is going to be just a finisher. The Ancients under siege. Priscilla with the toss back. Is there going to be enough to keep this going? They have one more fortification. Niche is actually dropping pretty low. Edge shots, luckily enough, do not continue. There's going to be a jump in from Patute. And the hook shot will hold the Beastmaster in place. Is going to be able to get out of dodge and stay alive. The toss. Johnny Pro gets yeeted on top of an enemy. And Crystallize is just going in for the sniper catch. Nice catch from Niche and superb play from the Storm Spirit. 19-3 and 20 on the Storm. The global silencers, almost impossible to fight into. But also, very importantly, those AoE Electric Vortex catches. They just, like, every single time he used it, pretty much, he got a 2-hero or 3-hero catch in those fights, and they just had nothing they could do. Big props to Passion UA. Took 103 hours and 3 minutes to secure the game, but they do manage to take the win in the end. That does, of course, mean we have a third game to be played. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short little break and get everything ready for the final game in the series. We'll be right back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the decider between Passion UA and Winter Bear. Game number 3 draft is on its way. First couple of bans come through the cracks. And so far, they're the same bans of the previous game. However, I would assume Beastmaster is going to get banned out this time around by Winter Bear. Yeah, primarily because they just got destroyed by Batyuk on that Beastmaster. Oh, but now they also have to make a choice. Because they banned AA, either you ban TB, Beastmaster, or PA. Yeah, they banned the Beastmaster, so I would assume Passion UA bans out. TB picks up PA, or the other way around, bans PA, picks up TB. I would assume. I would, yeah. From last game, I mean, what was the most important? Silence was a big one. I think Fernandes has showed up in both games so far. In game 1, obviously on the Muerta, but in game 2, he looked really good as well on the pesky Ringmaster. Winter Bear, like, Delight was so well off in that early mid game on the Phoenix, and then just completely fell off the face. He spent about 20 minutes to just build the recipe for Shiva's Guard. That's how long he was busy with the Shiva's Guard. Where it would normally be a game where he'd have a Lotus at quite a decent timing, so that he could get the egg cost off and nullify get spell reflected. I do think that was, like, Winter Bear was so focused on Yule Scepters and Lincoln Spheres that they completely forgot about the Load Storm to get the Dispel, because they had no Dispel. The Global Silence came out and they were done. Like, it was, you're dead. And that's what they really got rinsed at because of. And there's going to be the Terrorblade. Jakiro, of course, on Passion UA. I mean, it's always solid. They did lose game 1 with Jakiro, though. But Terrorblade, off lane, safe lane, still flexible as what is probably the safe lane, but it wouldn't be too surprising if they swap it around a little bit. And now that Beastmaster is, of course, banned, it's a lot easier to play TB, as Beastmaster is a really good counter for it. They can remove that Muerta. I would really like to see another Fernandes Muerta. But maybe we get to see him play another hero. He's definitely the player on Passion UA that I keep my eyes on the most. Obviously, Batyuk looked really good on the Beastmaster, and Cracker played a phenomenal silencing game, same with Niche with the big dives into AoE Electric Vortex catches. But I think Fernandes is especially the player on Passion UA that is impressing me the most. On Winter Bear, I mean, in game 1, it was definitely Bastille and a lot Kachal as well, but in game 2, both of them just got caught so many times. PA removal. There's the Global Silence now for Winter Bear. So that should be Johnny Pro's hero. Could also go to Delight, but it tends to be more of a +5 than a +4. And Winter Bear go for the Wind Ranger. So we get 3 games, 3 different heroes for Fernandes. Add in Doom. Doom is always weird of a pick. It counters any region-based hero, so like they can't go for a Huskar, for instance, on Winter Bear. But against TB, like you doom the TB, then it's okay. But TB can health swap with someone else to keep them alive in case it goes wrong. But yeah, most of the time your focus is going to be dooming the TB, and if they have Global Silence added into the mix, hell, if they added a Centaur as an offlane for Winter Bear, for instance, then you pop Doom from Doom, and then either Global Silence or Stampede could be enough to keep you alive. I mean, not always, because of course Wind Ranger has Shackle Shot, Shikiro has the Ice Bath, so they have very solid long duration stuns on Passion UA, and Doom also has these days the Tendrils of the Deep, the new AoE stun, pretty much a mini Ravage that comes off of the new neutral creeps. That is busted level strong. Ooh, Lynx again. So I guess this is Delight's hero once more, unless they're going to flex it towards that safe lane. They have no stuns on 3 heroes, though. If Global Silence on Silencer, that is it. Up against a lineup that has 3 heroes with multiple stuns. So what's the idea here behind Winter Bear's draft? Mars, yeah, they played that in game 1 as well. Mars clings as the offlane duo, which is likely going to be the same here. Silencer Terrorblade being the safe lane duo, and then they just need a mid laner. They have last pick this time around. I don't know if they had it last game. They did have last pick last game. And they went, I think, tiny last pick. I would say Quap is... I mean, the problem is Doom, right? Quap makes it a bit scary to play against Doom. Also, they still only have the Mars with the Spear stun as their only CC, so... Puck might be an idea to go for. However, almost everyone bans Puck in the last phase if you still need a mid laner. Angolier wouldn't be that bad of a choice for Pastille. Obviously, getting Doom sucks, but it's a good stun lock duration. But it really depends on what Passion UA are going to go for. Like, they know their safe lane and off lane duo setup, so you could probably pick up your... You can go 2 routes. You pick up your safe laner right now, and then you set everything up for your mid laner, or you pick your mid laner and ban the heroes he sucks against. So let's say you pick up your... Well, they pick up their mid laner, which is the Kunkka, and then you would... I don't know necessarily what Kunkka sucks against. I don't really think anything. The Huskar, but if they have a Wind Ranger and a Doom, they're not going to pick Huskar against you. Monkey, I guess. I mean, Quap even loses against Kunkka these days because of the Kunkka's whip damage being too much. Normally it was Quap picked up against Kunkka to counter him, but it's just not good value anymore. Yeah, OD would... I mean, I always like OD. I haven't seen much OD. Like, it got played a lot, I think, in the... was it the Dream League qualifiers? Was it before the Dream League qualifiers? I think it was before the Dream League qualifiers, which was... Fisher or something? I don't know. But they had a lot of OD picks, and then they kind of stopped because OD didn't really win that much. But OD is okay. Again, it was pretty good against Kunkka because you have the X mark, the dodge of the X mark with the Astral Imprisonment, which is always nice. And you can do a lot of damage if onto whoever the enemy safe laner is, really. Wraith King ban, I would say Oh, the Ursa. Yeah, the Ursa. I mean, game 1, they didn't have the biggest problems with it, I think. Oh, sorry, no, Ursa was game 2. What was their game 1 safe laner? Monkey, they had Radiant's Monkey game 1. Yeah, no, that Crystallized went for the... That didn't really mount up to much. Slark is still available. Wouldn't be the weirdest choice for Passion UA, considering there's almost no lockdown for Winter Bear. And Slark can, of course, inside the arena, drop the shard effect, so you can't even kill people inside the arena. I would like to see a Slark for Passion UA. What? Kunkka safe? Doom safe. I mean, it's been done in the past. Okay, I guess Kunkka safe. Bango? I don't know. Ember Spirit. Okay. Is it actually a crystallized Kunkka safe? No, it's Kunkka offlane. So it is a safe lane Doom. I've casted a safe lane Doom in a match in South American close qualifiers for Dream League. It did terribly. But, okay. Safe lane Doom. Let's see. Let's get this going. I really did not see this one coming at all. Oh, this is a bit of a surprise to me. I don't really know. Like, is it gonna do anything for that matter? Probably not. Okay, so let's see. You have a Terrorblade Silencer up against a Kunkka plus Wind Ranger. That should actually not be a bad lane for the Kunkka plus Wind Ranger. Then you have a Puck mid versus Ember, pretty 50-50. And a Doom Jakiro versus a Klinks Mars. Actually, Doom should win that lane, I think. So I guess the lane would be in their favor. You drop the Doom every single time onto Terrorblade? And you just try and kill him. I mean, with power shots, you also have a lot of that magic damage to deal with him. You've got the Kunkka Ghost Ship, so you have a lot of sustain. Puck is very elusive. Doom is very tanky. It's just strange to see that switch up. I do like Winter Bear draft a little bit. I don't actually know if I like the draft a little bit more. It's because the Doom has like their lockdown is very minimal. They have one stun, which is the Mars. That's all the stuns they have. They do have a root, so they can at least interrupt a TP. But Klinks, Terrorblade, and Silencer have combined one silence. Two silences, actually, and that's on Silencer. For the rest, most of the time, the enemies can just TP out. If Ember's not there, if Mars is not there, just TP to safety. I am curious to see if Klinks is going to go for the Orc. I mean, this game, you're probably going to go for another Orchid game. Considering you're up against the Puck, and Orchiding Puck is really, really important. Almost guarantees a kill. Michal also is a level 30 Mars. Malfurion Stormrage is a level 30 Terrorblade. Still is a level 30 Ember Spirit. So they're playing on very comfortable heroes. Do we have any level 30s on the Radiant side? Not a single one. Then again, not everyone plays on their main here.
Balance in all things.
I do think power shot, kill shot shenanigans is so nasty though.
begins.
Oh, they're walking a little bit too late, but two-man root comes out onto the Jakiro. Kraker dropping low, and first blood secured for Kachal. Pastil needs some regen going. And it is two bounties for the Radiant, 2 bounties for the Dire side. Could have been 3 bounties, but they were a little bit slow in grabbing the bounty. And Pastil even gets a counter ward on the enemy's Pux's mid creep, mid ward. Kunkka is such a filthy strong hero in this patch. Double bracer and you're over 1000 HP. Malfurion Stormrage is chasing after Duke the entire time to try and force him out of the lane. Even gets a courier snipe there from Fernance, which is the healing salve. Actually, that's a really important courier snipe. But you're dropping pretty low. Has to be quite careful. Luckily enough, no metamorphosis yet on Malfurion Stormrage. But mid Pastil is looking very good. At his initial wave cleared. Crystallize only has 1 creep kill bottom against the Mars Clinks. Doom does have a pretty terrible attack animation compared to Mars, and Mars has a way higher attack range. No, Crystallize is running up, trying to get the catch. And a couple of creep kills. But the lane is moving in favor of Winterbear bottom side. Malfurion, Metamorphosis, going for the Kunkka. Can he kill him off? Torrent is actually not even. Did he not use it? Oh no, he turned level 2, didn't use the point yet. But Bachuk is gonna get taken down top lane. 1k net with advantage for Winterbear at the start. As Batyuk on the Kunkka has a he actually leveled up X marks the spot so that they can use the TP back to base to heal up the Wind Ranger. But yeah, Kunkka, 3 last hits, not exactly where he wants to be, but Metamorphosis has ended, so it's a lot less scary against the Terrorblade. Pastil does not grab the Water Rune, so no refill bottle slot there. And misses almost an entire wave underneath the tower. The Puck's nuisances. And on the sides, Passion UA, they have the advantage of John Nu not having any mana. So he can't really do much to keep them away. Bottom side, they're a little bit scared. They rightfully should be, as Crystallize is pesky with the level 2 Scorcher. They're chasing after him, but no mana on Kachal to make a play. And Delight does have that healing notes. He's trying to bait them into a unfavorable fight. Well, but Juke top lane, he's got nasty dots with the Arcane Curse on him, is dropping very low. Johnny Pro is going to get the kill, so permanent int stolen for the Silencer, as Malfurion Stormrage will just be pretty much fine to continue farming up topside. Did not expect Batyuk to have this big of a problem. And bottom, Crystallize and Kraker almost taken down. Crystallize, walking up. They get a slow going in. Delight needs to be careful himself as the Kraker is going in for that catch. Kachal won't be able to get the kill. Delight with the death back. Heal, is it going to be enough? Delight is going to die. Kraker as a return kill will come through. Does mean that, of course, both of them come back to the lane with full HP, full mana. That's an important aspect. But still, walked back to base. TP's back towards mid. The Puck is starting to definitely win it out against the Ember Spirit. Metamorphosis used? I mean, diving it would be too risky. And it's also very close to the enemy tier 1 tower. So an interesting choice to use the Metamorphosis at that point. Towards mid. Breaker's nearby, but okay, Delight was considering moving towards mid, however, Bastille needs to be very careful. Once Puck gets Dream Coil, Bastille's very likely dead. And Puck has Dream Coil. Breaker's on the side. Bastille. Niche gets the Dream Coil off onto Bastille. Is anyone going to TP to help out the Ember Spirit? He's dropping pretty low. He's still alive, though. From behind is Junipero. Bastille gets the kill onto Fernandes. And the route available onto Niche, but Bastille's a little bit wary of what's going to happen. There's also an illusion rune now on the Puck. Junipero, dropping low. Junipero, dropping dead. But yeah, that illusion rune gets quickly blown up. But not too shabby in the meantime. Malfurion Stormrage topside though might need a little bit of help from Silencer. As I say that, there's barely any damage coming out from these two Radiant heroes.
Are scanning.
Experience Shrines.
Are fortified.
Topside, but you dropping low. TP used. The Kunkka, is he gonna tick down? Illusion, not gonna be enough to kill him. Did force out a Kraker rotation. And Delight gets the shrine on one side, and the other side is for Fernandes. Yeah, it's going to be an Orchid game for Delight. If he gets that one at a good timing, this Puck is absolutely done for. Fernandes rotating towards mid again, about 30 seconds until the next rune spawns. Lynx has level 3 death back now, so he has the 2 charges. So he can jump all over the place with the healing. And Kachal is pulling the creep wave back. He knows Doom is level 6, he can't really stand in the lane anymore. Root onto Niche. The rune is going to spawn its bottom, and it's a regen. Niche needs to get away. Ember, is he going to chase? No, he's not. He's just going to fill up his bottle with that regen rune, and Bastille will be pretty happy because that forces the Puck to, I guess, clear up that camp and walk back to base. Pro against Kraker. Power shot comes in onto Jonu. Kraker is going to be the one taken down though. Jonu is going to stay alive. And Bastille looking for Fernandes is going to get doomed up by the crystallized rotation. There's a Sunder from Malfurion. He doesn't actually have the mana for a Sunder. Now he's got it and will still have to just walk it off. They lose the Ember to the first usage of Doom.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Crystallize
attack.
going Hanamitis. Oh, Malfurion Stormrage. There to block off Crystallize, but it's not really going to result in much. Needs to be careful himself because there's a Ghost Ship X-Mark Torrent Wombo combo from the Kunkka available. Still from behind, walks in the tower. And that is the Kunkka getting controlled. Ghost Ship's not going to be anywhere close to enough. More perma in stolen. Brain drain. Still's very aggressive on these rotations and trying to make stuff happen, but it is hampering his farm quite a lot as he's 1,000 gold behind the Puck.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Global silence onto the puck, but he's still very... Oh, second silence comes out. Is going to get silenced up because of the last word the moment he casted the Illusory Orb. That's actually a little bit of a mistake. If he Waning Rifted, he might have been able to get out of range. But you can't use the second cast of Illusory Orb when you're hit by the last word, because then you're silenced. That's actually kind of nasty. But a good catch onto the puck. Silencer more smart.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Add in a courier snipe because Delight is playing behind enemy backlines. 2 points in Death Pact as well. 3 points, sorry. Means he can easily one-shot creeps in the jungle and get that gold going. Has horrible mana regen at this stage though. Top side, Malfurion Stormrage. I thought that they were going to go for a play here with the Kunkka, but oh, his X-Mark was on cooldown. And bottom instead, they're going to go for the Doom. He throws out his ulti onto the Ember Spirit. Is he going to be able to stay alive? TP's back to base. They lose Crystallize. And he is ticking down. Ember's going to survive. Doom ulti used. Kill secured onto the Doom. And going for the tier 1 tower towards mid. Gonna pro. Niche. Can't really go in aggressively there, otherwise he's gonna get taken down, but dodges it with the phase shift.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, they're playing dangerous game in here. There are rotations coming through towards mid. Vernon, Shackle Shot's not going to connect. Dream Coil added in. And there's the Wind Ranger charging forward. They want more, but there's the root. Vernon's Wind Ranger is going to get caught. Puck goes in aggressive. Is now last worded. Trying to dodge it, but throws out the Waning Rift. Will get him silenced. Speared back. Doesn't get stunned though. Oh, that was almost completely caught. But still, he knows there is no Dream Coil at the ready. And also no Doom, but he has to use his last Fire Remnant, gets to jump back. There's the X-Mar, go shit onto Kachal. And Ice Path is holding him in place. Niche still not dead. Will be able to dodge and weave right through as Bastille has no remnants, has no way out. And power shot off the mark. Oh, that bounty rune was so juicy, so close to get the refill, but yet so far away. And a big fat team fight victory there in favor of Passion UA. The light gets spotted in the trees. Make that a four deaths in a row in favor of Passion UA. In the meantime, Malfurion Stormrage does have the tier 1 tower top secured. And has been free farming 3-0-1 on the Terrorblade towards mid. Silencer gets jumped, has global silence. Can he even stay alive? He does have a magic stick, is going to be just Gucci. Doesn't even use it. Yes, 3 points in reflection on Terrorblade. You don't see that too often anymore on safe lane, I think. Jump in onto Jakiro. You don't even have to stay around at all. Fernan silenced up. Johnny Pro with a great one. Global silence gets used. X-Mark torrent combo is not going to work out. They have a Doom available. Y'all's trying to scoop up the Shrine of Wisdom, and he does indeed. So they should just be able to walk away on Winterbear without any losses incurred. Lynx is about to be done with his Orchid. It's a lot worse for the puck to play. There's more silences this game to deal with. Really is going to need that Link Yule Scepter, but he just finished up his Witchblade, so has to build up the entire full cost of the Yules.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Dire are scanning.
We're still going Mage Slayer. Very good game for Mage Slayer. They have primarily spell damage. Almost all the damage on Passion UA this game is going to be spell damage. There's barely any right-click damage in the mix. Delight, Smoke Breaks. Gotta be careful. Tormentor is up, so that is what they are looking to gain. And likely what they're going to gain, because Passion UA has been grabbing, last game as well, they grabbed the Tormentor every single time the moment it hit the 15-minute mark. This time, though, they don't really have a good lineup to kill it. So if Winter Bear was aware of the possibility that they could go Tormentor, this could have been a really good fight for them. However, Winter Bear seems to not keep track of the fact that Tormentor's up. I think that's, especially considering the position, like, Kling sees them all walking towards bottom. He breaks their smoke. They have an tier 1 tower still standing bottom. That would seem to me like a good moment to TP, take a fight. You've got Blink on Mars with the arena. They have a terrible lineup for taking Tormentor. Especially that part. Like, you know they're going to be almost dead after taking Tormentor.
Radiant's middle tower is
If they had like an Ursa, he can solo it, so then it's a whole different story.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
A sudden burn.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But they are gaining back the net width that they lost for that free shard onto Jakiro, plus the... I mean, the shard on Jakiro is not great. It's actually pretty bad. Oh, niche. They do have invis detection there, so that he sees the light coming in towards him. And the puck is building up into the Yules. Let's see, who's building what? Rod of Aegis on the Wind Ranger. Doom is got the Echo Saber going for the BKB next. Hunka is close to his Ags. He has Blade Mill, and Ags is about 140 gold away. Chikira is going for Yule Scepter. And on the other side, Silencer hasn't shown his hand yet. Mage Slayer for the Ember Spirit. Mars going BKB after his Blink. Blink's going BKB after his Maelstrom. And Terrorblade going Dragonlance into BKB. I mean, I think obviously the BKB is going to be a really big value item this game. On the dire side, because it counters every single hero on Passion UA. Catch on to Jakiro. Finally, the light gets to use an Orchid. And they'll find a quick kill onto the twin-headed dragon.
My just reward.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It is weird to see a Doom with Echo Saber. I guess he does have the critical strike fast creep with the pack leader's aura, so he does do over 200 right-click damage and has a chance to crit. So it's not terrible if you get the right-click. But the backswing on that hero, though.
Radiant's bottom tower
The backswing on Doom is just nuts. Light charging through, looking for Kraker. Oh, so close. And if Kraker walks away, the skeleton archers are going to spot him. They know where he is. Metamorphosized TP still in the area. Ice Path is even used. Kraker no more. Mega kill streak for Terrorblade 503. Dragonlance is done. BKB is closing in, going for the tier 2 tower. Has one range creep left standing, but with the fortification it is now going to drop. Creep wave was cut by Crystallize as well, so the tier 2 tower is not to be cleared in bottom yet. Heading out, Fernand's in the trees. Doesn't get spotted. But they're very much looking for these Passion UA heroes who are dodging everything, really. I mean, Niche is literally on the other side of the map. Is going to get the TP back to base. Has a Yule Scepter now. So a way to survive against the Orchids and Global Silences and whatnot.
Dire are scanning.
Flames rush forth.
Kunkka, next item, Shard. Second in net worth in this game after his really terrible lane has recouped very nicely. The power of Kunkka. I mean, that the hero is kind of nutty in terms of farm if you have Tidebringer max level.
Ooh, bounty.
Delight. Instead of finishing up the BKB, goes for the Bloodthorn. So pretty much the same build as last game. It's really good, of course, against the Wind Ranger. That way you can kill off Fernan's with the True Strike. That must be the main, well, I mean, not main reason. Last game, it was, well, game 1, it was against the Monkey who had the Radiance, so it was also really good against them. But now if Fernan's, for instance, wants to run in the team fight and feel like he's amazing, would be a good catch. Klinks gets out of range. And they're really looking for a fight here. Ooh, Johnny. Johnny, my boy! They're gonna kill Johnny. And Johnny is dead. Does have a buyback. And that's also... Same with Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker? Thunder Thighs. When that hero dies, it's not that bad because they always have buyback ulti. So you always have to be careful of still buyback ulti plays. So Shackle shot onto Ember. There's the silencer with the buyback ulti. Catch onto Wind Ranger, dropping low. Delight in the middle of the entire fight. Needs to be careful. Has another death pack to heal up, but it's not going to be enough to keep him going. In comes Johnny Pro. Has the silencers to throw out. Doom would be a great target. Has his Doom available, but the slight dodge of the damage is going to be immense to keep it going. And Kunkka wasn't there for that entire engagement. Neither was TB, so that's the other side of the table that is going to keep them pretty happy. And Malfurion Stormrage with the Metamorphosis uses wants to get the tier 2 tower, but it was a silencer buyback used. They did... It essentially was a silencer buyback in combination with a kill on Klinks, cost them 3 heroes, including their safe lane Doom. So Winter Bear pretty happy with that fight. BKB also available on TB, but his meta is about to end, so they kind of have to start getting out of there. TP in by Fernance on the Wind Ranger. And TB needs to be careful not to get shackled. Doesn't get connected, so he'll be fine. Or will he? Does he have... No, yeah, he does have X max level. He also has Shard now on Kunkka, so he has the Tidal Wave drag back. And they're still lurking about, looking for a catch here. Which is risky, considering Doom still has his ulti, Ghost Ship is available with the Aghanim Scepter effect, and you don't have meta. Dream Coil onto Ember. Can he stay alive? Global Silence gets used, but it's a little bit too late. They lose him, but you gets the kill. They still have Doom available as well, and there's no Global Silence on the Dire side, so this is time for Passion UA to get aggressive. Not too aggressive, obviously. They don't have Dream Coil, they don't have Ghost Ship. They're actually going to get into the Roche pit. Delight. If he had Burning Barrage, that would be pretty big. But he does not. They're in the pit. And it's about to drop. Yeah, they're about to get it. Kachal is nearby with the Blink Arena catch, maybe. Can he get the cast going? No, he gets Tidal Waved all the way back. And the control is just not there with Kachal. Oh, that Tidal Wave was beautiful from Batu. Got the Aegis on the puck. And they all get sent all the way back. Breaker might lose his life here on the side. Metamorphosis was used for this, so losing a Jakiro is really a price you're willing to pay. Torment is also almost up. Could be an objective for Winter Bear to focus on now that it turns into nighttime. We're still going for the BKB. Mage Slayer BKB, hopefully for him. He can then survive one of those fights. Kachal's going for the Scythe of Vice. More tools to use against the puck. The Light's just being a nuisance, forcing TPs back to base. But Tormentor's up, and Winter Bear are not making any moves towards that direction just yet. They still don't have Metamorphosis for another 40 seconds.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Upside, the Light's almost done with his Bloodthorn. And Pastille... Oh, Regen Rune. They do have Global Silence this time around. Hopefully that can actually keep Pastille alive.
Radiant are scanning.
For a hero that is 603, I do think that the Terrorblade is really ballsy with this positioning.
Never refuse gold given.
Look at where Malfurion Stormrage is on the mini-map. He's all the way at the bottom. Farming right next to the enemy's tier 3 tower. The Lights quickly run away. Malfurion continuously farming, though the Light, Underward Vision, Kachal as well. Kachal has the gem, so he'll be able to at least clear up some of this vision. And Malfurion's closing in on the Orchid, so they're going to have more silences on the team, plus Bloodthorn later down the line, which is going to be very impactful against, again, that Wind Ranger. Malfurion's fat. 18k net worth advantage, or 18k net worth right now, 4k advantage for the side of Winter Bear. The entire advantage is on the Terrorblade. And they're going to go for the Tormentor. Who's going to get a shard? It's Johnny! Yay! Permanent Instill now 3! Is going Refresher, so he's not going to go for the Ags into Refresher. He's going the other route this game. He's just getting quick Refresher. Actually, in the previous game on the opposing side, you had Breaker going for that Midas into Ags. But he did go for that Midas first, which was... I mean, it was worth it because the game lasted so freaking long. Not gonna take the Shrine of Wisdom as it gets scary, but they're still looking for the silencer. And he will be caught, so he probably should have just continued grabbing that Shrine of Wisdom. Is gonna get jumped and finished up. But their bottom tier 3 tower is being pushed in by the real Terrorblade. As he is staying nearby, so the TB Illusion still get the Demon Seal buff. Wow. Malfurion. Ballsy. Very ballsy gameplay. Still in mid, gotta be careful of the Doom. He's going Shadow Blade Doom, not Blink Dagger, so it doesn't have that quick blink initiation catch at that stage. Oh, X mark. Manta, dodge, BKB pop is going to go for the TP back to base. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Very much so. Tried to Manta dodge it. It was a very nice attempt, I might add. But Batyuk knew he was going to do either pop the BKB or pop the Manta to try and dodge the X mark, so it was really heads up from Butcher to immediately use the X marks the spot. Because if he waited with the X marks the spot, he would have either he would probably have meant to dodge it. Because he timed it kind of correctly. Bottom lane, Global Silence gets used. Johnny Pro. Are they going to get the TP away on to Crystallize? He's going to get out in the nick of time. His BKB was about to end as well, and he just disengages. The rest of the team now on the run, though. They know there's no Doom, so there's not really much to fear in these fights. Delight has a full Bloodthorn at the ready. Is he going to be able to pump out enough damage? Jules keeps Chikiro alive for a bit longer, but not long enough. Jump off from Kachal going for the backline, but won't be able to spot anyone. Hell, Kunkka even has a BKB to just walk it off.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Kachal still hasn't lost a gem. Full Scythe delivered on Mars. Gets the Hex off onto the Kunkka immediately, but they lose Johnny Pro on the backline. Has the buyback available, no global signs. Shackle shot is perfect. Delight blinks, lifted up in the sky, taken down. And the TB now needs to be... That shackle shot was everything. Yules or Puck coming out. Spear's not going to be able to get the connection. Crystallite doesn't need to walk into the TB there, as Malfurion Stormblade still does a million times more damage. Puck is going to get hexed up on the side. Niche, dodge and weave. Crystallize dies to Pastille. Malfurion Stormrage with the Orchid, and Niche is dead. 2 cores down. Fernand's on the run. There's a root holding him in place. His wind run is not going to keep him alive right now. Kachal is chasing in for blood, but it's all about this big boy Terrorblade. Rinsing right through them. I mean, that was just sad to watch the Doom walk into the fight and then immediately turn around the moment he sees, oh, he's actually playing a safe lane hero. Delight, second item, Bloodthorn into Scythe of Ice. Hello, I'm a +4.
Never refuse good given.
Ember's got Ags done. Bloodthorn is now finished up on Terrorblade, so that means this Wind Ranger is pretty easy to kill. Roche is up as well, and this is Banner Roche, so that's important Roche. You know what's interesting? Last game, we had everyone and their mothers going for a Lincoln Sphere on the side of Winter Bear. This game, no one is going for a Lincoln Sphere. So, as like Ember, I would definitely get a Lincoln Sphere against the freaking Doom. Hell, even Kunkka's X mark is obnoxious. Shackle shot, Rod of Atos. The Puck slightly less so. Speaking of the Puck, he is closing in on the Octarine core. With the level 20 talent of Winning Rift cooldown reduction is elusive once he gets the Octarine done. Because that puts his, I think, his Illusory Orb onto 6 seconds. Oh, Hex onto Niche. Spear stun. Very quickly killed off. Global Silence used. Doom running away, but they're going to chase on towards the backline. The support side of the target. See, a Ghost Ship is still available. They lose 2, and very likely 3 as well. No Puck means no fight. Means no chance. And they get themselves a double kill onto TB. Looking to knock on the high ground. Doesn't have creeps. Bottom lane, there are creeps available. Crystallize is running that direction just to cut them as soon as possible. But it's going to get spotted out with the Watcher. However, Chadley keeps him going. There's not much. Yeah, okay. The tier 2 tower top lane is then going to be the objective here because there is nothing else they can gain.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Shrine of Wisdom is up. And they also have a lineup that pushes really fast. You've got TB, you've got Clinks. That's all you need.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
One bad move, your base is gone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bottom side, crystallize. There's a gem on Clink, so he can't really run away. He does have a BKB, of course. Ooh, he's going for the TP. X and crystallize is caught. Spear stun lock is complete. No dooms for 70. Has a buyback, but an absolutely huge pick off. Jason, global silence use. Yeah. Ownage dominating streak on Terrorblade. I mean, when Winterbear are playing with a lineup, 3 of them have level 30 on their heroes. They love their heroes. Axe comes out, spear stun, niche dead again. Kachal on a killing spree. His Mars is something else.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And 2 lanes being pushed in right now. Drag back onto the light. Clinks, can he get the death back out of there? Jumps again towards it. Go ship, and the tower is killing him. Gem is going to get dropped, but there's the Metamorphosis in from behind. Fernance, Wind Ranger left behind. They have buybacks available on the Radiant side. Nothing of the sort is being used just yet. And they just get themselves the bottom set of racks. No puck for 40 seconds. Doom is back alive. Gotta be careful of a possible Doom catch. Ice Bath, Macropire, TB still has the Aegis for a full minute.
Attack Radiant's bottom.
His Metamorphosis is only halfway done. Look how fast the base
Radiant
breaks.
structures are fortified. Radiant's middle barracks are under
Fortification keeps it alive for a little bit longer, but that should be the full 2 sets of racks. Maybe even a little bit of a tickle top, but it's smarter if they back off for now. As I say that, but dude gets hexed up and he is dead to the illusions. Malfurion Stormrage almost dies from just the blade mill damage. Because the illusions hit him with the Bloodthorn. Oh, Power Shot gets rid of the Aegis. Because of the Bloodthorn debuff, all the damage is counted as his damage dealt, not by the illusions.
Radiant's top tower
Because of
is under attack.
the proc damage from Bloodthorn. So he almost dies. I've actually died to that myself a couple of times in the past. I Bloodthorn someone and then I get completely rinsed. Same with Winter Wyvern. I love Winter Wyvern. Oh, Global Silence gets used. Ember needs to get out. Crystalline's going to get controlled. He doesn't even pop the BKB. Has the buyback available, but they're just going to go for Megas here. The catch comes in from behind. Kachal with the arena is keeping them at bay just so they can clear it up. Niche with the beam call onto 2. Kachal might lose his life. The Mars is going to get taken down, but the Terrorblade is just running in, meleeing people as he sees fit. Has the Sunder onto the puck, who's silenced up. Niche, can he get away? Buyback in. Jump in, back from the Ember Spirit. And all the buybacks in the world are not going to be able to get them to win here. But still all over the place with that Aghanim Scepter. Shut it down. And that is G to the G. Winterbear take the series 2-1. And I don't actually know how if I'm not mistaken, they're still eliminated on Winterbear because of the head-to-head, but we'll have to wait and see what the official ruling is, I think. But it does mean, of course, that this series is done. We have about a 45-minute delay onto the next series, so we're going to go towards a short little break, ladies and gentlemen, and then we will be back. There is a substitute, by the way, for everyone to know. On the side of One Move, they are playing with Eyesight instead of Nefsphere in the upcoming series, which is quick. We're gonna have to check One Move versus Quantum. So don't forget to check it out after the break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ourselves ready for the second series of the day. A lot on the line here, of course, for the teams that are still left in Group, or at least for one team that's still left in Group A. As One Move will be taking on Quantum, but One Move, they need 2 wins. First, they need to win against Quantum, and then they need to win against Wi-Fi to qualify for the next stage, which is the playoffs. So 2 series in a row they need to win. Doesn't matter if it's a 2-1 or a 2-0, if I'm not mistaken. They just need to make sure that they win both of the series, and then they should be ahead of Wi-Fi, because it is about the head-to-head matchups between 2 teams. But now first they still have to take on Quantum. They are playing with 2 substitutes, obviously. Ififal was previously replaced by BB3PX as a substitute in the tournament, and they have Nesphere being replaced as well for this series today. On the other side, Quantum playing with their full roster: Lucas, Rise, Anku, Keite, Amop, and Fezor for their squad. The names, the things that Quantum does that are pretty scary are they play Arc Warden and they play Meepo. Those are 2 very scary things that you have to deal with. But they have not shown their best performances just yet. 2 and 3, they are the first team eliminated in Group A. Did take a game off of, if I'm not mistaken, both Zero Tenacity and Wi-Fi, but then afterwards got completely demolished in their showings. But you know, the surprise Meepo pick, the surprise Arc Warden pick, that can be a game changer, as those are still considered probably the most cheesy heroes. Obviously Husker as well, but everyone plays Husker these days, so don't really expect that one to be that much of a problem, because most teams also have counters to Husker. The Hoodwink's actually also pretty good against Husker, but the AA and the Wind Ranger both get picked up a lot in this current patch, so Husker, and no one really gets surprised by the cheese pick at the end there. But the draft is about to go live. Will we have a turnaround here for One Move that might be able to keep them alive in the CCT tournament, or will they be eliminated today? It starts with this upcoming match. If they lose this series, they are definitely out and eliminated. So 1 step at a time, 1 challenge ahead, and 1 round left to go. Beastmaster, Tinker both banned out. And Bristleback early, but I mean, Chodex does play a lot of Bristleback, so it's not too surprising that they banned that one out. As Bristleback is one of his best heroes, I would say. Though I prefer if he plays Bristleback more core oriented than the Snot Rocket Facet. I don't like the Snot Rocket Facet. Other bans make quite a lot of sense. AA is still available. A lot of PA and TBs also get banned in the first phase. Honestly, I think I'm surprised Warlock didn't get picked up a single time or banned even in the last series. Hero plus the Dark Seer removed. Okay, 2 supports, 2 offlaners. have been picked up, have been banned out, so those are at least taken care of on the opposing side. No NP, they go for the PA. Are we going to get to see a TB? It is Lucas, he loves TB. They could also put it onto Anku in the offlane position if need be. But we'll see. Eyesight with the first pick, PA. I think they did that yesterday with Nesphere as well. They just gave him first pick every single time. Tide Hunter. Okay, so with Tide is a weird love-hate relationship against PA. Actually, more hate relationship against PA. Tide is really strong in this good patch, obviously. But PA, once he gets shard, Tide's easy to kill. Like, that's it. That's just it straight up. You get Tide, you PA with the shard, Tide's dead. Hell, PA in the laning stage after he gets level 6 can solo Tide if Tide's not careful. But of course, Tide normally lanes together with heroes like Hoodwink, which are very good against PA, because then you have the Sharpshooter break, armor reduction in combination with Tide Hunter, and the Hoodwink is really solid to have as well. And obviously, Bushwhack's a nice spell. So I would assume Hoodwink might be on the menu here for Quantum. And the plus side of Tide Hunter is the fact that it also makes sure that the enemy can't really go for Warlock, as you don't really care about Warlock. But they're going to go for Warlock instead. So they have as a combination Warlock plus Tide Hunter on Quantum. That's big fat team fight AoE. And that's really hard to deal with. Either you can try and out team fight them, which is almost impossible with those two heroes already picked up on Quantum. Or you could go for more of a hunting aggressive lineup, stuff like Night Stalker offlane. Or reset heroes. Marcy. I know it's a Chodex hero, but obviously it can still also be used as support, but very likely that it's actually an offlane Marcy. Silencer is actually decent against Tide. Not necessarily, you can of course purge off the debuff from the Silencer, but if he goes for Glaives of Wisdom in lane, you actually have a very good chance of bullying the Tide out of the lane, because he cannot purge off that debuff. And the biggest thing about it is Silencer is a counter to big team fights, where Blink Ravage is thrown, you throw Global Silence, and then the Golem comes in too late, or whatever they want to add. I was thinking, like, if you have a Tide and a Warlock, you might as well just go for Voker mid or as well, because why not? Big top tier team fight. Add in Cataclysm, and you'll be just fine. Bounty Sneaky Beaky. So Bounty Tide. And there's the Terrorblade plus Warlock for their safe lane duo. Terrorblade, obviously very solid against PA because of the reflection. That's always nice. Manta style builds, who doesn't care too much about the Silencer. Laning wise against Marcy is pretty solid, but it gets very dangerous at a later stage once the Marcy jumps you with BKB or Ags or whatever, and the ulti from Marcy is actually enough most of the time to just blow up a TB in the early game. But the Monkey King for one move is very, very, very likely the difference mid hero. Marcy can also easily be a +4 this game. But yeah, Monkey King difference. Yesterday he played on the Monkey. He played against the Quap. Beat the Quap senseless on the mid Monkey. I think he's a level 30 Monkey. But he plays a couple of heroes really well. Monkey is one of them. Another one I would say Ember is a really good hero of his. Ban out the Viper. Yeah, I mean, not that the Monkey has any other role than mid in this game. I don't think that they want to play it safe. And he's very likely going to go for the Wukong's facet, as it is amazing. But does have to be careful of Warlock Golem drops when he's hiding in the trees. Muerta plus Dark Willow Band. Yeah, they know that this is going to be a Chodex Marcy. Trying to find ways to, or at least tools to get rid of Grip. Or I think that's Gilgear. I think he renamed himself. Should be Gilgear, but it is a little bit, yeah, you never know for certain. Stormban. Primal Beast. So it is a Marcy support. And the Queen of Pain mid against the Monkey. Yeah, Jodex on the Primal Beast. Primal Beast has some good advantages. One of them is the fact that you eventually get Ags, so you have a break against the enemies, and you can kill the TB in lane. Add in the Marcy with the pick-me-up facet, you can really kill the TB Warlock in lane. But also, you're going to have Rise, Queen of Pain versus the Monkey King of Difference. And I did mention yesterday, Difference on the Monkey King completely destroyed the Queen of Pain, because Queen of Pain needs to level Shadow Strike. Is it Shadow Strike? I'm getting confused. First, I always forget the name because it makes no sense. Yeah, it is Shadow Strike. Has to level Shadow Strike to deal with the Monkey King, and then needs to spend 2 or 3 points in Shadow Strike to deal with the Monkey King. And the biggest problem with that is the fact that you are going to be lacking in Scream of Pain levels at that stage to be able to get good farm, as Queen of Pain uses Scream of Pain to farm fast. And then you kind of like that early mid game, you have a bit of unless you have really big and a lot of good successful team fights, Queen of Pain's farm does slump down quite a lot in trying to keep up in most cases. But it does slow the Monkey King normally down. However, Difference is a well-established, absolutely insanely good Monkey King. So he should be able to circumvent the negative aspect of it. But obviously, you are looking at a very dangerous teamfight lineup from Quantum. They have Trap, which is always good for scouting stuff, and the Chirk of Toss could also do a lot of damage in the team fight. But the biggest importance that they have is you have Fatal Bonds, Ravage, Sonic Wave, and Golden Drop. Tons and tons of damage that you need to deal with. On the other side, One Move doesn't have good that good of a team fight. They've got Global Silence, which kind of saves you in the team fights, but most of the time they're gonna just have to blow up one of the heroes quickly and then continue on to the rest. They can't go for like big team fight, everyone dies. They have to go one by one, like jump Quap, kill Quap, and then go to the next. Which most of the time would probably kill Warlock first, because Warlock has that Golem, and if you use Pulverize on Quap, you're just gonna get Golem dropped, even with a BKB.
Seconds to battle.
Smoke up from Quantum. Any aggression? It's interesting to see that they're playing with the Marcy +4 and Chodex is on the Primal.
The battle begins.
Ooh, Kolya a little bit too fast for Chody. Got that God tier ping. 3 bounties for Quantum. Top lane is going to be... Oh, Silencer doesn't actually have a magic stick. Yeah, top lane is going to be a hell of a magic stick kind of a lane. Tide versus PA. Easy stick charges. I am curious to see how bottom lane is going to land. TB should most of the time be okay with the Shadow Word levels. And Fezor being quite a nuisance. But it is going to be Grip dragging the creeps all the way back. Same with Kolya, Kaban in the top lane, doing the exact same ring around the rosy play, dragging the creeps, make them double stack, push the lane out because of it. But mid lane, Ryze is struggling against Difference, who is just running at the Queen of Pain the entire time, forcing the Queen of Pain out of range of farming the creeps. Yeah, he's just... Honestly, everyone keeps picking Pop against this guy. You probably should stop doing that. Half a level ahead. Top side, BB3PX almost gets taken down. And Bounty Hunter is still nearby. But luckily enough, still only the level 1. But Queen of Pain, Bottle is going to keep him alive quite significantly. As difference is 13-7 in mid. Oh, jump onto the Bounty Hunter. Takes a lot of damage. They don't have any good slows left with the Arcane Curse used. But Silencer, this is why Silencer is pretty solid to have against the Tide, is Glaives of Wisdom, the constant insteal that you do, plus heavy magic damage. Forces the Tide to stay hidden in the trees. Bottom lane Chodex is playing it a little bit safe, knowing that he can't really do much in that lane against the TB. Well, Chodex just grabs himself a Lotus. On the other side, Anku has his own Lotus. And a pause comes in. Hopefully no delayable issues. Monkey is going to need some rotation soon because the 4-minute runes are almost up. And Marcy could rotate in mid. I mean, you can get a kill onto Queen of Pain with a Marcy. But the Bounty Hunter is also in the area ready for the runes to spawn. And maybe even get a counter kill on the Monkey King if he gets out of position. Lou is building up into... Actually has... Oh no, does he have it done? No, he doesn't have it done. But Difference needs to be careful. He's going to get damaged here by the Bounty in the meantime. As the runes are about to spawn, Difference wants to grab it. Is he going to be fast enough? Mini stun. Water rune picked up by the Bounty. And the other one's refilled for the Queen of Pain. So mid lane needs a little bit of help. Anku is going to be just fine on the Tide solo anyway. This helps Ryze significantly.
I take what I please.
The Bounty's just lurking about in mid the entire time. Difference is gonna get jumped here and needs to be careful. Yeah, he really needs help. Oh, Primal going in onto Fezzer. They have the quick stomp as well. Toss back. Out of range of the trample because of it. Is the heal going to be enough onto Fezzer? Chodex is in trouble. Taken down is Fezzer for first blood. Chodex, can he get out of there? Is going to lose his life as a count. So, yeah, that feels like a little bit of an oopsie daisy. He tossed him too far away from the Primal, who was still trampling. After the trample ends, you probably should do the toss, not during. Top side. Anku, a lot of damage there. TPing Fezzer in towards top. So 3 heroes in the top area. They get a catch onto BB3PX. And they take down the silencer to boot. Well, in the meantime, in mid, Queen of Pain has caught up completely to the Monkey King because of the early rotations, but because Warlock, of course, left the area, TB was left alone, and TB is such an easy kill to make for a hero like Primal, who does a lot of magic damage. Rotation, it's a shield rune top. That's denied. Nice job. This bounty is 24/7 in mid. That kill on Lucas was very important. He was top net worth. He still is top net worth, even with that death. Eyesight closing in towards his own level 6. There's a difference. Monkey King looking for a catch top, but it seems they know what's coming. What's cooking. It is going to be the monkey. Oh, the bounty in the Shrine of Wisdom. Because he's standing there, you can't steal it. And there was no detection on the Monkey King to try and even man-fight it. But it did force out a TP on the Quap. I like the attempt from Difference. Fortunately for him, it completely failed. And to make up for it, is going to go for the Gateway bottom, where TB is farming. He's almost level 6 on TB. Very close. He's actually half HP. Oh, if they spot him out... Oh, they find the Warlock. Luckily enough, they did not see the TB farming up. Otherwise, that would have been a very nice kill to be secured. But they still find a Warlock regardless. And that gives some free farm time for Chodex on the Primal Beast. Now second in terms of net worth.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And with Demolish, of course, also with the fact that there's a Marcy there. They get the tier 1 tower bottom. Well, Eyesight's now top net worth, Chodex second, Lucas is third. So the TB being forced in towards the jungle has slowed down his farming a lot. Eyesight's also got the Perseverance Sword, Broadsword #1 is almost finished. And this is 9 minutes in the game. He's going to get a really fast Battle Fury the way it's looking. Silencer, dead. Not even having to use the Sonic Wave. Makes Quap a happy lady.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Primal, charge forward, no catch on anyone. Did show their hands. The downside of playing Primal Beast is the big freaking throat roar when you try to onslaught out of the trees to catch someone.
Worthy tribute. Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower.
Difference is not even that far behind the Quap in terms of farm. fairly close in terms of net worth this game. The 1k lead now currently for one move. Quantum rotated heavily to take the tier 1 tower top, but towards mid they're going to take some damage. Tide TP in. Difference gets immediately ravaged. Warlock Golem dropped as well. Nice attempt there from Grip. Sonic Wave. Monkey, does he get out? Very close. Goes for the TP away. Has Shadow Word debuff on him. Charge in the middle of it is Chodex. Says hi, goodbye. No kills secured. That's Sonic Wave. That's Golem drop. That's Ravage and nothing out of it. The best thing they got is, well, they at least get the tier 1 tower, so they do get something out of it. But the monkey did not drop. Primal in from behind. Trample throws out the Pulverize on the Bounty Hunter. Lots of damage coming in. Jump in for more, and they find the kill on the Bounty. Also, this game, Primal Beast, Chodex did go for Ferocity, that facet, which is really cool. If you pulverize every single time you pulverize, it increases Primal Beast AoE by 25% for 15 seconds. The AoE bonus is granted at the beginning of each slam. The buff stacks and affects abilities and items. So if you get something like a Shiva's Guard, the range on that is 75% bigger than it normally would be. Same with his Rock Throw. If he gets the Rock Throw shard, he just yeets it into oblivion. Oh, Silencer, they spot the bounty. Do they have detection? Yes, with the dust they do. And they find a bounty lurking about who still is not even level 6 just yet. Quite a bit behind. Warlock was level 6 because he ate his neutral item. And the tier 1 tower for one move gets secured. Airblade, Yasha done, Dragonlance done, going for the Manta next. PA, Battle Fury delivered, 12-minute Battle Fury is very good. Incredibly good timing. And Chodex is going Crimson Guard. I guess. Oh yeah, Difference is going for the Maelstrom. If Difference was going, I would probably like Mage Slayer a little bit more. Maybe. Nah, I don't know. Mage Slayer against Queen of Pain is pretty good. They have Ravage available. They have Golem drop in 5 seconds. Sonic Wave is up. They've got pretty much everything. Grip walking in. Sonic Wave used. Grip gets back. Fatal Bonds onto 3 heroes. Gotta be careful. There's the Golem. 4 heroes. Sorry, I didn't even see Chodex getting hit on the side. But a Sonic Wave was forced out. So another 100-second cooldown used. Eyesight's going BKB next item. A lot of PAs tend to like to go for S and Y instead of BKB second item. Especially in a game where you're up against Golem drop, Sonic Wave, so BKB piercing spells, even the Bounty Hunter track technically. But I can understand why he wants to get BKB because of Sunder.
Oh, I love this part.
They find themselves a bounty. And Kolyakaban this time will not be able to lurk about away from the area. Chodex is closing in on the Crimson Guard. Global Silence use onto the Queen of Pain they go. Do they have the stun lock? Boundless Strike in. Toss him back. Fezzer's going to be the next with the pulverize, and they find a double kill on the Marcy with his first Unleash combo. Great timing on the global silence as well from BB3PX. Top side, Anku. Eyesight's right next to him. Oh, they're going to take the gateway, go for the Tormentor, bottom lane. Speaking of which, there is a bounty heading that direction. Oh, he doesn't know. They don't know. He is actually very close by. Could maybe even scoop in a kill. So the observer did get placed. And will get taken down. With the rest of the Radiant team coming through. Codex is being baited back by the bounty hunter. Oh, this is sneaky. Pulverize. Golem drop, though. Used against the Primal. Sonic Wave as well gets the TP back. Golem drop. Sonic Wave stays alive. In the meantime, Monkey does die top. To a Tide TB. No Metamorphosis was used, but no Ravage. The difference does get caught out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But that means they only have Ravage left as their spells go on the side of Quantum. Going in for the Tide. They can't. Sure, they can't really do much against the Tide there. Oh, but the Ravage is going to get thrown out. Oh, not even needed. My lord, the Marcy takes a heap of damage. That's also track gold kill for the Radiant side, so added money for the bounty. He's got the drums available to him now. Gonna pain, TP. Yeah, no harm, no foul. They don't have a way to interrupt any TPs. If Monkey, Primal, or Marcy aren't in the area. Lucas has Shard Manta, so he's very fast on farming. BKB is about to be done on the other side. Charge on to the bounty. Pulverize. Smack 1, 2, smack 3. Look at that range, baby. AoE effects of items and abilities are increased by 75%.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They're looking to just take the tier 2 tower bottom.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Actually,
under
didn't even
attack.
check who got the shard. Oh, Silencer got the free shard. TP got cancelled by bounty. Marcy shard would have probably been better. I mean, both are really good. Silencer, of course, can steal 3 end if he is close enough and doesn't die.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is kind of the thing that I'm always a little bit worried about is you have a Monkey with a Maelstrom, but it still means he's super squishy. Oh, Queen of Pain gets to jump away. They're looking for a catch. Dust gets used. Ravage is available for the Tide. They have Global Silence. Is he going to just throw it out? Ooh, Gilgud tried to get the uphill lift, but there's the Golem drop, and the 2 supports are in trouble. Global Silence does get used. They're going to go in on the Terrorblade. Pulverizes it enough, and Lucas doesn't get the Sun Drop, but a 3-man Sonic Wave difference blown to smithereens. They're still inside the Wukongs and is lasting for a couple more seconds. Eyesight's critting, looking for blood. Dust gets used. Look at that Dust range from the Primal Beast. Up the high ground he goes, looking for the Rubik at the Warlock kill, but still giving vision towards Eyesight. Can't get the last jump in. Eyesight gets a quad kill. And in the end, it was a 1-move victory there because they killed off the TB. But a big fight. The 3 cores against the 5 heroes, but with the cooldowns gone, Quantum's heroes really significantly lose value. And Chodex is going SNY. Just for more sustain and movement speed increase. Obviously, the status resistance is going to be pretty impactful. PA Manta style building up against the pesky track. Bounty Hunter, can he get away? No, he cannot. BB3PX, 3 and stolen. Nom nom nom. And I guess they're gonna go Roche. They did just place a lane ward with that observer. And okay, Ravage 40 seconds, Sonic Wave 10. Monkey King gets yeeted out of the pit, but they are going to go for Roshan, and it should be a decent timing where they kill it. Yeah, no response will be able to get there in time. Aegis for eyesight. He's got 5 kills, 4 of them were in one fight.
Dire are scanning.
0 assists as well. Anku, after his blink, is going Mage Slayer. Against the Primal Beast AoE damage. But once Eyesight gets the shard, that tide is just food. That is normally the big item in this game. The shard on PA. The break onto Tide, the break onto Queen of Pain are very, very impactful breaks.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't know if the bounty has anything. When getting a kill or assist on an enemy that has a killing streak, bounty receives 20% extra gold.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Eh. Warlock has. Oh, the minions that he summons. Eh. Anku cutting the creep wave mid. Has his shard as well, so he's got more control. Does try and run away. Seems to be able to get away. Kolya, not so lucky. Kefrins is actually dead. Ravage gets thrown out onto the Marcy. They find a big kill. Metamorphosis was used. Still have a Sonic Wave as well. And Chodex is walking in to try and help Gilga get out of range, but not going to be successful. And Difference gets taken down once more. And with the Metamorphosis, they're trying to get something out of it. But the problem is the only objectives left on the map are the tier 1 tower bottom and the tier 2 towers behind it. There are no creeps ready, and with Ravage on cooldown, they're going to back off. So they do manage to get a kill, 2 kills actually, after they lose the Bounty Hunter, but still not as much as they would have liked. Codex SNY done. He's going Shivas after his Crimson. And charge in by Chodex, trying to get the bounty. He does find him. Pulverize that range, baby. And even the trample range is pretty nice to witness. Eyesight, 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Takes the last outer tower. Bottom lane, Rise running away. Found the strike connection onto the Queen of Pain. Global Sciences get used. Can the Queen of Pain get out? Wukong comes down. Rise gets tossed right back. Blink to the side. But the dagger from Eyesight. Lurking a bit behind the rest of his team. Will be able to get the jump up towards the Queen of Pain. They have no Ravage. They have a break onto the Tide. Pulverize comes in and he is locked in position. Golem gets dropped, but it doesn't result in any possible save. No Tide available, no Golem. Queen of Pain dead for 25 seconds. Metamorphosis is available, but they see him top farming up. And they're going to go for the full set of racks. Range first, melee after. And they fortify the creeps immediately.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
To see if they could have kept it alive, but I guess they had the timing a little bit off on the fortification there on Quantum. Actually completely off. They lost it, the things, and still fortified, but the fortification did nothing. They're just continuing. Ravage is up. Golem is not. Sonic Wave is up. Terrorblade has meta. Codex comes in guard. Goes for the Pulverize. Break comes in. Oh, this is so well done. Pulverize starts. Break comes in later, but he still gets broken, so he doesn't get the blubber to keep him alive. And they get themselves a second Rax. Shodex drop in low. Can he get away? They're trying to run out of there. They bought back on the Warlock, and it seems they do get out of the dodge. Age is going to get reclaimed in 10 seconds. They force out a buyback. Metamorphosis on cooldown. And they almost get a full second set of racks. EA is going Butterfly, I guess. MKB. They get the Dustin onto the bounty. PA looks for the Warlock, knowing that that's going to be a dieback. No Golem for the next foreseeable future. Jump in onto the bounty, find a second, go for the rest of the Radiant base. As Chodex is also joining his team. He bought bots just so that he can be there faster. I mean, obviously bots is amazing on Prime because you're so freaking fast. He has bots phase boots. Massive movement speed with combination of trample. That's of course tons and tons to deal with. No metamorphosis for another 30 seconds. They do have Sonic Wave in 20. Ravage is available. Golem drop is up when Warlock returns. But is the base going to still be standing when Warlock returns?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Now you have no fortification. The rest of these dire sides all the way in the back as well. They have Global Silence ready. I'll jump in onto Eyesight. Global Silence does get used. Difference is just finishing up the melee racks. Andrew Ravage is thrown. Golem as well. Sonic Wave with the Fatal Bounce. Difference dropping low. Gets the Wukongs down. And Difference is trying to run away with the BKB. Is gonna get taken out. But they didn't get Megas. It's a very long game that they have to try and fight against Megas. Considering a 27-minute entire base con. GG gets called on Quantum. They lose game number 1. And one move very convincingly take the first in this series. They have really good team fight, but every single time they just couldn't find the coordination to get the good team fight going with their lineup. They also very rarely had all the tools at the same time, and once the break came in from the PA, that Tide was just not a hero anymore. 11-0-1 on from Eyesight, so that is very well done. As they will get themselves ready for game number 2. Of course, don't forget, after this series, there's another series from One Move, so they have to play back-to-back series to see if they can even make it towards the playoffs. My name is Dikatrum, and hopefully you enjoyed the show. We'll be right back for game number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, ready for game number 2 between One Move and Quantum, as we have just finished all the bans. This time no PA, no Monkey, and even no Marcy, very respectfully banned by Quantum, but of course that means Bristleback is available for One Move. To secure, probably Chodex might also be for Eyesight regardless. And Quantum, what do they pick as a counter pick to the big boy Bristle? AA is available. Very good against Bristleback, obviously. I really think it's weird that so many people aren't picking the Hoodwink at the moment. Still think the Hoodwink hero has just too much value to let go. Primal Beast, another hero that is pretty good against Bristle. Once you get to the point of Ags, also the fact that you hold them in place from one position means everyone can focus their front side. Full focus is face. And laning wise, Primal Beast, it is a hero that has flex potential between off lane and mid lane. Most of the time it is off lane, but it sometimes does get played in that middle position. Clockwork is a good ban. Ancient Apparition, surprisingly enough, was still left in. They banned out the auto. Okay. And Jakiro. Primal Beast has a problem against Jakiro because if he drops Ice Path, you can't charge through, you instantly get stunned. Same problem why Clockwork gets banned almost always against Primal Beast, because you can't charge through the Clockwork's cogs, as you will need the charge up and then bounce right back off. But with, of course, the AA pick for the +5 position, it's very likely that this Bristleback is going to be offlane for Chodex, as they would most certainly want to have a easier game for the safe laner. And Jakiro is probably going to be 5 for BB3PX. Muerta, super good as well against the Primal with the dead shot, push him away. Yeah, lanes nicely with the Bristleback. You push him back into the Bristle so you can continuously Viscous Nasal Goo with the spray coming into play. DK Primal, so they have 2 super tanky cores already on the side of Quantum with an AA behind it. Phoenix wouldn't be the wildest choice for them as well. Center space healing for themselves against the enemies. The enemies can't even heal. But then the problem would be you have an AA plus Phoenix support duo, which I don't know if that's going to be good enough. But one big plus about the DK, especially, is if this is a mid DK, he's probably going to get himself the Mage Slayer, and Mage Slayer is incredibly solid against Bristleback. Also against Marta and Shakira, obviously, for the magic damage, but against Bristleback it is because of the spell damage reduction, 40%. So Bristleback's Cruel Spray doesn't do nearly as much damage as it otherwise would. There's like 3 heroes that still build up mates. 4 heroes, actually. You've got what? The Ember, DK, Pango, and I think Slark also sometimes still picks up Mage Slayer. I think that's about it. But Le Bounty into the mix. Pulse 4, Sneaky Beaky, just running all the way through everything. Get track bonus gold. At least attempt to get track bonus gold. Had a bit of a rough game previously, but that was because the aggressive lineup that One Move was playing with. Speaking of which, going for that Tiny, very likely the mid lane Tiny. Doesn't really care that much about the AA Ice Blast, as you're just a big block of rock. Doesn't necessarily have the damage to kill off a Primal Beast or a DK that easy, but the bounty onto AA should be doable. And the Huskar ban is the most sense ever made, because you don't want to deal with Huskar. They're expecting this to probably be a DK safe lane, which, I mean, it's not that surprising, but other heroes that they could go, for instance, is Ursa. Safe lane would be pretty good for Quantum against the tiny bristleback cores. Lifestealer wouldn't even be that wild. Then you just have ridiculously tanky safe laners. Cores on the side of Quantum and don't really care about anything. But it also depends. One move could technically put the Tiny as a safe lane. Oh, they're actually expecting this to be a pass. Or, well, Slaughter does also play mid. But last pick is going to be for Quantum, so they can always put the DK safe if the need arises. I don't know what kind of heroes Eyesight plays. So I have no idea what is gonna happen in this game in terms of dropped. Done. And they're going to go for Ursa themselves. Yeah, I mean, it's a great Ursa game. Ice Blast is not the worst to deal with for an Ursa. Great against just cleaning up a Primal Beast DK. You get Ags at one point. They can't, Primal Beast can't even pulverize you. I like that pick. Very much so. Quantum, 10 seconds left. I mean, really? It is going to be a Viper offlane bounty on. Nah. I get, you know, Viper is good against Ursa. It just feels so meh. Most of the time, if not always. I mean, yeah, no, I'd like one move Strath more. It is a good Viper game. Break is great against Bristle. Break is great against Ursa. It just feels it's a Viper. Like, that's the big problem I have. It's going to be Primal against Tiny Mid. DK plus AA up against Bristle plus Jakiro. Bristle plus Muerta, and then Jakiro Ursa versus Viper Bounty. So Viper should have a good lane. But the question is always, is Viper going to have a good game? And that's normally a completely different answer. And DK is going Frost Dragon for the healing reduction against the Bristleback. Always good to have. I mean, it's a kind of a mini Scotty at that stage. I do like, yeah, I do like one moves draft more. Last match is Ursa 15, 4, 0, and 7 on their side. And Ursa, it's such a, except for Viper, it is a very good Ursa game.
Prepare for battle.
Ooh. And again, one move needs this win if they want to make it through towards the playoffs. Obviously, they need to win the series after this as well to make that happen.
Look out for fallen rocks.
So even if they win this, they're not out of the woodworks just yet. But it does put a lot of pressure on the next series. Smoke up by Quantum. And Jakiro is left behind.
30 seconds.
Well, BB3PX knows what's coming. So he is out of there quickly. But they did get a counter ward. As they knew the moment that BB3PX ran all the way back, that it would be a good pickup. Though,
The battle begins.
yeah, Lucas immediately gets forced back. It is going to be Snot Rocket on the Bristleback this game. Yeah, it feels very much like he needs to get pipe as soon as possible against the AA. You don't want to go that route for obvious reasons. Nice body blocks by Chodex, but is it going to be enough because Lucas is on the other side? Doing his own body blocking, and it's going to be just good enough. Looking at all these three lanes, I mean, mid is really a mistake away from death. Top, Bounty's just going to pull the creep wave back the entire time. Ooh, that's a good sentry ward position from the Jakiro. I should keep that one in mind. At the small camp top. Did Primal go? No, he did go for the Provoke the Beast Facet. Instead of the AoE Pulverize Amazingness Facet. Well, mid, a lot of damage. Difference is actually getting ran over at the moment by the Primal. Difference does have a point to level toss. But the creep's underneath the tower, and this is actually very rough for Difference. Annoyance from Rise. But Ursa's not being hampered that much in terms of his farm. Especially because Bounty is trying to pull the creep waves the entire time around the area. So they're actually not man-fight laning against the Viper for the most part. Bounty is still level 1. DK Magic Wand done. Chodex is constantly spamming out the viscous nasal goo. With the armor reduction. It is a lot of armor reduction. DK now minus 13. Viscous nasal goo only does cost 12 mana though. Yeah, top, he's actually having a pretty good time on the Ursa. Creeps are underneath the tower for the most part.
Thanks.
The whole Viper there to counter him doesn't really happen. Oh, Muerta taking a lot of damage, stunned up. Double stun. Lucas gets the kill.
The dragon draws first blood.
Yeah, DK stun with the cold feet stun added on top. That one does hurt. Oh, top side. Bounty Hunter is going to get taken down by BB3PX. And they're just going to have to wait for their poison attack debuffs to end. As Anko is just spamming away the poison attack spray. Chodix dies once again in the bottom lane. Fazor, is he going to die? For a good measure, yes he is, but now Grip on the run, DK stun available. He does have a healing Lotus, but can't even get the cast off. Stunned up into Oblivion. Gilgir is going to have to walk back to lane. What a shame. Luca's on that DK. 2 kills and an assist in the bottom lane. Plus 28 last hits. Very much in good position. And there are fights all over the place. Top side, ice side dropping low. Anku's chasing after him. And BB3PX knows he's going to die, so he's just going to try and keep the Viper from chasing the Ursa further. Oh, actually, Grip coming in from behind. Anku needs to be careful. Good dead shot hit. And the Viper is going to get taken down. Walks forward. Grip coming in from behind. He's got the dead shot push. Silence is not going to connect, and that makes the attempt failed. Ursa is super low. And already, Lucas on that DK safe lane 1,000 gold ahead of anyone else. He's going for that Mage Slayer as expected. It counters most of the one move lineup. The only one that doesn't really care is the Ursa. Oh, they find Chodex, and there's no way he can get out of there. They don't really even care about the viscous nasal goo for the most part. Experience is about to spawn, pulverize. Grip. Gilgir, does he get any TPs to help out? No, no one's heading that direction. So they're gonna have to let go of the experience shrine. And that's painful. That means these supports are not going to be level 6 anytime soon. No Macropire, no... I mean, Pierce DeVille is not the worst. But the Macropire is pretty bad. And Chodix now needs to be careful in the bottom lane. It's a level 6, almost 7 DK. He's ahead of his own Primal Beast in terms of experience. And a lot ahead in terms of farm. Up in mid. Going for the bounty. They have the dust, but they don't have another toss. Is it going to be enough to kill him? Dead shot misses. TP out by the Jakiro. Back to base he goes. Should be able to stay alive, but missed kill attempt there from Gilgir. Speaking of which, needs to be careful, as they are just permanently on the run for kills here. Difference, gotta be careful. Rise has a amplified damage room to bottle up, but Difference is gonna be left behind. Dead shot pushes Rise actually over Difference. They find another one, and right now they're just making it incredibly hard to even play the map for one move.
Dire's bottom tower. is
Mage
under
Slayer's
attack.
almost done on the DK. He's about 150 gold out of it. Top lane,
Dire's
Bounty's
middle
heading
tower
that
is under attack.
there. They do spot him out, another dust comes out. That should be a bounty kill. And Rage used right before the Viper Strike would connect, so that should get the Ursa out of harm's way. But Fezor,
Radiant's
like the
middle
Bounty
tower
Hunter
is under attack.
and AA, once they hit their
Radiant
level
structures
6s,
are fortified.
it becomes so much scarier. Then you're gonna have to deal with Ice Blast spam.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lane, Lucas. They want to really kill off that DK, but he's got a Mage Slayer. He needs to actually get one hit in onto the Bristleback so he doesn't die.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, he probably still would have died. It is a very big kill. Chasing in for more. Chodex going deeper. There is a Viper Strike on the Viper at the ready. Uses it onto the Bristleback. Immediately turns his attention towards the Jakiro. Bristleback's Viper debuff has broken off. And now Anku is going to be left behind here. As Chodex is charging in for the Viper. Turns his back to him, but makes a little bit of an oopsie daisy. Viper's going to be just fine.
Radiant's
And
middle
Grip
tower
now has
is
to
under
TP out while in mid. They go in for difference. Has a TP at the ready, but there's a Bounty Hunter underneath him, so he can't even get the TP going. But okay, they know they can't kill him. Yeah, I like the idea that the Bristle just wasn't tanky enough, and it took them too long to group back together to go for the kill on the Viper. As it was a 1v1 versus a 1v... Like, Viper is a king of 1v1s, and he had a 1v1 with Jakiro first, then a 1v1 with the Bristle, and then a 1v1 with the Muerta. And that's a fight he wins.
Dire are
But that Worthwise game is still pretty close. Bristle's closing in on his Heaven's Halberd. Will be big against both the DK and, of course, the Viper.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom
Lucas
tower
knows
is
what's
under
coming,
attack.
immediately takes the gateway to the other side of the map.
Scanning. Radiant structures
Oh, it's
are
going back.
fortified.
So they're looking for the fight here. And Difference finds 3 heroes, gets the Avatar onto them as well. Dead shot in the midst of everything. Difference is going to get taken down. Viper Strike was used. It's now on cooldown, but the Ice Blast is not going to clip onto Grip, but Grip is still dead. And these are all track gold kills. Kolya is even waiting so he can get the extra gold. Money, money, money.
Dire's middle tower is
Gives
under
it to
attack.
Lucas. Double kill for the DK. Oh, that could have been so good, but yeah, the Bristle was too far away to make the play.
Dire's middle tower
Was a very
is
nice
under attack.
Avatar, but just not enough damage on the Tiny to clear him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Codex trying to clear the ancient stack. There's a bounty right behind him. And the rest of the Radiant team is also nearby. They have that Viper Strike. And he's continuously trying to clear this ancient camp. Which they actually might get caught if they're not careful. Ice Bath, nice catch. Drag back onto the Viper, take him down. Go for the more, maybe? Fezor is a good target, as of course the bounty is elusive. Ice Blast onto Chodex, drop him pretty low. DK with a blink. Does he get in range? No, too far away, and they find 2 kills. To counter it out though, Difference is going to be the target here in mid. They have a blink dagger available on the DK, gets the stun up. Tiny gets the avalanche, no toss, pulverize is available, Ice Bath misses, and BB3PX is gonna be the next target with the track gold. Lucas again with a double kill. Every single time they have a good fight, in comes DK to get a double kill.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Jordex on the bristle going for the glimmer, which for the magic resistance I understand it. But in this game you are also playing against the bounty, so they will have the invis portion of it's going to be useless.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Well, not
bottom
useless,
tower
but
is
very
under
likely not
attack.
going to be that useful. In about a minute, Tormentor's going to spawn. I would hope for both teams that they are aware of it. Iset does have his Battle Fury, but the Tormentor's going to be a very big objective if you can manage to pick it up.
Radiant
For
are
the Radiant
scanning.
side, probably a little bit more, because their shards are really good. Dire side have Chikiro, which has a terrible shard, but the Marta's shard's pretty decent.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, they're looking for the Ursa. Observer ward kind of gives away that they see him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
With the Ursa just running out of there instantly, but they are waiting for the Tormentor to spawn. However, gateways are to be taken.
Radiant's middle tower
Jodex is
under
dead.
attack.
The entirety of Quantum is coming through. Ice Blast, he is a Gowner. That is going to be the Tormentor for Quantum. And who's going to get it? It's a free shard for the Ancient Apparition, so Ice Blast gets that cold feet stun. DK. Being chased by Difference, actually. Oh, Blink v Blink, but Lucas blinks past. And we'll be able to walk away. So close and yet so far. Towards mid, though. Looking to be another fight. Ice Blast is available in a second. This Primal Beast doesn't really have the best movement speed. Difference comes in from the side. Ice Blast flies out. Two-man catch. Pulverize as well. Can they interrupt it? The toss-up. Rise is dead, but Difference and Codex need to get out before they shatter. Difference is already dead. Codex is going to be next. The shatter has ended. They make it a 1v1 mid for a mid.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But the BKB on Primal should keep him going in the foreseeable fight. Anku on the Viper going Hurricane
Dire's
Pike.
middle tower is under
Primal
attack.
wants to go BKB into Ags. And DK is going Hurricane Pike as well. So a lot of range. I mean, for DK, it definitely does make the most amount of sense because he just goes ham in late game with all that splash damage. Eventually gets himself a Daedalus. Or the other one, the Revenant's Brooch. But Difference gonna get caught once again, shattered up. 5 deaths on the Tiny this game.
Dire's top tower is
6k
under attack.
behind, and right now it is getting very much out of control of one move. More trackle kills as Chikiro just walks right into the bounty.
Radiant's bottom
Oh, Gilgear is just another kill. Can't go for the TP. At least he gets the initial dispel going. Can he get the TP away? Nope. Because there's the bounty. Ursa actually goes in for the fight. But with the Viper TP, it gets too scary to continue. And they're going to back off.
Radiant are scanning.
Difference is coming from behind through the gateway. Is going to immediately get spotted. The Ice Blast flies out. It's not going to connect. Can you get the blink? Oh, just off the mark, and Difference is dead. Dude's actually playing the worst game of his life. Takes the gateway, tries to help out his teammate. Then randomly Fezzor throws out a Ice Vortex, spots the DK, the tiniest blink. 0.01 second away from being off cooldown, dead.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Right, he's just going to charge over the Jakiro. Has the movement speed increased as well from the river. Doesn't have the mana for Pulverize. And first BKB usage results in nothing. He's got that Ice Blast ready. And another Trackle kill on the Jakiro.
Radiant's killing.
No difference. Avatar, Jodex coming in from the side, is Ice Blasted and broken, and a lot of damage. He will lose his life. Buyback from the Jakiro. They want to kill off Lucas. Can they even get the leak for him? No, they cannot. And DK doesn't drop. Fight continues. Nice little dead shot move there, but it is going to be the Bounty Hunter using himself up, trying to stay alive. Is the Macropire burn going to be enough? No, it is not, and that is all track gold, baby. For the Bounty Hunter, Difference trying to get himself out of there, but that's also a buyback on to the Jakiro. So that's essentially 5 heroes for an AA. Actually, yeah, that's not that good. 1,200 gold added to the bounty in that fight. 900 for the Viper and 950 for the DK. And the DK again, so very close to dying.
Radiant's top tower is under
But the
attack.
painful part was the bristleback. Jodex just got annihilated. Ice Blast, Viper Strike, dead. No heal, no damage block.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No nothing left.
Dire are scanning.
I would assume at that stage you probably go for Lotus, but I can understand why it goes Jules.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Anku on the Viper, off lane 9, 1, and 7. Third in net worth right now. I'm surprised that Eyesight's still keeping up in the top net worth chart. Same with Chodex. Well, difference is even not that far behind. It's just the supports are really rich. The bounty, of course, with all the track gold. And even the AA is pretty much in a solid position. Anku and Lucas in the Roche pit at the moment. You don't really... They're actually smoked up top because they're hoping to bait them out into a fight. They're getting a free Roche and they'll take it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Dire's middle
Viper
tower
with
is
the
under
Aegis.
attack.
A difference.
Radiant's top
It's gonna
tower
cut the
is
creep
under
wave.
attack.
Which is gonna get the tier 1 tower top secured.
Radiant's
Sneaky
top
beaky
tower
tiny.
has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Like, the worst
Radiant's
part
top
is, like,
tower is
for
under
instance,
attack.
Tiny, he's going for BKB. Okay. They have... Oh, bottom. Smoke breaks. Rise blinks into the trees. Ice Path can't be used. And the two supports are trying to stay alive, but Yakiro's dead. Or? Yeah, TP interrupt with the mini onslaught. Kill secured. Yeah, even if you have BKB this game, which is obviously BKB is always nice to have, but you're up against Viper Strike pierces BKB, Ice Blast pierces BKB, Bounty Track pierces BKB, and Primal Beast Pulverize pierces BKB. They have 4 piercing abilities, so BKB is not even going to be that successful this game. And Muerta's quite a long ways away from the Ags. For extra team fight control.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I just mentioned, of course, that Eyesight had good farm, but he has been pretty much stuck with the same 2 creep camps for the last 3 minutes. Kills off those 2 creep camps, goes back to base. Waits for the next minute, and then clears them up again. Codex has the Yules now done. Very nice aggressive ward top lane from the Radiant side.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, they're very light. Obviously, they just smoked up. Though,
Dire's bottom tower
they
is
might
under
just
attack.
take the gateway to go for the Tormentor steal. Which could be very nice of a catch. Codex defends, they steal the Tormentor. Get that shard. Or they're gonna go for just a full backstab play. I don't know if that's better. Well, the thing is, it's dangerous to steal Tormentor against an AA because of Ice Blast. A re-smoke from one move. They're in from the side. They spot out the bounty. Ava quickly get the catch, but Ice Blast connects onto 2. The DK stun comes in, and that is the Tiny already taken care of. Ursa on the run is going to go for the TP away. Gets the TP back to base, but BB3PX not going to be so lucky. Lucas on a godlike streak, grip on the opposite direction. Needs to just keep them occupied. Go for the TP out of there. DK. They don't spot him in time. Find a bounty, but they lose 2, including a mid laner in response. Who had a BKB, by the way, on the Tiny. Just didn't pop it. Jump in quickly onto the bristleback and get out of there. Has the glimmer pulverized up in the sky. Fear comes up down below. Primal Beast is dropping low. Chodex is going to get taken down. Muerta from the side. The Primal Beast almost dead. Does get taken down by Jakiro, and Lucas is going to attempt to TP out, but he is stunned in position. Lifted up into the sky, and Gilgir gets that kill. That's a big chunk of change. Going to the Muerta, putting him closer towards the Ags, only 700 gold away. We find 2 core kills, and the tier 3 tower is still left standing. Tormentor's still up, by the way. But Eyesight on the Ursa is going for a nullifier next. I mean, it helps against Solar Crest, I guess. And 4-staff Yules from Bounty. It helps killing Bounty, realistically. But the Muerta Ags is going to be a big pickup. Ooh. Tried to get the catch onto Muerta, but their attention is going to be that Tormentor. No defense coming in, not really possible either. As the heroes are on the other side of the planet. Tormentor shard goes to Bounty, so he can now invis his allies. That's always cool. With the friendly shadow. If it was on the Viper, that would have been really nice for them, because then high ground pushing is a lot easier with the poison attack being able to affect buildings.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Codex next item, BKB. Marta's got the Ags. They need to get a Lotus at this stage on the side of one move. Difference? He's just trying to cut creep waves. But he at least forces down 4 heroes to rotate and kill him. Oh no, Jakiro. Don't get spotted by Bounty. Eyesight's very close to finishing up his nullifier. But even then, that AA is just hiding miles away from the fight. Has the gem available now as well. So all the vision that they have on the side of one move is going to get removed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Codex bottom side is spotted. DK stun comes out. Mini Ravage actually works well for the Bristleback, as Bounty is continuously chasing after him. Yeah, he's content with just keeping them occupied. Lucas comes back in as well. Does get pretty much stun locked. And it's a 5-man rotation toward... Did they all TP? Yeah, they all TP bottom. That opens up the rest of the map. Space created is what you can easily call this. Tiny knows no one's top. No one can come top. When a 5-man rotation towards bottom is made to kill off one Bristleback who was already very dead.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're looking for more blood. And that is probably going to be the tiny top.
Radiant's
As he
top
is
tower
walking
is
underneath
under
ward
attack.
vision. And there's a very pesky rotation to catch him out. Ooh. Ice Blast not going to connect. Gets the blink to the side, going for the TP out of there. And yeah, they don't catch him. So again, almost all 5 heroes go in one direction to kill off the tiny. He blink TPs out. They get nothing there. And that gets more time for the Ursa to get his shard and closer to his other items. Same with Jakiro, closer to his Ags. Jakiro is always very strong. No matter how the game is going to go, if you get that Ice Path Macropire shenanigan going on in the team fight, it becomes rough to deal with.
Dire are scanning.
Roche is up. Oh, Bounty breaks the smoke. And a little bit slow on the response there. To be able to get the vision down in time. The moment smoke breaks. Difference is going to get jumped. Has to be careful. Primal on the high ground. Walks in. There's going to be the BKB. Pulverizes well. Difference. Tiny is gone. The rest of the team now needs to get away. There's no force staff available on the Jakiro anymore. Throws out the Ice Path. Knows he's going to die. And Bristleback tried to TP topside. Is going to get caught here. Yules keeps him alive for a little bit longer. There's no Ice Blast. There's no Viper Strike. Disarm onto the DK. Is he going to be able to stay alive? No. Rise has the Aghanim Scepter. The break comes through. Rise in response. It's going to lose his life. Jakiro buys back as well. Chasing in for more is this Muerta, but needs to be very careful. Lucas jumps in back onto the high ground. The Ursa has no way of disengaging. Jumps just out of reach. And they will lose the Muerta. They even lift up the Ursa to keep him at bay. But an aggressive dive is successful. There is another Enrage available for the Ursa. if he wants to reinitiate onto Quantum. But they are now 19k ahead. Lucas has his own nullifier ready. Going for the overwhelming blink next. Viper's going butterfly, so just straight up right click core build. I mean, he still has his level 25 talent. Oh no, wait. He doesn't. What's his? Viper Strike mana cost cooldown reduction. I mean, 15-second cooldown on Viper Strike's not bad. Or Nether Toxin radius increased by 25 every 0.5 seconds. I don't... Is that good? I don't know. But they are going to get Roche with the banner. And BB3PX, because he bought back, doesn't have anywhere close to his Aghanim Scepter done. Was pretty decently far, but had to spend solid 600 something gold added in, so
Radiant are scanning.
not superb. Radiant are scanning. They scan that the Ursa is taking it. They know that there's someone in the area, but they're just gonna push in bottom. Roshan's banner dropped. I think Viper has shard. Yeah, Viper has shard, so buildings are easily able to get broken. A lot of creep stop lane. That is going to be the tier 3 tower gone, tier 2 tower gone if they don't defend it. But they are going to go for megas, or at least creeps themselves. Take the Dire base. Grip gets his ulti off in time before the DK blows him up. Difference misses the toss back play. Does use it onto the DK. Pulverize onto Difference now. He's in a little bit of trouble. The charge goes forward. The Difference does the frostbitten actually kill him off in the end. He does get back in towards the fountain, heal up, and they have a chance for a round 2. As Quantum will bail out after the full set of racks have been secured. DK actually barely had anything happen to him in that fight.
Dire are scanning.
Difference. I mean, this is the thing. Difference is in the front the entire time. Dude doesn't have a smoke. So yes, he's walking out in front, smoked up. Sorry, he doesn't have a dust. Smoke breaks and then, oh yeah, the bounty broke the smoke. Oh, what shall I do? Stare at the window. Beautiful, beautiful day outside. At this, yeah, now he has dust. Should have not, yeah, he should have had dust before. On the side, that's a nice fear onto the AA. Take him out, no Ice Blast available then. That's a good catch. Break onto the Bristleback is going to get broken once again. The Nullified does get thrown out as well. Heaven's Halberd, but the Chodex Bristleback is slowly walking away. Is he going to get taken down? He is actually going to walk out of the area, but the Ursa's not going to be so lucky. Difference trying to go for the DK. DK would be a huge kill, but the DK blinks out. No damage received. In time, Difference is dead. Make that 2 kills. Primal looking for the Jakiro, who will get the little bumpy up the high ground with the Forestaff. But it is going to be 2 cores for an Ancient Apparition trade. Viper still has the Aegis, is looking to lose the Aegis. Does have a BK, and not have a BKB. That's actually on cooldown. But they don't want to risk it for that play. Ice Blast is going to be flying in momentarily, I would assume. As they don't have buybacks available on the Dire cores. Jump in onto the Bristleback. Pulverize doesn't do too much. And actually, Chodex does a lot of damage in response. The Fear onto Rise. Primal Beast needs to be a bit careful with arrows to break. The Ice Blast onto the Bristle. He's the one in trouble right now. Is going to get hunted by Rise. Does he manage to get out of range just in time? Turns it around on towards Rise. Lucas continuously chasing. There's going to be the bounces, but the shuriken toss is not going to be enough to clear it. Also, Tiny is almost back up. Fear back by Grip. He wants to get the catch, but the invis from the bounty hunter is too much. 2 sets of racks have been fully secured. I swear to God, someone buy Lotus. DK, stun, nullifier, Viper strike, pulverize, bounty hunter with a scythe, with a Yules, with a force staff. Well, force staff doesn't really matter. Track. So many things. Marta has a Yules now, I guess, to keep them out of the fight. Difference walks up the high ground. Is going to get spotted. Difference is going to get ice blasted, and Difference is going to get killed. Another one. CB3PX uses his Macropire so that he can get Ag, so he can use Macropire. But I might be able to buy the Ags, however, he doesn't have Macropire. In case that would be a continuation fight. Eyesight has his Basher available right now. I mean, at this stage, the most important thing to have on the dire side is buyback. And speaking of which, Codex, jumped, Ice Blast, dead. Yeah, Fezzor has just done too much this game. Both the supports have done so much this game. Bounty has scouted every single smoke gank, every single move they have made possibly. And Fezzor has like missed 1 Ice Blast, I think. Maybe 2 Ice Blasts the entire game, but he's been using it off cooldown.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, buyback by Chodex. Last set of racks to try and secure. Oh. Whoopsie daisy. Missed the mark. Always have the tiny tossback play that might be able to do something. And they do attempt it. It is going to be the jump onto Difference, losing a lot of his HP, but can they catch out Ankuru? Viper Strike is there, the 4-step Hurricane Pikes. It is enough to get the Viper out of range. They lose grip on the side. Chodex does get out by the skin of his teeth. Ankuru's dead. While Primal Beast is on the backline, Ursa is going to actually get the Nullifier. Toss up from Difference. The kill onto the Primal Beast isn't almost there. He is invis. They don't have detection available. And Primal stays alive. They finally do get the dust go, and Primal gets the kill onto Jakiro. In response, Ursa is in trouble. Gets slowed down heavily. Difference with the toss-up, trying to keep his buddy alive. Difference is going to die back. As so is the Bristle of Chodex. And in comes Difference did just buy back, but the Tiny is going to die immediately afterwards. And GG does get called. 1 move, lose game number 2. So we're going to a deciding game number 3. Yeah, this game was a rough one. For 1 move, they kind of got outdrafted and outplayed, for that matter. The supports on Quantum annihilated them. DK and Viper. DK had 16-2 as a score. Viper 15-2 compared to Difference, who was 1-13-8 on that mid tiny. Just every single time managed to get caught. Really struggled this game to get anything off on the right foot for 1 move. So Quantum, deservedly so, take game number 2 and take this to a decider game number 3. We'll be going towards short break, and we'll be back for the last game of the series. So we'll see you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ourselves ready for the last game of the series. One that One Move has to win if they want to even have a chance to qualify for the playoffs. If they lose this, that means that they are eliminated. And if they win this, they still have a chance, but they need to beat Y5 Esports after. So it's also not immediately that they are coming all the way through either. On the other hand, Quantum, they're playing for nothing. Realistically, they have already been eliminated, so they are just playing for glory at this stage, so they don't go out of the group stage with an 0-4 scoreline. But now we have new round, new chances, new heroes. I would definitely not want to deal with the Ancient Apparition again if I was One Move. God, no, that was horrid to deal with. Like, they just had no game. Break plus Ice Blast means Bristle is useless, for instance. But also, the lanes really did not go anywhere close to how they should be going. Especially that DK having such a good lane was definitely not where it should have been. But One Move, they're going to go for another run of the Bristleback. Are we immediately going to see the AA as a counter? If not, they need to ban AA. And yeah, another run of the Primal Beast. I mean, it did work pretty well last game. Decently. I wouldn't say amazing, but obviously it's always good to have against the Bristleback. They again banned the same two heroes. The Coddle. Like, they're going to pick AA, right? They ban Coddle, they ban Ringmaster, and then Quantum will just go for the Ancient Apparition again to counter the Bristleback. I don't really understand the Coddle ban. They banned the Tusk, and who would have thought? So Bristleback already has a very terrible game. Gonna force his entire item build to be full defensive because he's up against a Primal AA, so he can't get like the Ags build, for instance, going. As you will need stuff like either a Pipe or a Glimmer. We're going to go the same route as last game. They're going to go for Jakiro. Actually, Clockwork's not banned. Yeah. Last game, they banned Clockwork instead of the Tusk. And Clockwork is really good against both AA and Primal Beast. And a lot better to have because you have Hookshot to at least engage on enemies. Last game, they could not engage on anyone. They will probably have to be careful of that pesky bounty track once more, because I would not be surprised if they pick up another bounty. They have not been able to do a single smoke gang on One Move successfully last game because of bounty always in the front. Jakiro. Oh, Enigma. Wait, what? Oh, and they picked Gyro themselves. So they have 3 cores already, unless they make the Enigma support. But they picked the Gyrocopter because it counters the Enigma. And they know that Bristleback is not going to be a safe lane Bristle because they have AA already to counter the Bristle. So Enigma is in a pretty good spot unless the... Well, Monkey's also banned. Are there any other heroes that are good against Enigma? Not really. Gyrocopter, Bristleback, and Monkey are most of the time the best 3 heroes to deal with the Enigma. Eidolons in lane, at least. Okay, so it is going to be a safe lane Bristle. They're going to pick up the Underlord for the off lane. That means Enigma's at least going to have a bad lane, and Bristle should have a good lane. Depending on, of course, the +4 from Quantum. But Underlord, they're going to have Bristle, Jakiro probably, Clockwork, Underlord on the other side. Unless they swap Jakiro and Clockwork around and make it a +5 Clockwork with a Jakiro +4. But if you catch people inside the Firestorm, inside the cogs with Firestorm on top, it's a lot of damage. However, it is double melee against double range then. I never understand the Slark ban. I mean, I do because technically it should be decent, but on the other hand, it is a Slark. Like, Slark always gets picked against Underlord, but Slark takes so much damage in Firestorm in lane that normally you just get freaking annihilated by Firestorm Underlord, laning stage-wise. Also, is this a Gyrocopter +4 then that they're thinking? Considering they did just ban the Slark and they have a Gyrocopter on Quantum, they're expecting this to be a I guess Lifestealer would be not that bad for Quantum against the Underlord Bristleback. Doesn't really care that much about those two in the lane. Hookshot TP interrupts TP, but that's about it. That's all the BKB Pierce they have on one move. Yeah, I guess it makes sense putting the Gyro +4. Quap ban plus, I mean, quap ban means what? Storm Spirit pick. Unless, sorry, my mind is, yeah. Primal Beast. What counts as Primal Beast? Realistically, in mid. The idea used to be Timbersaw, but that's not really so, because Primal Beast has a lot of magic damage in the laning stage. Timbersaw can definitely get caught out. Mars mid has been done in the past, because you can just spare Primal Beast away if he tries to do anything funky. Puck? I mean, Puck is still available. Technically, they could still play with the Primal Beast offlane Enigma for Gyrocopter safe, AA5, and then get a different mid laner. But they can always adjust according to their last pick. As they could just go for the Huskar mid, for instance, on Quan. And then win. If one move don't have anything to counter the Huskar. They ban out Ursa. Ursa, Slark, Monkey, all 3 dead. Last pick for one move. I mean, for them, it's very likely going to be their mid hero, which I guess Storm, Puck, quite a couple. I would like Puck. They're gonna go Storm, and then Quantum, Puck, Huskar. Go Huskar mid, win game. It would be a little bit of swapping around with the roles, but they're gonna go Lifestealer. Yeah, Lifestealer's also doesn't really have any counters this game. Really good against 2 of the enemy cores, and doesn't really care that much about the 3rd one in the Storm Spirit. You could have also just gone a Huskar safe lane and also won the game. But it is going to be Quantum. With... I'm thinking one move is going to win this. Yeah, I'm thinking one move is going to win this. Unless we get to see some really good Enigma black holes. One move has that plus side of being so globally active with Storm Zip, Underlord Gateway, Clockwork Hook Shot, Catch. And this time Quantum doesn't have as great... They still have a bit of scouting with the AA, but not as great of a scouting tool as last game. And that was kind of their biggest strength last game. The Bounty Hunter plus the AA found and saw everyone on the map. Difference couldn't even play Dota last game. This time it's a lot easier. They have Black Hole, Enigma Stun, like the Malefic Stun, AA Freeze Stun, and Primal Beast Pulverize. Those are the only stuns, long duration stuns that they have. Life Sealer doesn't have one. Gyrocopter's one is very hard to hit. AA's one is dependent on if they don't move from the position, and Primal Beast one is interruptible at any stage with the Clockwork Hook Shot. On the other side, they have pretty easy to set up stuns and roots, especially roots from the Underlord in this game, which is hard for the Primal Beast to play into. So yeah, I like one move's draft a little bit more. Then again, last game, they had ample opportunity, but they just... Oh, no, I wouldn't say ample opportunity. They were outdrafted last game. But that definitely could have had a chance in the game if they really just played better, smarter, faster.
Prepare for battle.
So which version are we going to get to see? The one move that wants to make it to the playoffs? Because if that's the case, they have to win this match. And then play one more series after against Y5 Esports. And then if they beat Y5 Esports, they will play in the playoffs, where they would be facing up against teams like Navi and OG, who are both playing in the CCT playoffs. What comes up, they know Enigma's not going to be there because he's going to be having demonic summoning. That means they're a lot weaker level 1 on Quantum than they are on one move. Oh, smoke broke. Can they get anything going? Doesn't seem to be the case. Gyrocopter.
The battle begins.
Gonna go for the steal. Oh, he steals it all right, and he was the only one there. But is he gonna get the he's gonna attempt the TP. Viscous Nasal Goo should be first blood. Wait, what? Safely Bristleback went for Snot Rocket Facet? Why is everyone going for Snot Rocket?
Yeah, Bowie.
Especially for a safe lane Bristle. Snot Rocket feels weird. Oh, Fazor caught inside the Cox bottom lane, dropping low. Kill comes in for Chodex. Yeah, the cogs in combination with Firestorm is a lethal combination against a Ancient Apparition who does very easily shatter. And just to spam through Lucas inside the cogs, forced to level rage level 2 instead of open wounds against the double melee lane. That does always feel a little bit hurtful. On top lane, Gyrocopter being slowed down. The right clicks from the Jakiro. He actually did go for the Twin Terror Facet. That I really do like that one. The fact that with a hero that has so much armor reduction, like the Viscous Nasal Goo, from Bristle, you have Jakiro who went for the Twin Terror Facet, so he does more damage with right clicks. So it's kind of a nasty little combo that they have topside. Lifestealer having a pretty okay time bottom lane, unsurprisingly. Difference does need to be careful in case at the 4-minute mark some rotations are made by, for instance, the Gyrocopter. AA not so much, but definitely the Gyrocopter. Well, AA is not the worst rotation either. Now towards mid, Difference trying to get the damage in onto the Primal Beast. There's going to be the pulverizing response. Difference is dead. And a big kill there for the Primal Beast. Doesn't have any bottle refills available though, so he is very likely just going to die.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Or has to walk back, which is also not great. But a good TP there from Fezor, as the Storm was unable to move away with the Primal Beast right on top of him. Gets the freeze going, and Difference on that Storm, who was actually having a pretty good time in mid. Definitely felt the pain of a TP. Top lane going in onto the Enigma, very quickly taken care of, but in response, Jakiro should falter as the Eidolons have enough damage to clear him out. Oh, Eyesight. My god, that rocket barrage damage. Bit much, but not anywhere close enough for the Bristleback to have to fear for his life. And they find 2 kills. The Enigma is struggling at this stage because his Eidolons just keep getting blown up by the Quill Spray. With Eyesight top net with Chodek second. And Difference still ahead of the Primal Beast currently. Even with that kill that he managed to secure. Topside, a lot of damage. Eyesight dropping low. Rocket Barrage spam. The body blocks coming in from the Eidolons. And Bristleback had no way out. That's a Perseverance done. Guess Loadsorb is going to be his first item. Does give him good armor, but just the passive HP regen and mana regen is also nice.
Dire are scanning.
Pezzer took the gateway. Don't necessarily know exactly what for. Are they looking for a kill here onto the Bristle? Possibly. Gyrocopter has rotated to mid. Mid Difference does have his level 6, so he has zip available to get out of problems. A lot of damage there on the Primal Beast. Just a static gremlin, actually Electric Vortex. Charge in from Primal, going for the Jakiro and clearing up the Jakiro. Difference did pick up a shield rune, but with the Electric Vortex on cooldown wasn't able to help him regardless if he was standing next to him. Ellie probably would have died with him. Bottom lane, it's a 1v1, while the rest of the side, Ryze will be able to get the charge to the low ground. And Eyesight is just continuously easily farming top. Chodek, same story in the bottom lane. Going Radovato's first item.
Dire are scanning.
So once the big stun lock, or stun root against the Primal. Specifically, this Primal Experience Shrine just gets tanked in time by Grip. And stolen by BB3PX. Though Anku walking in from the side. Clockwork, can he even get out of there? Fezzor's nearby. Grip is going to die, but they did manage to deny the Shrine of Wisdom Shrine of Wisdom going in favor of the Radiant side. So this time, I wanted to say it's going to take longer for them to get the Ice Blast, but AA is already almost level 5. So it's not going to take too long until he has Ice Blast available. Interestingly enough, Gyrocopter has the Afterburner facet, so the movement speed facet when you use Rocket Barrage instead of the call down, where you have the extra call down missile fly on people. Which is an interesting one, considering he's +4. Top side, Regen Room picked up for difference. They spot out the Gyrocopter going in. There is no onslaught, so he has to walk towards the Gyrocopter to try and help him out. Primal immediately gets interrupted. Chodek's coming in from behind as well, caught inside the cock. The Primal Beast of Ryze has no way out. He tried to pulverize a Clockwork with Battery Assault. And on the side, there's still a regen room going on for difference. Get the catch onto Fezzor. AA is going to make that a third death. And the tier 1 tower is the target here. Ooh, Chodex almost dies on the Underlord. He actually doesn't even have Gateway, but he needs a little bit of goal experience so that he has Gateway.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lucas is now top net worth of the game on the Life Stealer, going for the Radiance as his next build up, or his first item really.
Radiant are scanning.
Stupendous.
And Primal is starting to fall behind, and that's the worst part about Primal. He's just horrible at farming, or at least keeping up in farm. Needs kills more than anything, or a lot of support from his team with stacks and such that he's allowed to clear. Hook shot in, Zip as well with that Arcane Moon still bottled up on the Storm Spirit. They managed to get Koryak Kavan. Yeah, Gyrocopter, 5 deaths this game already. Doesn't have any of the tools that is required to stay alive. Level 2 homing missile, level 3 rocket barrage. I mean, the toolkit's just not there.
I've been wanting this.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Eyesight's going Perseverance into Yasha. Interesting bristleback build. Guess with the Yasha he can kite out the Life Stealer for the most part. Try to outrun him. Yeah, looking for the Enigma. They're close by. Difference is there. Zip in. Drag onto Anku. Enigma. Black Hole comes up. Ice Path though is going to catch out the Primal Beast plus the Macro Fire damage in. Fezzor's still not level 6 just yet. Difference is looking to maybe go in.
Radiant's top
Yeah, he
tower
knows exactly where the ancient apparition is, and Fezor is going to be another one gone. Though, in response, Jakiro is going to die. But difference 4, 1, and 3 a lot more active this game than on the Tiny, or at least than the attempted game of Tiny. With difference now top net worth. Lucas is right behind him though. Sacred Relic's almost done. But you also have Chodex going for the Gleipnir. Eyesight's almost done with the Yasha. Anku is going Midas on Enigma. As Drums is going Midas next. So that's not going to be the... Unless this game goes really long, the Enigma should not have the most amount of impact. With how long it's going to take for the rest of his items to be done.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Hook shot in, find themselves the AA. He does have Ice Blast. It hits onto difference, doesn't do too much. There's a very nice neutral creep cam triple stack in the area. They have called down on the other side if they want to try and go for it. Difference is trying to scoop it up. And we'll be able to clear up a triple neutral creep cam stack neatly. With the rest of one move joining suit, all very close to that engagement. 5k net with lead now for one move. And in to push the tier 1 tower in mid.
Dire structures are fortified.
Grip has his hook shot in 1 second. Chodex is walking in. Root. Drag back, hold him in place. Ice Blast in response. He's going to get sidestepped by difference. Hook shot comes in onto 2, catches him in the cogs. And the Primal Beast, is he going to be able to get out? He takes so much damage, but eventually does get taken down. Fezor on the side will be controlled up and finished off, as they will get the TP of the Enigma out of there. Gateway back to base, heal up back to full HP mana, and then they can continue taking over the Radiant part of the map with it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Difference, amplified damage runes going Witchblade. What does Eyesight have in the meantime? SNY is almost done on the Bristle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ice Blast flying out bottom the moment they want to go for the Tormentor, so they have to wait a little bit, stack up some Quill Discus Nasal Goo stacks, and then still continue to clear it once the Ice Blast has ended. And they will do exactly that. Chart for Clockwork. He's actually going Ags on Clockwork for its item.
Are scanning.
The Rocket Flare spam is going to be pretty impactful to get all the vision in the map. Fezor spotted, hook shot in onto the Primal Beast. Dragon back, gateway usage as well from Underlord. Turns his attention towards the Ancient Apparition on the side. And that is a
alike.
Couple of nice kills next to the Roche pit that they will immediately go to clear.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gyrocopter nearby, call down. A lot of damage in the pit, but they don't have any more behind it. As the Gyrocopter is going to get jumped, Black Hole is available, but okay, difference is, has the Aegis, so losing his first life is not going to be too problematic. Ice Path catch onto the Primal Beast, Life Steal is going to go in. Difference wants to fight this, zips in onto Primal, who gets saved there with the Infest. They're going to back away, lost Clockwork, got the Aegis, and the fear was, of course, that the Enigma, who has the money for a Blink Dagger at this stage, is always very close by, so you gotta be careful. You lose that Aegis the first time normally, then almost always you need to get Black Hold on top afterwards.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has been denied.
Huzzah!
Bottom side, Chodex. Yeah, he's got the full Gleipnir done. Fezor is going for his own Rod of Atos because AA, of course, loves to have Gleipnir himself. But he is... Ooh, Chodex doesn't get the catch on anyone. They just barely weave through him.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bristleback going for a
Ability.
Load Sword next. Catch onto Life Stealer. Invis Rune Storm. First stun, second stun. Tries to get the Rage run away. Has the Infest available. Hookshot comes out, but he can infest into the Ancient Apparition. However, he comes back out of the AA. Nice Infest Bomb, but it's not going to be nearly enough damage. Even a mini Ravage coming out from the Croaker to help out. Codex, though, is going to be just fine. Especially with the armory of Necrobook Creeps coming in from behind and the Bristleback as well. TP attempt from the Gyrocopter, dragged back, taking down Chodex with a double kill, going for the tier 2 tower bottom. And a 9k net with lead now. With a BKB on the Primal, Blink is done on the Enigma. But they're gonna need a big ass black hole to turn this one around.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Anku spotted out the Enigma. Gonna get caught, and the stun lock is there onto the Enigma. And delays BKB a little bit longer. They are looking for the Bristleback though, who is fairly fast. Smoke breaks. Bristle gets out. No blink, no catch, no nothing.
Where's my pension?
Gold Chodex almost has his BKB, so he's going to be surviving better in those situations. Stormspirit's got Kaya Sanch plus Witchblade in for the next BKB. And Bristle, okay, yeah, he's just going to go Shard. On the Radiant side, Radiance plus
Looking for me?
Life Sealer's Armlet are done. Primal Beast needs Blink. Enigma needs BKB. Gyrocopter almost has Shard, but like it's going to do nothing.
Dire's middle
Difference
tower
still
is
has
under
the
attack.
Aegis for another 40 seconds.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Only one outer tower left standing with the tier 2 tower in mid.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And they just got reclaimed. Immediately they smoke up. Obviously, Chodix doesn't have to be there because he has the Fiend's Gate. He is going to join his teammates, though. I guess with Clockwork all the way bottom, they might not have the range to get the catch, but there's Enigma Black Hole in case there is a good opportunity. Doesn't seem to be the case right now. Chasing after the Ancient Apparition. Fez is trying to TP away behind the one singular tree, but a hook shot will make sure he has nowhere to go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And the last outer tower to be cleared
Dire's bottom
is
tower
also exactly that, cleared. Will they go the high ground? That's the big question. They are up against Black Hole. BKB on Primal Beast is up, so you can only interrupt one of the two. Oh. Or you just zip in onto Anku and try and get the catch. Finally get the Electric Vortex going. Chodex on the side. Roots into second root. Ice Blast comes out. Enigma Black Hole on cooldown. Difference gets the zip out of there. And they're going to disengage on the Dire side. They did lose Anku still to grip on the back end. With that Aghanim Scepter done. Rise now. BKB has just ended Infest into the Primal Beast to get him out of dodge. But there is no BKB on Primal. There is no Infest on Lifestealer. And there is no Black Hole on Enigma.
Invisibility.
Boom! There it goes.
And there's a Clockwork with Aghanim Scepter, the Rocket Flare spam. Able to constantly keep the side lanes pushed out. Gyrocopter spotted. I mean, the Gyro's got nothing. They're beating a dead horse at this point. He's got Shard. That's it. He's got Shard, Magic Wand, Arcane Boots. And a Quelling Blade randomly. What does Bristleback, what's he going for? Oh, Primal is very much spotted. Has a BKB, can't really go for the TP out either. Is going to try and go for the gateway move. Hook shot interrupts the TP. Going for a second round, but this time his BKB has ended and they will get the kill. Beyond Godlike on Storm. There is now a chance, because there's a BKB on the Enigma, that he could go for BKB Black Hole, because Hookshot is on cooldown. It is not a long cooldown, though. It's only a 45. It's actually up the moment he has his Black Hole again. Essentially. Taking the Gateway, going for another Tormentor. Maybe a good Ice Blast could catch them. Nope, it's already dead. Jakiro solo kills. Wow. Jakiro actually got a solo kill there. Onto the Gyrocopter. As I think Storm got the shard. Yep. So now you got the Overload attack bounce. Sorry, the Overload give to ally stuff thing, AoE. Blast, blast, blast.
Dire are scanning.
Jump in, catch, pulverize, black hole, interrupted immediately before you can even get the cast off. Ice Blast is underneath him. Difference gets himself back. Lucas Life Sealer has no rage, has an infest, has a target nearby. Rise is too close, but Lucas is already dead before a response comes in. Zipping deeper from Difference, and the control onto Angumin's Enigma falters, with the last one being the gyrocopter on the run. It was a nice attempt, but Grip was too fast with that hook shot to let them get out of there. It was also the overclocking hook shot, so it was a big AoE hook shot. Really well done.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now the high ground push. Oh, yeah, overclocking, he actually uses the cogs to get the 250 attack speed. That's kind of cool. To push faster on the clockwork. I forget about the aspects of overclocking that are that aren't just the rocket flare span. Full set of racks secured, zip in. They still have black hole onto the Enigma. So it's not easy peasy lemon squeezy. You have to be a little bit careful while bailing out. And one move, 22k net with lead at the moment. Oh, Grip, gotta be careful. They are hunting to try and get the clockwork. Is gonna get the hook shot while consistently being chased by a homing missile. There is the primal coming in. They are gonna go for Grip, and Grip is dead. Grip. But another smoke up from one move. They're in the Roche pit. Oh, that gateway drag back. Anku with the black hole misses the mark completely. They're inside, charging forward. Anku's gonna get taken down. They will lose the Jakiro in a second. Actually, do they? He finally does lose his life to the gyrocopter, but the rest of the team is on the run. Lucas infest bombs out towards eyesight. Rage TP's out. And they will go for Roshan to get the Aegis Plus banner for one move. Yeah, that was, honestly, I'm surprised that they don't GG out after that blink black hole. Whiff.
That's the spirit. You blew it.
Difference 13, 1, and 17 right now. Singular kill, 37 galvanized stacks. That's an extra 11.1 mana regen. Lucas on the Life Sealer. Doesn't pop his rage just yet. He is going to infest with the Aghanim Scepter into the Jakiro. Jump right out and has a rage run away. Rice is nearby. He just gets spotted. He doesn't have his BKB yet. Still a cooldown for 10 more seconds. Difference. Ice Blast going to connect. Eyesight needs to be careful. Is going to try to still get that kill, but the Ice Blast debuff needs to drop quickly. Now it's gone. Still has the Aegis available. Has the Heart of Tarask to keep him alive and kicking. While Chodex gateways through. Enigma, no black hole, pops the BKB on the run. Chodex trying to do the exact same. The Life Seed is actually hurting quite a lot as they interrupt the TP of the Underlord, take him down. They lose 3 on the Dire side. Did cost a double buyback on the Radiant, but they do manage to hold on tight. And that gives time for the black hole to return. He's also going for the Aghanim Scepter on the Enigma next for the vacuum.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Plus percentage-based damage if you catch people in black hole. And Lucas is building into the AC. The Lifestealer is actually starting to become a really big problem for them. Top net worth of the game. It's not easy for them to kill him. Unless he's the last one left. And even then, he invests aggressively with the Ags. And heals himself up in the meantime. Okay, they are very much spotted. Try and see if they can get some farm, but there's the gateway usage. Rise, TP attempt, hook shot. Not gonna reach the mark. The creeps were blocking it. So he gets out. Hookshot's now on cooldown from Clockwork. He has it back up in 20 seconds. They'll be having it up for Black Hole. While currently Bristleback is on the high ground, 2 minutes left for the Aegis to disappear.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
The question is, where's the Enigma zip in? Ooh, Anku smoked up. Has that ninja gear to be sneaky beaky like. But the Clockwork is... I mean, he does need to get a good lineup on the Clockwork. BKB Black Hole interrupted inside the macro fire onto 2. And the Enigma is dead. Quickly turn their attention towards Lucas. Has no infest available. It's going to get taken down momentarily. Is going for Chodix actually. Oh, Chodix almost drops. Gyro is trying to catch up to the Underlord, but they will lose 4, and with that, the rest of their base is going to be gone. They will not have a Black Hole. They will not have Lifestealer for 80 more seconds. Right, maybe they got the free play, but they have a set of creeps coming in from bottom, and they do see on Kwanzaa, but they don't GG out yet. They now GG out, okay. GG gets called, and it is going to be one move taking this series. And with that, they keep themselves alive. All they now need to do is win the next series, and they will be playing the playoffs in the CCT Series 8. Great game coming out from Gilgear on that Clockwork. Difference again, looking very solid. Quantum kind of dropped the ball here. Lifestealer looked very good, but the rest of them really struggled going forward. Then the Gyrocopter just had no play whatsoever. It just couldn't do anything. Nonetheless, that's the last one of the second series. There is one more deciding series left for today. It is One Move versus Y5 Esports. We're going towards a short little break, get everything ready, and we'll be right back for the last match of the group stage. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ourselves ready for what is essentially the last series of the group stage. Winner of this series will advance on towards the playoffs. A loser of this series is eliminated from the CCT Season 8. My name is DK Truman, and I will be taking you along the ride for the last one in the group stage, as we have two teams up against each other, of course. Here we have the current bracket. Quantum eliminated all 4 series that they have lost. They did take 3 of them the distance, though, as they did end it with at least 3 map wins. But One Move, that's the name that we're looking at right now, needs to overtake Wi-Fi if they want to make it through towards the next stage. And it's all about who takes this upcoming series in their favor. Here we have the lineup of One Move. They are playing with the substitute. Eyesight is stepping in for Nesphere, and they have got BB3PX instead of Fifal playing in for their roster. And their opponents are going to be Y5 Esports, a team that did, surprisingly enough, take a Series 2-0 win against Apple City Gang. And that is very surprising because Apple City Gang looked impossible to beat previously, but then they got 2-0 down into the ground. They did take the series against Zero Tenacity all the way, and against Quantum they also took it all the way, but against Quantum they won, and Zero Tenacity they lost 2-1. So working out hard to make it through to the next stage is the question. Who is it going to be? The draft is momentarily starting, so we can get to see all the heroes that I assume Bristleback is going to get banned, for instance, that will go forward. And here we start the drafting phase. What does Y5 actually play? That's a good question, because I don't know. And that's why I'm gonna check it. Y5. They play Shadow Shaman most played, Pangolier second, AA third, Sven fourth. Very different meta. Well, not the AA necessarily, but a lot of the hero. They even have Ricky twice picked. But no PA, no AA. This time they ban AA on the side of One Move. Funny. Bit of a change up there. But PA, Tinker ban, Beastmaster removed. The heroes that are still left, I would say, are Terrorblade, possibly Bristleback ban for Y5. TA? TA is still available. Tiny, Jakiro both get taken care of. Yeah, I think TA is going to get first phase picked now. Unless One Move doesn't want to play it. I would then probably ban TB, pick TA, something along those lines. The plus, of course, of TA is the fact that you don't know what lane it's going to play. To be fair, I don't actually know if Difference plays it. Or their safe or Eyesight even plays it. But they are going to go with the Bristleback first pick, so Y5 might just scoop it up themselves. It is a hero that has so much damage against Bristleback, and possibly a Silver Edge builder as well, to kill off a Bristle. Silencer. I mean, laning wise, it's decent, pretty good against Bristleback. Bristle is a Lotus builder normally, so that's a way to dispel at least the Silencer debuffs. But it's also dependent on if this is a Bristle safe or the Bristle off lane. I like the Shadow Shaman ban. They checked out what heroes they actually like to play, and Shadow Shaman at the top, Pangolier second. They even play like him. A lot of Bounty Hunter picks as well. Oh, you saw last game how much they struggle against the Bounty Hunter on the side of one move. Yeah, they ban out the pesky bounty. I don't necessarily like. There's so many heroes one move like to play, but Monkey King I think would be the important one to remove if I was them, depending on what you want to put in the mid lane. But it is Difference's best hero. Especially if you want to pick TA, you should ban the monkey. Or you could pick the monkey. Because if you go monkey mid on Y5, you can get a Mage Slay, which is pretty neat. Hoodwink, break against Bristleback. Finally someone goes for the Hoodwink. I always call Hoodwink and it never gets picked up. So I stopped calling it and now it gets picked up. But Hoodwink works so well with Tidehunter. Ooh, they actually banned Ringmaster second phase almost every game in the last series. It's a good save. Yeah, it's a good save. It's always nice. You can dodge a decent amount of damage with it. You've got the Ring of Wonder. The Wheel of Wonder. Sorry, not the Ring of Wonder. And another Clockwork game. Probably Clockwork plus 4. The plus is that you can find Hoodwink in the trees with the Rocket Flare and then catch him with a hook shot. Even though Hoodwink is one of the heroes that is really elusive and can get out of the cogs pretty easily. With the Sharpshooter and Force Staff that he normally tends to build. But Y5, I think Tide seems to spring to mind right now. Terror Blade. Okay, that one was still left. And I mean, the Terror Blade could also be offlane still. And their most picked hero, second most picked hero on the side of Y5 is going to be the Pangolier, which is very likely their mid, but could technically flex towards their offlane position. They have not really much to do against the Pangolier to counteract it, but they're going to go for the Monkey. I mean, except for beat him in lane, and Monkey King does. Honestly, Monkey King it's such a good Monkey King game. You just get Mage Slayer on the monkey and the damage output from obviously TB's damage output's pretty big, but the rest is like Pangolier might actually also go for Mage Slayer, but I would assume he's going to go for the Diffusal Blade to burn the Bristleback mana for the most part. And you also have the combination of Clockwork Hookshot Cogs with Ringmaster Wheel of Wonder and Wukong's Command on top, and it's just big fat juicy AoE. On the other side, you do have Silencer, so Global Silence counteracts a lot in those team fights. It's also the question, really, what Y5, like, what they're gonna play this Pangolier as. They have last pick. They can always change stuff up to deal with maybe a Monkey. It could also technically be a Monkey King safe lane. So if they pick up a hero that can either be mid lane, like a Magnus. Magnus could be mid off lane or safe lane, and then they really still have a lot of flexibility on the side of one move. I would like to see the Magnus, actually, and then put it either safe or off lane or mid, and then if you have it mid, then you have the Bristle safe lane. No, then you have the Monkey safe lane, Bristle off lane, something along those lines. For the people watching, by the way, Nesphere is not playing for one move. They are playing with Eyesight, who played a really good Bristle last series, a decent Ursa, and a very good PA. Primal and Darkseer both banned, so they're expecting the last pick to be an offlaner for one move. Darkseer, but actually both of them make a lot of sense though, because it's so much harder for TB to lane against. If they have a Clockwork, if they had a Clockwork plus Darkseer offlane duo, TB Silencer would very likely just get run over. Sniper and Razor ban. Sniper for the fear of Monkey King getting demolished in mid. Razor, I mean, unless you want to go like a lifesteal or safe lane, I doubt that Razor's going to hurt you that much, or troll for some reason. One of the fun things as well is Ringmaster is really good against TB in the sense that you can, like the shard on Ringmaster, I think it takes half the HP of illusions away in 0.3 seconds or something. Morphling, so it is a Bristle off lane, Monkey mid, and the Morphling safe lane for Eyesight, and one move. That's interesting to see. Doesn't like Silencer, but then again, he does go for a Manta style most of the time. Manta style Satanic, PKV in some cases, depending on what he's up against. Has to be really on his tippy toes, though, for the most part, once Silencer gets level 6, because Global Silence in combination with Bushwhack Sharpshooter and easy kill. Try and go off lane, Huskar mid? I don't know. No, probably not. What else is there? I mean, I really don't know what Wi-Fi needs at this stage. Okay, so they did put the Pango in the offlane and pick up Queen of Pain. It's another difference, Monkey versus Queen of Pain on the opposing side, and well, we've seen it time and time again. Difference is really good on the Monkey versus Queen of Pain. Especially the first couple of levels, then it gets a kind of a little bit rough if supports are rotating through to help him, which in this case, Quap is probably going to get some support rotations with the Hoodwink Silencers. heading that direction. Yeah, I do like one moves draft. There is, of course, that moment in the game when Queen of Pain gets the Aghanim Scepter. That stuff goes very problematically forward. But they don't have the best tools to deal, for instance, with the Bristleback. Yeah, obviously TB late game with the meta. He could technically go for the Silver Edge, and they have a break with the Hoodwink, and Terrorblade goes for Scotty regardless. I mean, especially in a game against the Morphling Monkey and Bristleback, is very, very likely going for the Scotty. But you also have to get the catch onto the Ringmaster almost always, because Ringmaster is going to do too much in terms of saving if you don't get that one secured. And then the game gets really rough at that stage. But looking at these two drafts, I like one moves draft a bit more. I think they're really hyper aggressive. Bristleback obviously in the front, but you've got the Monkey King and the Morphling from the sides, just being able to jump anyone instantly. The Wheel of Wonder, very hard to try and disengage from, and you've got the Clockwork with the hook shot catch. We saw Grip last game as well on the Clockwork field, very confident in interrupting those BKB black holes and the pulverizes. So should be definitely feeling comfortable enough to take any of these fights. So game is getting ready. Players are inside, and it is going to be the move out towards mid.
Bleep, bloop. I am a robot.
Nah, it's
Yeah,
not,
just
nah,
kidding.
it's not.
I don't think the monkey was in vision, so they might not know that the Dire placed a sentry, an observer. But they're going to smoke up on one move, go all the way around, might be able to catch a silencer here. The levels Viscous Nasal Goo in combination with a Impalement Arts hit
Seconds to battle.
onto silencer. Speaking of which, smoke is about to break. They have the observer ward, they spot him coming. Ooh, nice sidestep. That's a really good observe ward spot. Hard to counter with that.
The battle begins.
And just a straightforward 2-for-2 trade. Morphling, of course, going for the attribute shift level 1. Morphlings tend to only get 2 points in attribute shift. I don't even know if anything changed on the hero in the C patch. Clockwork trying to body block and did it so successfully that the creeps are all underneath the tower. Oh, Famous has Glaives of Wisdom level 1. That is very solid to have against a Bristleback. Yeah, the Soul currently 10 Glaives of Wisdom. Grip is being slowed down, and that is going to be the Clockwork. First blood going to the Silencer. Also steals 1 perma in the process. That's a very sad way to lose first blood. You walk underneath the tower and get right clicked down by a level 1 silencer. Seems to be some lag issues. Hopefully those are quickly fixed. And back we go. Looking at these two drafts as well, yeah, it's kind of interesting to see. Oh, Pango DC'd again. If this is going to be, I would say late game, you're still in a pretty solid spot for one move. I think it's very close in late game for both these teams because Quap is also really strong late game, but so could Silence. It can be just too much value to deal with. But it all changes when Monkey gets his level 25 talent because the additional Wukong's command ring could, I mean, that normally tends to be game winning. I think in this game, that is the most dangerous talent to deal with. The level 25 Monkey's additional Wukong's command ring. It's just like your entire screen, no one can fight in that area anymore. Or they die slowly by random monkeys smacking you. Hopefully, we won't have too many issues with the Pangolier soon rejoining.
My hero. My hero.
Whoa!
I do also like the fact that Quap this time, he went for a Scream of Pain instead of Shadow Strike at the beginning, because so many Queen of Pains missed the entire first two waves because they level Shadow Strike. I can't get the last hits in on the creeps because of it. As their main focus is trying to counter the monkey, but then lose their own game because of it. And go back. Dominic. Toretto. Please tell me everything's fine and dandy. Oh, Pango DC once again.
My hero.
140 ping. Okay. Returns. I guess, you know, if you gotta play with 140 ping, you gotta play with 140 ping. Maybe if your PC has a Wi-Fi connection, you could try 4G or 5G on your phone. See if that works.
Рассказывай мне сказки. Назови причину тряски.
Ouch. This might be a bit of a lengthy pause, it seems. As he's probably going to be resetting his router right now. And such. Okay. He reconnected again. Let's hope that the internet has been fixed now. Okay. He says go. We can go. Morphling is really struggling in that top lane. In terms of last hits, the lane equilibrium is completely off on the wrong direction.
How's it feel?
And catch the Terrorblade in. Just keep on bouncing all those pesky power cogs around. But Famous is just Trying to steal int and keep harassing on that silencer. Permanently scaling supports and such. Oh, they have meta. They're not going to go for the play because of cogs, and also being careful against Bristleback is definitely a necessity. Eyesight, bushwhacked up, but still has plenty of strength on the Morphling to be able to survive the damage in that lane for the time being. Difference struggling in mid. Still has decent last hits, but right now the Queen of Pain is bullying him all the way back. Did eventually go for 2 points in that Shadow Strike for the Harass Fest. No hyper aggression in any of these side lanes either. Mid lane difference is just struggling straightforward. The bottom lane, the plus side is they do have the lane pushing towards them, so they can constantly get some farm. As Metamorphosis is not even used just yet for any aggressive moves. Difference dropping low in mid. Does have that magic stick, hoping that Queen of Pain would blink in aggressively.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh, jump in onto the Quap. Quap doesn't have blink, and Difference gets a big kill. Will have to... Oh no, TP actually gets cancelled, so Difference is going to stay alive. And sneaky peeky, he did place one of the Iron Branches on the floor, jumped over the tree onto the Queen of Pain, and Quap had no blink, or even mana for a blink for that matter, to make it work. So that's a pretty nice move, I would say. He's also going to grab both water runes, so that's going to help him a little bit in recuperating towards that mid lane. But Queen of Pain, even though it's almost a full level behind of the monkey, still has a position of harassment that the monkey can't deal with. But he is a little bit of gold at least ahead of the Quap. However, is desperately in need of that healing self to do its work.
Jackpot.
Dire are scanning.
Gaziava in the bottom lane, TB. Thanks to the support of the Silencer, has been going pretty strong. They scanned that the Silencer is top. So they know that Silencer is right behind the Morphling. As I think Silencer is trying to surprise the Morphling once he swaps towards Agi, but they're going to go for BB3PX instead. Monkey King TP. Difference is going to jump in, gets the bomb strike on towards 2. Jingu Mastery gifted, has another possible chase. Alternate nearby, Dominic as well. But there's the Quap heading in the opposite direction. Oh, Bushwhack misses onto the Monkey King, as he still has Boundless Strike available. Pump fakes the Wukongs. Has the Boundless, will get pretty decent healing. Chasing in after Dominic. Deeper he goes. Dominic needs help now. And there is Famous TPing in topside as well. Dominic gonna stay alive. Difference is healing up to the Quap. Quap now is level 6, but Difference is slowly but surely tickling down. Trying to dodge the damage. Waveform forward. They lose the Silencer immediately afterwards. Morphling has no way out. He's swapping towards full strength. But the Bushwhack control is enough to kill off Morph. And they lose 2 main cores for that support. And Pango doesn't even drop.
Worthy tribute. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Dominic, top side. Just lurking about, should be just fine. Any attempts for a catch? Any stacks being made? No stacks being made whatsoever on the map just yet. Just a couple of Shrines of Wisdoms being secured. And difference in mid being harassed away by the silencer. Giving away that they have an observer ward on the high ground though. As he otherwise never would have been able to get hit from the low ground there. Last word I think does give vision. Yeah. Last word gives vision, but I think the arcane cursed him before he could see him. Walking in, BB3PX in trouble. Peter Payne jumps in. Sonic Wave is available, but not even going to be needed as Silencer gets that kill.
Is under attack.
Onto four perma. Stolen into this game.
You lock him down, Tin Man. I'll take care of the rest.
Silencer caught inside the cogs. And difference makes sure that he at least is the one that gets the kill. While they're heading towards bottom, Metamorphs is used. There is a magic wand plus a sunder available on the Terrorblade. Wukongs comes down. Sonic Wave does get thrown out. They lose it. Their bristle, but they do at least get the kill on to the TB in response. Grip cuts the tree. And won't be caught bottom lane. Difference is actually running out of mana at the moment. TP in from the TB. As he's got the Ashiduns going for the Manta plus Shard. Morphling Top's going Dragonlance first item after his Falcon Blade. Towards mid though, there's the fight starting. Silencer dropping low, one more hit needed. Silencer's looking to stay alive. Grip with a rocket flare from downtown will finish the job. And the monkey is still alive. Eventually gets taken down by Dominic, and they lose their mid laner again in that mid situation for a silencer trade. Last time it was also to kill off the silencer. They lost their monkey.
That's for me.
Pain closing in on Dagon. It's going to be a pretty important item. Doesn't really do too much against the Bristle, but the rest of the Dire team would struggle against being blown up. Because Via, TB is here, but the monkey coming in from behind. Bound to strike, comes out. They have the Sunder. Hookshot's not going to connect. He gets the Sunder cast off. Grip dies to the tower. Sonic Wave pushes them back because Via TB is going to die. But, oh, that hookshot getting tanked by the creep, costing him his life
Dire's middle
on the
tower is
clockwork.
under attack.
And also that one random hit from the tower. As it is going to be a Monkey King with a Maelstrom build this time around instead of the Mage Slayer.
Radiant structures
Pango is going Diffusal. Oh, Eyesight. Trying to stay away from the trees. Bushwhack, Sharpshooter. Is going to try and wait for him away, but he is very much dead. Difference does get a solo kill onto, again, the Silencer, but they do lose Morphling topside. With the Metamorphosis usage, Rolling Thunder coming in, they're going to go for the tier 1 tower. This Silencer still has been level 5 for, I think, 4 minutes. Trying to get that last level. So he has Global Silence available.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is
Oh
under
wow,
attack.
that's confusing. Monkey King is currently a creep. He's actually did mischief into a creep. That was weird. Just saw a weird creep weren't running through the jungle, and I was like, what?
My waters rise.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
In 2.5 minutes, Tormentor is going to be up. There's always a big objective. Morphling needs to be careful.
Are scanning.
Smoke breaks, swaps towards strength, knows he's in a lot of trouble. Hookshot onto 3. Global Silence gets used, but at least Clockwork should have kept his Morphling alive. As I say that, Wukong's command gets thrown down, double bound the strike, going back in. There's the Sonic Wave onto 3. Dire Heroes, they have the Wheel of Wonder. Chase is not there. And they make it a 1-for-1 trade with again the Monkey King killing off the pesky little silencer. Silencer really does hate him. But it was a great Wukong's into Bound the Strike catch. Unfortunately, the Bristle was too far away, or couldn't really join in to get the speed run through the team fight.
I don't think so.
Players here.
Nice haste room picked up. They're looking for the TB. They have an observer ward behind him. If he goes that direction, if he walks up the high ground, oh, the TB illusion spots him. Gets a good scouting tool. Grip is nearby. Gets the hook shot in. Catches TB inside the cogs. Almost kills him solo.
Dire's middle tower
Oof.
is under attack.
And they're gonna look for the clock. Drag on the silencer. Ringmaster needs to jump away, or at least slowly walk away to safety.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And it's off.
Pretty getting out with lead now for one move. But they're gonna go for that Tormentor. And that's gonna jump their net worth to about a 5k. Net worth advantage. Shard for
Dire's
Clockwork.
middle tower is under attack.
Was gonna go for the Yule's first item. Is almost done with it as well. Up towards mid. Eyesight did swap towards that attribute strength, so is gonna
Dire's
be
middle
just
tower has
fine.
fallen.
With their attempted gank onto the Morphling failed. Grip. He has jetpack. Oh, as I say that, doesn't really matter. Guap just throws everything. Dagon, Scream of Pain, Sonic Wave, Wombo combo. Surfs up.
Worthy tribute. Dire are scanning.
But top lane, the Pangolier is going to be the target here. Oh. How though? How did they both miss Tame the Beast and Bound the Strike to interrupt Rolling Thunder?
Ace? This thing is solid gold.
He just immediately rolls and gets out. That should definitely not be the case. Look at how he's playing at 1500 HP on Morphling. That just shows you exactly how scared he is. of this Blink Dagon, level 3 Dagon crop. Oh, almost all the creeps got stolen by the Pangolier. Ouch. They do have Crimson Guard available now, though. And the shard on the Bristleback. So a lot of AoE minus armor if they take a fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This looks so weird. Like, the Morphling has 4 points in wave from 3 points in attribute shift, and the rest in stats. And the Quap is gonna get caught in the jungle and quickly, but it feels weird to me that you put everything in stats instead of all your spells on Morphling specifically. They will find a counter kill onto Grip, who was Bushwhack plus Sharpshooter. Speaking of which, it's alternate 206 hasn't died yet on the Hoodwink.
There will be screaming. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm curious on, like, is TV, how long, he only has Manta, obviously, normally it's Hurricane Pike, and then he likes to start fights, but the same with Morphling. He's got Manta, is it going to be Hurricane Pike and then he wants to take fights, or is it going to be a little bit longer? They know, they ping that Morphling is not there, so they're actually collapsing right now onto one move. Bristleback is fairly tanky. Rocket Flare scouts them out to a degree. There's a Diffusal, Rolling Thunder, Blink, Pango at the ready behind them. And they're trying to get the catch. But one move bails out just in the nick of time before a big fight brews up.
Double damage.
Not a jackpot.
5k. But it has been 5k since they got the bounty. Difference needs to be careful. Rod of Atos holds the monkey in place, and it's a 4-man move. Gets the bound the strike to the side, but the Queen of Pain finishes him off with the Scream of Pain being able to connect, and that's a very big kill. About 1,000 net worth going back in favor of Y5 with that monkey losing his life. And it all goes in the pocket of the Queen of Pain, who's almost done with Dagon 5. Big damage.
Radiant are scanning.
Boom, there it goes.
Smoke breaks.
Not what you expected.
And they spot each other out. Hook shot goes into the trees. Global silence gets used. Pangolier's dead. Okay, that Morphling actually does a lot of damage. And chasing in for more onto the silencer. Wukong comes down. There's really taking a heap of damage. Alternate didn't get over the cliff. Sonic Wave comes out. Difference is dropped him low. But he gets healed. BB3PX just in time to keep him alive. And bound the strike, lock him away. They lose 4 in the process. The only one not there was the TD, but a triple kill for the Morphling as they head into the pit immediately. And okay, I guess this is the Morphling build. 4 points in waveform, 0 points in adaptive strike, 3 points in attribute shift, everything in all attributes, and then afterwards go for the 2 points in the talent tree. Okay, now he has 4 points in attribute shift. 0 points in morph, 0 points in adaptive strike. Damn. Grip is closing in on towards the Aghanim Scepter. Difference, Monkey King going for his BKB, while Chodax has almost the Lotus Orb done. Use up the Blade Mill afterwards. Lotus Orb, of course, against the Silencer, but also the Dagon Spell Reflect, Sunder Spell, specifically the Sunder, will be the most important aspect so that he cannot Sunder you.
Well, this'll work.
But also Dagon, Diffusal. I mean, Acorn, Rod of Atos, remove that one's pretty important. Even the Reflection removal, it's not that bad. Morphling's going Maelstrom, though. That is interesting. Maelstrom Shard on the Morphling. He's got Manta, Dragon. Maelstrom doesn't even give you stats. This gives you attack speed and attack damage. And obviously the procs. And then afterwards it would be Mjolnir. Which the biggest plus is you can just drop the Mjolnir buff onto the Bristleback and say, go. Kill them. You got this. But it seems another issue of ping has arisen on the side of Y5. And as we do not know how long it's going to take, we'll be taking a short break. We'll be right back until the game continues. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we continue the game. As Silencer has returned, they're immediately looking for the monkey. So Grip is going to go in on the Pangolier. They are going to get Bushwhack caught. Monkey King can't get out of there. Held in place, taking a heap of damage, and Difference is just dead.
Leave the mischief to the children who come.
The roots are too strong.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
My hero.
Codex has his load sword done. It's going S and Y next. What's the Quab going for after the Dagon levels? Kaya, more damage. His focus is trying to blow up that Morphling, but because Morphling put everything in the +2 all attributes, he actually is very
Radiant's bottom
tanky.
tower is under attack.
Even with almost everything in
Radiant
Agi, he still has
structures
2k
are
HP.
fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
To move.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
My waters rise.
Worthy tribute. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alternate, trying to run away, but there is no running away from the monkey.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
As the
middle
tier 2 tower
has
in mid
fallen.
does get secured in the meantime by
Dire's
eyesight.
turret has been killed.
top lane.
Radiant's middle
Catch
tower
onto
is
the
under
TB.
attack.
He does have a Hurricane Pike and a Manta, so he is pretty evasive. Has a Metamorphosis available as well. Does pop it going in for the fight. Rolling Thunder is a good lockdown. Global Silence gets used. He's trying to get the TP away. Battery Assault is going to reach. Not even needed because he is locked in position. Taken down Gaziava. God, I had a stroke trying to pronounce that name. Gaziava does get taken down as the Morphling is pretty good. Pretty solid. 1400 damage in that fight. Got the kill. And Global Silence is on cooldown. Metamorphosis is on cooldown. Rolling Thunder is also on
Dire's
cooldown.
middle tower is
Bottom lane, Chodix is going to try and solo the Tormentor. And gets a free shard for the Ringmaster. More money for one move. Hook shot in onto Pangolier. And Grip is just trying to annoy him. Or Boundless Strike actually misses. While top lane, they're trying to go for the Morphling. I don't think that's the best target considering he still has the Aegis for a minute.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And they don't catch out Dominic. Blinks out of the Rod of Aethos. Has Axno as well on the Pangolier, so we'll have that Rolling Thunder with the shield crashes. Constantly in a team fight, adding in some extra damage. Twenty seconds left on the Aegis for the Morph.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower
And
is
up the
under
high ground they go.
Radiant's
On the side of one
structures
move.
are fortified.
Chodex on the run. Global Silence gets used. Crimson Guard as well. Lotus, Spell Reflect. Does stay alive. Doesn't even take that much damage in the process. Wukong's command. Catch onto Dominic. Takes him down. Hookshot in from Grip. They're looking for more. They find themselves two. Terrorblade's going to be another one. He's taunted up by the Wheel of Wonder. Looking for a Sunder play, but it gets dodged. Oh. The Escape Act with the Lotus Spell Reflect. Shenanigans coming in from Chodex. He doesn't find the correct target. They lose 4. And they're going to go for tier 4s. As they know there is nothing left in the tank for the Radiant side. They just want to make sure game 1 is over, set, and done. Fast rush.
Radiant's
Very
middle
likely going to have that Morphling banned in game number 2. GG gets called, and one move take it very convincingly in game number 1. It was a little bit delayed because of all the pauses, but in the end, one move is shut it down with a shebang. They're one win away from qualifying for the playoffs. Will they be able to get it done? We'll have to wait, because there is still one, well, maybe even 2 games left for the day. One move, previous series as well, showed really well their best in game number 1, got smacked in game number 2. Will that be the case here as well, or will they have learned from their lesson? We'll be going towards a short little break. We'll be back for the second game of the series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ourselves ready for the second game of the series between One Move and Y5. Sorry for the delay. There were some technical issues. Hopefully those are now resolved for the rest of this series. My name is DK Truman. This is the CCT Dota 2 Series 8. And that is, I think that's the last of the CCT planned series. So for the last year. So I'm curious to see if CCT will have more planned for the upcoming year in their list of beautiful games. But right now we have the first couple of bans, AA Beastmaster plus the Pesky Bristle all get removed. Tinker, no more. I do not see a PA ban, a TB ban. A TA didn't even get picked last game. Y5 are going to go for the first pick. Tiny as a bit of a flex mid / safe laner that you can choose. And One Move. I'm going to go for the PA. I mean, to be fair, they could also go for that Morph thing. It was so good last game. I wouldn't necessarily say like first pick, but keep that one in the back pocket, especially with AA banned out. There's nothing really specific that you can pick against the Tiny because you don't know what role the Tiny actually is. Yeah, I mean, PA made the most sense. Almost always gets first phase banned. Was left in the pool. Is really freaking good. Especially because he also gets the shard, which does like, I don't know exactly how much, like 14% AoE pure damage burst. And has a break. See, how much is the shard? Oh, sorry, 28%. Wait, that feels... What? Healing a percentage of each victim's max health on impact and applying break. Wow. I mean, the break's obviously amazing, but 28% max health damage, AoE? Okay. Even as a support, that would be nuts. Warlock banned out. I would definitely also consider banning out the circus guy. Ringmaster. Circus guy. The shaman remove. They have the bounty hunter that they can still go for on the Y5 side. They love playing the bounty. And there is the silencer. Last game picked up by Y5, this time for One Move BB3 PX. Y5, I mean, the Pango isn't that bad to lane against the PA either, so that you get the Pango off lane. Put the Tiny probably mid. And then get something else added into the mix. Wind Ranger. And there's the bounty. Wait, Bounty 5? They played as a 5? Or did they play the Wind Ranger? Nah, it's probably Wind Ranger 4 and Bounty 5. The Wind Ranger is, of course, a good counter to any possible Huskar shenanigans. I don't even think Difference plays Huskar, but hard to kill for PA until you get the nullifier, really, I would say, in this game. Bounty Hunter, of course, going to be very sneaky all over the place. Silencer is going to struggle against the Bounty Tiny, just hunting them. Because that's looking to be the case. You have a Bounty Tiny Wind Ranger gank squad already on Y5. If they add in something else with maybe a bit of global presence, it could be even more dangerous, like NP safe lane, for instance. Okay, Tusk. Pulse 4. No Bristle available for the off lane. And that means another Underlord game, maybe? Slardar, the Invis detection is really good against the Bounty Hunter. And also Difference plays it mid, so it could also be a mid Slardar to deal with the Tiny, so that there is still that flex. They have last pick on one move to adjust accordingly. I like it. You have the tag team, like they take Tormentor and Rogue very quickly with the Slardar minus armor, PA minus armor tag team from Tusk. Then you're also very tanky regardless. A Darkseer, Wind, or is it Darkseer Bounty Hunter lane? I don't know what they're doing. Darkseer AoE Vacuum Wall, obviously amazing when you can catch the PA in. Aghanim Scepter is also not bad to get this game, to get that punch in onto the PA. Create the big ol' illusion and chase down the Silencer, primarily who's going to be very weak at that stage. Plus Darkseer is a hero that builds into Guardian Greaves, so it has a Dispel there. Lotus Orb is also another item that Darkseer likes to build into, so another Dispel there. For the rest, you know, pipe Crimson Guards. Crimson Guard, very important, or very solid to have this game as well for Y5, as they will need to get as much armor or defensives as possible against the Slardar PA duo core. And then for the last pick, the question is obviously if this is a Slardar mid or off lane at this stage. Same with the Tiny, is it mid or off, safe lane? The removal of Sniper means likely that they're planning to put the Slardar mid. If it's a Tiny mid versus Slardar, and they go for something like a TB safe lane on Y5, I would assume one move is just either going to grab the Underlord, which probably the Underlord, or they also have a choice of the Primal Beast, which are both really good to deal with, honestly, anything that Y5 has. But I probably like the Underlord more at this stage, looking at the Y5 heroes, because they're really bent on being very elusive. The Wind Ranger running away, Darkseer as well, but Darkseer, you know, you get caught inside the Pit of Malice, Rod of Atos, Pit of Malice. Very likely dead. Same with the Bounty. Tiny, to be fair, as well. Time's ticking down. Y5 still has plenty of time to adjust. Any big surprises they can go for? Not really, with the one move having last pick and still having flex in their choices. That's a good safe lane. I mean, I would probably put Tiny safe lane and get like Lena mid or something. They remove Brewmaster, pick TB, I'd go Underlord, and then yeah, you're in a very comfortable spot, I would say. As Y5, as one move. But they also have the choice of going for the other one I just said, which was you had Underlord, or yeah, no, Underlord. It's just it makes the most sense. You hold them in place with the Underlord, and then the rest of the enemy team finishes them off. You've got Global Silence, you've got Global TP with Underlord now added into the mix. Slardar goes for anyone on the side. You TP in with full force. And Underlord also has that big 30% damage reduction aura around him. So the damage output from Y5 will be significantly less, depending on the item build that he's going for. I would assume he's going to go for the Gleipnir Underlord build. And then no one will be able to run away in the game. So I like one move here. I think they should be able to take this straight up. Yeah, I think this should be a two map series. Let me see. Alternates. Okay, so they are playing Bounty Pulse 4, so they're playing Wind Ranger Position 5 with the TB. Double range against double melee. That's a pretty tough lane. And it's a Bounty onto Darkseer up against a PA Silencer. Yeah, the side lanes can go really poorly for one move if they're not careful. And I think that's their biggest weakness. Is that the side lanes can go really problematic. Mid should be okay-ish enough for the Slardar against the Tiny. Though, obviously, there's kill threat on both sides, and it depends on if the supports are going to make a rotation. You know, Wind Ranger throwing out a random power shot can be enough to secure that mid lane. And Difference also needs to make sure that he does get enough farm to be relevant during the game. Not that he's only so focused on trying to get kills that he completely forgets to actually farm up anything. We are currently getting everything situated and ready to rumble. We're going to go towards a short little break while the pause situation gets sorted. Welcome back, ladies and gents. We are back in the game, ready for a smoke on smoke action. As Grip is gonna get his smoke broken. And I would assume they're not gonna immediately chase up the high ground to catch him because of that smoke broken. Well, alternate is. Ooh, and we have another pause with 210 ping, so
I came a long way.
we're gonna go towards another break and we'll be right back.
Deepest sympathies.
Welcome back. Hopefully all the issues are now behind us. As Wi-Fi is struggling with a bit of ping issues every once in a while. Bounty's lurking about all the way in the back. Sneaky alternate. But the rune's about to spawn in 10 seconds. We're gonna get any steals coming in. Grip has a long sprint to make.
The battle
It's
begins.
just off the mark to get that steal going. So it is 3 bounties for this side of Y5 and only the singular one for 1 move. Okay, Grip with the ice shards block. We'll at least make sure that the creeps are gonna... I don't know if they're gonna walk underneath the tower. It's gonna be close. That range creep... Yeah, they're gonna walk under the tower. So it is gonna pull the creep way back. But Chodex doesn't care. He's just gonna push bottom lane. Dominic dropping very low. And first blood does get secured. BB3PX underneath the tower will be able to stay alive. He also got first blood and a brain drain, with Glaives of Wisdom spam being enough to at least get the kill, and he's going to use it to even deal a lot more damage to alternate. Oh, eyesight. This is painful. Iron Shell on that creep can hurt him pretty heavily if he doesn't play it a bit defensively. But it does mean that the creep wave is going to get partially denied, at least.
Dire's turret has been killed.
I'll group with a career snipe. And the mid matchup, Tiny versus Slardar, is going to be an interesting one to witness. As technically Slardar should have a pretty good shot in that mid matchup, considering Tiny has no armor as a hero. Base Tiny at least, obviously he gets it from Grow later. But Tiny also has 0 Agi gain, so he doesn't actually get any armor from anything but items. Grip. He was actually trying to lure them in a little bit in the top side of the map. Oh, speaking of which, a lot of damage comes out onto the TB. Snowball chasing. He's going to get stunned up. Can they take down the TB? He is just barely walking away. But the Pit of Malice catches with the Firestorm. Ice Shards block as well to make sure you can't run further away.
Middle tower.
Very deadly damage. While this pesky little bounty hunter is just constantly trying to pull the creep wave back to make sure that Dominic gets some farm. Well, bottle is delivered on towards the Tiny, and he should be fine because of it. As you still have to be careful not to get too aggressive as a Slardar. Different. Oh, alternate. He's got the Iron Shell on him, but alternate walks in toward Vision. They just don't have any, not nearly enough damage to get the counter kill play. Especially with Surge available on Dominic. And underneath the tower, this is going to hurt PA quite a lot. They do manage to get the kill onto TB top lane, but bottom lane. Fortify the creeps even. Oh.
Structures are fortified.
Surge in. They kill off Wind Ranger top once more. But Eyesight is dodging and weaving in the bottom lane the entire time. Alternate gets the imps off, but there's the dust reveal. And with all that stolen int, Silencer will be able to get the damage going in for Dominic next. Dominic chased out. The Kane Curse is going to end. But he's going to be forced all the way back, and TA is going to be... PA is just going to be fine. So, big kills in the top lane. And a counter to the aggression in the bottom lane is putting one move in a very solid spot, as mid is very even between the two sides. Grip will lose his life. I mean, he was sticking around in the top lane too long with him being completely solo. And Darkseer is going to stack just so that he can catch back up in terms of farm. But it is all under ward vision, so they know that there are stacks being created. Eyesight going in on towards the Darkseer. He has a surge in a second, gets the surge cast off. Stifling dagger though, finishes off Dominic and takes down the Darkseer. That bottom lane is looking like it's a bit too rough at this stage, with the PA now top net worth, about to be done with his power treads. A big mid rotations coming in.
Radiant are scanning.
Difference. Needs help. Grip is nearby. Snowball in onto alternate, but they actually don't get up the high ground. Icebear's block is going to block him off, but the turn is towards the Tiny. They're focusing two different targets at the same time. There's an Invis rune. Can he get the healing going? No, that's not going to work out. Difference and BB3PX both get a kill in that mid lane. With now a 2k net worth lead. And all three lanes are being won currently by the side of one move. His on shells are nasty, but he is a full 2 levels ahead of the Darkseer at this stage, so it's not even that big of a problem. And Wind Ranger tried to get that ward killed off. Does eventually die, but of course it's a deny from the silencer. So no gold for and experience for the Wind Ranger.
Every coin helps.
Jodek's already marked up that he wants to go for the Rod of Atos. Is almost level 6, so we'll have that Fiend's Gate soon enough. If they're not careful. EA also level 6, so he's got crit, and obviously the Slardar with the Corrosive Haze, pretty solid. Famous TP top. Snowball interrupts the TP. He's trying to run away. Ice Shard's block is easily sidestepped, but he's running right towards Difference. We'll be able to take him down. Top side, Chodek's Underlord is going to be jumped with the tiny rotation, so they make it a pickup coming through, but there is the Ancients being stacked, and they're looking to clear it as well, but look at the Silencer's position. He's looking to get all that experience.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under
Oh, the bounty would be a nice kill if they can secure him. They do spot him. Silence comes out. Global TP as well. The dust, the bounty, the death, the ancient stack that they're quickly going to look to clear as fast as possible before there's a rotation from the Tiny from behind. And they will be able to get most, if not all, of the creeps. Tusk is left behind. Will lose his life for it, but they at least stole the Ancients away from Y5. I mean, a decent amount of the Ancients. Eyesight. Just need to be a bit careful with the Tiny coming up. Has the toss available. Jump in on the side. Toss up. Nice silence there from BB3PX. There's the roots. Coming in with a lot of damage. Alternate trying to be sneaky, but he's hit by the Corrosive Haze. No way to run away. So Dominic almost has the surge. Is going to get bashed up, and he just surged his courier. Jodex takes them both down, but Dominic on the Darkseer just surged his courier back to safety. Oh. I think that might have been a little bit of a misclick.
Dire's bottom
Did
tower
not even know
has
that you
fallen.
could surge your career. So that's kind of funny.
My deepest sympathies.
Difference is going for the Blink Dagger first item, same as the opposing side, but Tiny, he does not have... he just started building up the Blink Dagger. Difference is already halfway there. Avalanche not going to connect. They tried to go for a 3-man gank in mid. Slardart sidesteps it. And... oh, Children gets denied. Difference is actually going to go in. Gets the bash in onto the Tiny. Pass up.
Tower is under attack.
Tusk still doesn't have his level 6 Difference. Is at least going to be able to zone them out. One good power shot. Is it? No, it's not going to be able to reach. Silencer has 9 permanently stolen int already in 10 minutes time. He's 406 on the Silencer 5. Yay, going for the Battle Fury. He's already got 2 pieces. He only needs the broadsword left. Well, TB is going for the Manta. Gateway towards mid is not going to get any catches. They'll at least focus onto the buildings a little bit.
Radiant's
Dusk
bottom tower is under
is in a bit of trouble. Is going to get jumped up. And wall placement, going for the Tiny snowball in, wall response, global silence gets used as well. They lose grip, but they take down the Tiny, and going in for Dominic as a secondary dominating streak for the Slardart. TB TP'd in. Boy, actually no, he didn't even TP in, he walked in, but he does have Metamorphosis available. Slardart is slowed down. Can he get out? Yes, he can. Too fast, too furious, Tokyo Drift. Alternate on the bounty is still looking for a possible catch here. And immediately has to pay dearly for that one as Chodex gets a killing spree. Chodex as well, having the patience to just not use anything. Baiting in the bounty in a tough position, who isn't even level 6 yet. 12 minutes in, not level 6 on the bounty, not level 6 on the win range, even though the win range level 6 is kind of... like, it doesn't do anything. This game. And the Darkseer offlane is about almost the same net worth as the Silencer Pulse 5. Now the Silencer has about 20 more int than the enemy offlaner. Does help if you steal 11. Battle Fury done on PA. TB's got the Yasha. Going Manta. Difference. Next item is going to be the Shard. So he does have the AoE Slithering Crush, Corrosive Haze combination to catch out a random hero in the trees.
Tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bounty is finally level 6, so he does have track. Gateway towards mid. Going in on towards the Tiny. Shackle Shot does connect, but Silencer came through on the opposite end with the TP. And Silencer is unstoppable. He's got himself the PPs already being delivered. Going for the full solo crest. And you also almost have the full Gleipnir done on Underlord. So they'll at least steal the experience shrine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
At least have something gained. But 15 minutes, it's all in 1 more minute. It's going to be the 15-minute mark, and that means Tormentor
Radiant's
bonds.
bottom tower is under attack.
Both sides obviously very, very much needed. Both supports on both sides are I mean, Silence is slightly less so, but considering how many assists he has and 12 stolen int, I think having him get the shards also not that bad of an option. Yeah, they're looking for a fight on both these sides. Underlord doesn't have a gateway for 35 seconds. Smoke gets broken. Oh, Dire smokes up as well. Toss in. Global Silence gets used. BB3PX trying to run away. They're going in onto the TB. Do they lock him down? Yes, they do. He can't even respond. Metamorphosis is over. On the side, it's the Silencer just chasing after the Wind Ranger, forcing him all the way back. Difference with 2 man Slithering Crush. The crits from Eyesight are too much. An alternate. There is no running away. Does get a lot. Does get a track gold kill at least onto Grip. But Eyesight, a triple kill for the PA, and especially that TV getting demolished is painful. Pops meta, can't even get the Sundercast off, just 100 to 0. I don't know if the Slardar can survive the Tormentor. Okay, never mind, he definitely can. God, he's tanky. And Underlord, is he going to gateway back? No. I was thinking maybe Gateway's back so that everyone heals up. But he has full Gleipnir capabilities now and is going Ag's second item instead of the BKB. But Gleipnir, the Aghanim Scepter is going to be big value against the Darkseer if he tries to surge someone out of harm's way.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under
Eyesight close to his BKB, top lane. They're looking for any catches they can get. Coming in from behind. Though Eyesight, are they gonna Tiny with the haste rune is running towards Eyesight. Shackle Shot's not gonna connect. They have no wall. He needs help, but they do have a wall. He jumps to the side. Tiny is going to chase in deeper. Avatos is there. Eyesight's still not dead just yet. Tree gets tossed. Finally does drop, but they are all stuck inside with the Chodex and the rest of the team. They get taken down quite a step. Yeah, that's worth a replay. He almost gets away as well on the PA, but a 3-man route in the Pit of Malice with a Firestorm on top. And everything included as well. Silencer in the meantime, 22 stolen int because of that fight. 7-0-12 on the Silencer. Let's see. Tiny's got 33 int. It's dropping. It's dropping. If Tiny uses his Avatos combo, he actually can only... He doesn't even have enough to use it both twice without using the Bottle Soul Ring. That's how dumb he is right now. 6 deaths in this game, and a bunch of them Silencer was right next to him. But they're going to get themselves a Roshan, and that's the first age of the game going in hands of PA. He also now has the BKB. Oh, there's a dust on the floor? Yeah. He also has the BKB now picked up. So that fight from previously should be able to survive it, especially now that he, of course, has the BKB plus the Aegis. So he has that second life. And in case it goes wrong, you always have the Underlord Gateway nearby to help out.
Radiant are scanning.
What surge is this?
Ooh, Bounty is gonna get spotted out. Goes for the TP away. Will get the TP to safety with that Ghost Scepter pickup. Still takes about half his HP from almost nothing. Link available on the Tusk. So they have 2 Blinks, Gateway, Phantom Strike, and Silence, of course, just chilling miles away and getting all that free nom brains. They find the Bounty Hunter. This time he doesn't have a TP available.
Dire's top tower
And Silence is just staying close so he can get that nice 3 int.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
25 stolen int now.
Invisibility.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Is double the Tiny's int, double the more than double the Bounty Hunter's int, double the Wind Ranger's int.
Dire's
Everyone
top tower has
double
fallen.
everyone's int except for TB and for the Darkseer. I said, wait, does he have the S and Y coming in or? No, he just has the Yasha and is instead gonna build up the Nullifier. Is pretty good. You're up against the Bounty Hunter now with the Ghost Scepter, Wind Ranger, of course, with the Wind Run, it gets dispelled and no one can get Surged or Iron Shell on them. A really good one to be able to secure. Tiny gets the TP attempt. TP's away just before the Underlord gets there. Speaking of which, Chodex gets the root in onto the Wind Ranger. Root again. Firestorm on top. And famously left behind. Difference with a Wicked 6 streak. 7-0-11 Slardar. 7-0-12 Silencer. So obviously Silencer is more value.
Dire's courier has been killed.
As Shodex is about to be done with the Aghanim Scepter. Tiny caught. Yeah,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
they're just running them over. Darkseer, he's got Heaven's Halberd, is very close to the Lotus Orb, about 300 gold, 350 gold away. Gonna help at least against the Gleipnir root and the Global Silence a bit and Corrosive Haze. Couple of things. It's not
Dire's bottom
gonna
tower
keep him
is
alive
under
against the
Radiant's
PA though.
top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It is interesting to see. Like, Eyesight is, with that age, is playing super aggressive the entire game. As in this series, previous series as well, he gets the ages. He's just hitting tier 2 towers. His team is not even nearby. He's just hitting tier 2 towers to make sure that the first Aegis clears all the tier 2 towers. You don't have to fear too much, of course, because you have Underlord behind you, and you also have the Global Silence for the second life in case it's a requirement.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And they are looking for a possible fight here. Difference has a BKB. PA has a BKB. Both 9-second duration. They're actually going in Ava. Toss back. Underlord with the gateway. TP's right into the middle of everyone. Eyesight's critting them down. And Terrorblade needs to find a Sunder target if they're even going to continue chasing for more. Sunder does get used. And now Grip is in a little bit of a pickle. But they want to reinitiate onto this TB. They know he has nothing to work with. They lose 4 on the Dire side. 2 on the Radiant. Grip taken down as well. But this Eyesight PA Nullifier done. Level 19 right now gets another huge team fight in their favor. 8, 1, and 7 at the moment. And he's just knocking on the high ground. A 4-man catch in that gigantic Fiendscape from the Underlord. And PA just crits down the 2 first ones without any harm, without any issue. I do think that Grip didn't need to die there. I think they could have killed off the TB without, you know, the Tusk dying because he snowballed in aggressively. Took the BKB PA with him in the snowball. That was a little bit of an oops.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that cost him his own life. Famous on the Wind Ranger, Nullifier, no way you can win, run away. He doesn't even jump in. He just throws out the Nullifier. That enough help. I helped you guys enough. They're gonna head bottom towards the Tormentor, get another added shard for their collection, which is Tusk. Yay. Oh no, Tusk or Underlord. That gets it. Underlord's one is also very good. Both of them are really good. All three shards left on the side of one move are really good. Eyesight's even going for a MKB next as he expects a butterfly to come out on the TB. But that is not being built up just yet. Quick Torment to kill, quick shard for Tusk. He's got that big ol' ice shards with the freeze AoE. And yeah, Chodex, he doesn't need to be there with the rest of his team. He's continuously farming. He's almost done with Crimson Guard. They go for another big jump onto Difference, for instance. He just has that easy gateway to join and follow suit. It's also very important. Y5 versus one move right now. The winner of this series qualifies for the playoffs. Loser is eliminated. So everything on the line for this. Game 2 right now, which is looking very rough for Y5. But they're trying to hold on, see if they can find an avenue. Maybe a toss-back play could be game-winning. Monika trying to get out of there, but they're going to get the jump in. Abyssal Blade. Crits, baby! Not even Abyssal Blade, just Bash of the Deep. Plus fat, juicy crits. This side TP's in. Top side. Did go for the SOI instead of the Man Style, though. And he's just gonna keep on farming. Third breaks. Bounty Hunter. Doesn't do anything, it's just annoying that he's there. Difference, Aghanim Scepter next, more status resistance. It gives HP regen, bonus armor, and 40% status resistance. Babside, famous, tried to get the steal, but Chodex with the quick root. Grip with the experience shrine. And alternate with the I gotta run away as fast as possible. It is really just waiting until the next Roche is up. One move gets it, and then they'll very likely finish the game. Because there's always the one big threat in the team fight where you got vacuum walled into an Avatos combo with TB, who is very decently farmed, by the way, pumping out damage. And Darkseid now has Ags, so Darkseid now also has the normal punch. Which of course gives a true strike plus creates an illusion of, in this case, PA. They smoke up, but yeah, it's a Slardar Tusk PA lineup. Like, it's so quick to die, it's unreal. Alternate is spotted out. There's a gem on the Slardar. Gateway coming through. Global silence as well. Underlord with extra roots for the backline. Chase in. They lost 2 already. They couldn't even get the wall cast on the Darks here. Looking for the Terrorblade in the trees. And they're waiting to get the bash stun lock onto 2B. Do they get it? Yes, they do. No way to get out. Tiny rooted once again. Pops the BKB. But there should be enough to chase him down. And that's a full-on team wipe. Up the high ground they go. They're not bailing out just yet. They still have the wall vacuum play. But there is no metamorphosis for the TB. Does buyback. Is going to just have to man fight them with some ungodly right clicks with the Demon Zeal. You need to be a little bit careful. Actually, TB is dead. So that's a dieback. That must be game, I would assume. There we go. GG does get called, and that means, ladies and gents, 1 move, win both series today, and advance on towards the playoffs for the CCT Season 8. Well, that does conclude today. This was actually very interesting to see because Eyesight, the safe laner for 1 move, I think was subbing in for Nesphere today, and that guy looked really good. Even the game that they lost, he looked sublime. The series that they lost against the where he played Ursa, like, it was a really rough game and they lost everything, but he still played pretty well. So if this is going to be the new safe lane for 1 move, I think that's a very bright prospect for them. But of course, we'll have to wait and see what it will entail in the playoffs, as they will be playing up against teams like Na'Vi and, of course, the OG team, the new OG team with 423 joining into the mix in the playoffs. But that does conclude it for today. There is no last series to be witnessed. Playoffs will be starting tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, same time as always, 10 a.m. CEST, so don't forget to check it out. My name is DK Truman. Don't forget to follow me on socials and CCT Dota on Twitter or wherever you can find it. Hopefully you enjoyed the show, and in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.